Hello, everybody, and welcome to another PmP end-of-month review, this time for February. Wow, February was a crazy month. I'm going to make this joke 3 months in a row now. Here we go. And we're going to go ahead and review. I am joined, as always, by my illustrious co-hosts, Jeff and Kieran. How you doing, gentlemen? Good to see you both.
All is well. Making my way through winter.
That's right. And it's well, I mean, for you, winter is what? I mean, you're about a quarter of the way through up in Canada.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. We start off every PmP review with the standard Canadian jokes. It's a very important time joke since we're doing this actually in the middle of the month. And, we just got to get the standard ones out of the way. It's like a good monologue every time. Well, what are we reviewing? We're here, of course, for the PmP, the Painters Motivating Painters, a Google Plus hobby community. It is the community focused on painting, modeling, etc. for all games. All that's relevant is that you love putting some paint on miniatures and you want to take the next step in your own hobby journey. So, as usual, we are going to review all those submissions to the PmP tagged end of month submit. We're going to go through, talk about what we like, and talk about what that submitter's next step could be. So, gentlemen, do you have anything that you want to say at the start as we go here? Kieran, any thoughts before we launch into it?
I just think that although February is our shortest month of the year, it is by no means our least creative month of the year.
That's a good one. We've had some really great stuff this month. I am excited to look into this because there are some really good submissions. And plus, now that we've got a big Tzeentch release, we can finally get rid of Nurgle, Tzeentch's arch enemy, and we can get into the good stuff. So I'm excited for that. Jeff, what about you? I know you hate Nurgle, Jeff. So what do you think about that?
Not only do we have a fair bit of Nurgle already submitted this month, but I'm going to be submitting at least 2 units of Nurgle models by the end of the month because I've got to get my Adepticon stuff painted. So, Vince, you're not out of the woods yet. Buckle up, baby.
I suspect I never will be, sir. Nurgle is and always will be popular, and that's fine. As long as I have you two gentlemen to help me through, I know we can make it. So there we go.
I call Mickey. I'm calling it already. All right. I want that one.
All right.
Blight King.
Sounds good. We'll do it. So, gentlemen, are you mentally, physically, spiritually, and chi prepared to do this?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, let's jump right in then. Let me lock on and share up. We're going to pick up, of course, with our February submissions, which of course we start off with Kyle and his Gene Stealer cult. So I thought I would take the Gene Stealer guys here. If Jeff, you want to take the Blood Bowl from Victor, as I know you've been doing some Blood Bowl yourself recently, and we had a little bit of a resubmission of the of Felix or Gotrek. Sorry, wrong guy.
Gotrek. Yeah.
Gotrek. Sorry, I had them both in my head of Gotrek, Mr. Dwarf. From Jerix, who was, of course, one of the last month. He can be one of the first this month on some improvements. So I thought it'd be fun to take a look back at that. Kieran, do you want to handle that right out of the gate there?
Yeah, I sure will.
Okay. And that's exactly what the PmP is all about. He got some feedback and went and did some additional work, and I think it looks great. So let's jump in here. All right, so let's talk about what's going on here first, actually. This is an interesting little story here because Kyle took these pictures with and without a flash due to the dark colors. All right, let's talk about picture taking. Number 1, never use a flash ever when taking pictures of miniatures. Have I said ever enough? Good, ever. This might look better than this, but this is an inaccurate, like you're getting weird flash and light blur here and things that aren't going to show how you want them to show. Like what you want is to try to get a light this bright that it creates a nice white light that is diffuse. So it's not shooting directly at the miniatures, creating these hot spots. That's what direct lighting does. It makes these erroneous hot spots on the miniature, which screws with our ability to give sort of feedback. Now, as to the mini itself, yeah, because you can still see this, since he was nice enough to give us one of the best examples ever of the differences. What we would want is ideally about this level of light, so we got some nice bright colors, but without it being direct. Let's talk about those colors. So I think these shots are really interesting. My initial thought here, Kyle, is I feel like we used too many colors on this for not much reason. What I mean by that is I've got the purple Tyranid. I have the green whatever this is here, and I have red metal here and blue metal here. And I don't know why I have all these bright saturated, primary-ish colors, primary and secondary colors. I feel like I would like this a lot better if I had maybe 2 of these colors, like the purple and the green could work well if you wanted some contrasting color in here. Purple and green look great together. I think most of this metal down here could just be good old-fashioned rusted steel, and that would be fine. You could work in some subtle reds and oranges through the rust shading or stuff like that, or through copper, as you did here. Copper, gold, those things tend to read yellow-orange to the eye. That's how they generally should be considered in color composition. Like I understand for the cables here, we're going, well, cables often have a red, a blue, and a green wire, hence that's what we're doing. But at the same time, that's fine, as long as then I had something of that worked in up here, whether it be this guy has blue highlights on him or has red eyes or something like that, or green eyes and, maybe some green glowing points on him. I've seen lots of Tyranids with like green glowing spots that could work to, bring some of that green up. And then maybe we do some more of that green down here with like some dripping mucus or something. There's lots of ways you can force color balance, even if it doesn't exist on the model. The other thing I would say is a lot of these colors are very saturated. They're very bright. And I would love to see them a little less so. If you want to use so many colors, one of the tricks to doing that is to turn them more gray, more brown. So that way they don't pop so brightly. And the mini itself, let the Tyranid, the bright purple thing, be the thing that's like actually heavily saturated and draws the focus. Now, all that being said, the mini's clean. You've got some good stuff going on here. We've got some nice shading with the bone. I think it actually shows up well here where we can see the darker color near the ridge. I'd even love to see that a little more, like at the bottom of the fingernails and stuff like that, that going a little deeper, darker in some kind of color, but I can see what you're doing here. We've got some good variation on the Tyranid himself from the wash. I'd love to see a little more highlights across like his knuckle joints and stuff like that, but the basics are all there. I think it's really the colors that jump out at me. So there you go. Very interesting side-by-side, though. One of the first times I've ever had such a good translation of that.
Yeah, I agree. That really helps us out a lot to demonstrate the idea of photo taking and what kind of difference that can really make when you snap at that shot.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the colors are just dramatically different, too. And so for like you said at the outset, Vince, for us to get the best sense of the true colors of your miniature, we need that daylight bulb, bright light, or just regular sunlight that's indirect, just to give us a sense of exactly what's happening there. My one quick thing that I was going to add is just pick up on your bone comment, Vince. I'd actually like to see a little bit more contrast on the spine. So if we look at I guess it's easily seen in the bottom image there. Yeah, right on the top there, just at the base of each of those little pieces of the spine, the vertebrae, just a little darker in there, just to bump up the contrast a little more. I think that would really make that large portion of the miniature pop a little better. But yeah, nice clean technique. And I'm really eager to see models in the future with that right kind of lighting and good photos, because I think we can give some more precise feedback with that.
Agreed. Mm-hmm. All right. I knew it was gonna. We get to do this again. Oh, good times. All right.
Well, pops you to the top.
If I stay too long, it pops me to the top. That's okay. All right. So let's look at some Blood Bowl.
So this is one of 2 human teams that we're going to see in the next few hours of our analysis. Dez also has a human team that we're going to take a look at. But Victor is no stranger to the PmP. He submits almost every month and consistently good quality for his miniatures, from board game pieces to Age of Sigmar pieces and so on. So a few things that really strike me as I look at Victor's models. One, I like the paint scheme. I enjoy the retro Altdorf kind of red, blue, and yellow scheme. I think it looks really sharp. I also like the fact that he's chosen different skin colors to add some variety across the team, and especially to make the monopose models look a little bit more distinct from one another and less monotonous. So here we see the example of that with quarterbacks. Throwers. This is Blood Bowl, after all. He even went with a different scheme of the footballs too, and other little accent pieces. So he uses his neutral. You see these neutral colors here. He's chosen a little bit of variety. And what you notice as you look at these models is that he's stuck with his primary paint scheme, which are actually primary colors too, throughout the entire team, which looks really sharp. We're going to see a big team shot at the end. But when it comes to adding some variety to the models, skin tone and neutral colors are a great place to do that because it doesn't take away from the effect. It doesn't make it look like Skittles. It adds a little bit of variety without clashing, and that's really key. So why don't we keep moving through here, Vince, and take a look at some of the individual players. My only real critique for Victor, we're going to see it as we come up at some point to one of the images, I'll tell you one, is I think a little bit more work on the faces would have been helpful. And some of the models, it appears that it was hard to get in there and get that detail that we usually see you do on your skin. It's possible that you were doing these a little bit quicker, or maybe the sculpting itself on the inside of these helmets wasn't as great as it could have been. I'm not sure. I haven't actually looked at the human team.
It is a tough go to get in there, to be truthful.
Yeah.
That
was my guess, given the fact that there wasn't quite as much detail as Victor normally does on his really nice faces that he usually submits. So we'll see that coming up. I can't remember what image it was, but I think it's one of the next couple. But yeah, right there, for example. Yeah, so it looks just very dark in there, and I'm pretty sure that you can get some flesh in there, but I don't know. That might be the sculpting. I might be a little bit off there. Not sure. Suffice it to say, though, Victor's team looks really solid. Nice technique. No real complaints other than the flesh face issue that I was describing earlier. Can we see the group shot? I think we see one at the end. And if not, there's one in the middle that we already passed.
I like that he's done some scarring on the armor as well. Even though at some points it looks a little bit too sharp and fresh for a lot of them. But the fact that he's gone and done that adds a little bit of extra character to these guys. Makes them look battle worn. Yeah,
it makes it look like they're really playing the game, which is pretty cool. One other thing that I'd say is that, so we see this yellow accent color that Victor's used, and I like the scheme best across this entire group of models. And we can see how the colors work differently as we see them all arranged in a team formation. When you look at the individual model by itself, the colors play a little bit differently than when you look at it in a group. Here, Victor's done well to use the yellow as an accent color, but doesn't overuse it on the model. And therefore, when you look at an entire group put together, it's sprinkled throughout in a way that's really pleasing to the eye, and allows us to move our eyes across it without focusing at any point on too much yellow on any one model. And I think that's pretty key. So great job overall, Victor. I'd yield the rest of my time to you guys if you have any other comments besides Kieran already made his point about the weathering on the armor. But I've got nothing else besides that. Good work, Victor.
Nothing else from me. All right.
Now, this next submission that we're going to look at, if any of you viewers at home have just finished watching the marathon of January PmP review and have immediately just loaded into running the February one, then probably less than 10 minutes of time will have actually elapsed. But for Jarex here, a few days elapsed, and he took some advice and went away. So if you recall his first submission, he did Felix and Gotrek, and it's about Gotrek here that he went back and did some additions to it. So the feedback was to go to one extra level of smoother highlighting on the skin tone of this guy. And then the second piece was to do some transition of color through his great beard and mane. So that's exactly what he did. He went to, if we spin and look at the side shot of his crest on the top of his head, he's gone in and darkened up the root of it where it's closer to the head, and then took another highlight layer going into the yellow realm as he got further to the top of the crest. And of course, he did a little bit of that into the beard as well. And then the extra addition to his model from just a few days prior was to do exactly that, and go in on the skin tone and do another extra layer and some select spots on there. And I want to compliment him. He does his skin layering very smoothly. You don't see any kind of hard line of thick paint going on there. So that's good control. And his brushing is really well done on that. So small little improvements like this is another great example that we can all kind of build from of what extra little bit of feedback can turn into. And I should also credit this wasn't necessarily just our feedback that led to this for him. This was from members of our community. It was Mickey Jenver and a couple others that pitched in and gave him the advice to do those couple little extra things to make it better. So for all of you folks out there, this is the lesson I want you to take away. Please contribute. Get in there, and when people throw stuff up and they share their wonderful images with you and they ask for feedback, it's not just up to us three. And it really is less up to us three than it is to the community at large, because you're more eyeballs, more voices. So share your thoughts. Help these folks out.
Definitely.
Yeah, absolutely agree. We do this once a month, and I love doing this, and I love the feedback, and I love seeing everybody's improvement. But I think so much of that improvement actually comes from just all the people who share their time and feedback. It's, a couple minutes to take a look and say what you like about the piece, and say and give some honest critiques in a positive fashion that helps people take their next step. That's the real game changer for everyone, right? Absolutely.
And even the +1s, it seems minor, but it's a nice little boost in the arm. When I post something up here and it gets, periodic +1s, it feels good. It's nice.
Absolutely. Yeah. All right. So let's move on. All right. Well, let's see. I'll take my Dread Sphinx that I did. That's fine. And I know, Jeff, you've already called the Blight King, so we'll give that up. Kieran, do you mind? Let's see. How about quickly taking these other three freaky deaky screamers, which we've already talked about last month, and then maybe if you want to just kick right into the Bloodstoker there, so that way you get a full one. Does that work okay?
Yeah, we did actually talk about Ryan last month. That was on the.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That is way out of date.
It's
arranging it differently. Don't worry about that.
Okay. Never mind. Then we'll just go. I was gonna say, I thought we talked about 3 of those at the end of last month. Then let's have you go straight to the Bloodstoker if that's okay with you. All right. Good catch. I should have looked at the date and saw 131. All right. So this is the Dread Sphinx from Tabletop Miniature Solutions, which I did a little review of on my channel. So if you want to learn more about this range of miniatures, you can. It was awesome. I love everything about this miniature. This was a fun little thing to paint. I love Sphinxes. This was number 9 of my Sphinx collection, so I was happy to add it. And it is female. So right away, Arthur was just killing it with this one. This looks so much like the original artwork, and it was fun to paint. It was a little quicker of work. There are certainly things I could do better on. Things that I would call myself are I would love to see my own wings highlighted a little more. There's not enough exact detail of the individual feathers. I think that I could be a little more clean with some of the gold work, especially catching, like if I had time, I would have gone in and highlighted around all of these cuts and runes to show where the light is catching on the edge of each one. That would have been a good thing to do, pushing that contrast around a little more. And then probably pushing the skin a little more up into even brighter white in some points to give it a little more sheen. Those are all things that I'm not in love with of my own paint job, but sometimes the right color is done. So there you go. Those are my thoughts on myself, but I certainly welcome other feedback as well.
Vince, you actually took the one that I had about the feathers. I think that's the key one for me, that I think the little push it further thing is to differentiate between the little pieces of separation that one gets on a feather a little bit more. But overall, I quite like the skin, especially. Your work on the swords is always going to be quite good. You've pretty much perfected that technique. And overall, I think the model is strong. It's just I definitely hear what you're saying on the feathers. That was going to be my little bit of feedback for you.
Yep, it's definitely there.
It's just because it's such a large portion of the model, and the way that it's posed makes it vital, and it's also very difficult. I mean, the posing of those feathers make for a very difficult way to think about applying the highlights, because usually when you have like outstretched wings, just as you get closer to the tip of the wing, it's going to be lightest. But here you have that weird fold technique sculpting that's happening, and that's another degree of complication here too.
Yeah. I do love these wings. I love that they are in such a dynamic position, like as opposed to just, you know, basically a triangle like a lot of wings get sculpted. But yes, it does. The inner curve makes it especially difficult, right? Getting the inside curve.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it's a great mini. All right, cool. No need to tarry. Let's move on. It's a fun mini. Check it out. Worth every penny. Got some more of those sitting around. Some more TMS undead that I'm looking to do here in the future. But right now, let's talk about another great painter and her fantastic Blight King.
Well, when it comes to Mickey, we know what to expect. Really high level painting, usually an intriguing color palette, especially across her Nurgle models. She tends to get into the purples and the greens quite a bit, but in ways that one might not typically expect when it comes to Nurgle. So this is no exception. Here, Mickey does surprisingly well, even for her, I think, to paint a model with this number of colors without making it look too busy. I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that a lot of her colors are bleached out, and I don't mean that in a negative way. She goes more into pastels with this model and the non-metallic metal that she's done on the silver. And the fact that this is a Nurgle model that's quite worn, so everything is highlighted up with grays to kind of smooth out the colors a little bit, or desaturate the colors a little bit, rather. So I think that's why she manages to include so many different colors without making it look too busy. Some highlights, the metal for sure, pretty fantastic. The flesh, interesting little things that Mickey's doing here, like painting with a purple pastel-y kind of color for the flesh tone, but then using yellow for the boils, so opposites on the color wheel there, or close to, making that work. That's always a winning combination, purple and yellow. The basing is, of course, wonderful, as it always is with Mickey. I want to focus in, though, on one thing that I especially liked. Well, I've got two things that I really liked when I looked at this model. The first is the way that she painted that nasty little mouth arm thing that's being held by the Blight King in his left hand. I think she did a really good job of differentiating those two, because if you know this model, I know Vince is a big fan. He's got a blown up poster above his bed of it. And the model, the left hand, is actually holding something that is sprouting from the left arm, but it's kind of like a attacking mouth stick. It's really weird and kind of bends one's mind to paint it a little bit, because you want to paint it in a flesh color that's just the same as the hand, but then if you do, it looks like strange. So here she did a great job, I think, of bringing it more into a deeper purple, almost red color on the mouth stick and keeping the flesh the normal color. And the two next to one another work quite well. She differentiates the two spaces by having a lot of that gory red color to kind of divide it and make it look like it's two distinct entities. And so I think that's a really good thing. The second thing I really like, we're going to see when we get to the last image. It's just the excellent corrosion work that she did on the blade. Mickey, I always try to give you one piece of advice, though, and so one thing that I've got for you here, I think this model is pretty fantastic. One challenge I've got for you. I saw a guy named Aiden, one of the heavy metal painters for Games Workshop. He just did the Slambo model. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. It's the new Chaos model that came out this week. And he painted amazing bone striations on the Chaos Warrior's head, helmet. And I think, because I'm painting bone, actually, like a couple hours ago, I was painting some bone. And when I looked at his and I looked at mine, I thought to myself, wow, his lines are so nice and thin and crisp. And that's one thing I challenge you on, trying to fit a couple more lines in on these tusks. These look fantastic as they are. I'm not complaining about them, but just as a push you a little further thing, try to make them a little bit thinner next time and see how that works, because it's something I'm definitely going to try to challenge myself with, having seen what he did. He's been posting on Twitter about it, and you could also see the 360 view on the GW site. And just the amount of brush control it takes to do that, those nice thin striations, it's really amazing. So I know you're very good at it. You did it on the War Mammoth as well. And this looks totally excellent. But if you're thinking about what can I do to challenge myself a little bit more, that's one thing to try. I know I'm going to try it myself. So before we wrap up here, I do want to get to that last image where we can take a look at that sweet corroded blade. But those are my thoughts. Anybody else want to?
Aiden, I'll throw his Twitter down there if I remember at the bottom, because it's going to be tough, but I'll try to remember. But you can look at yes. But you're right. And what's even more impressive about that striation is that was all done using like Reichland flesh shade, right? So he's using even a shade, not hard paint. But anyways, yeah,
nuts.
He's a great painter. He's the one who did if people remember the Dark Oath Chieftain that won the open category, like right before Silver Tower came out, he did that.
That was him. Okay, cool. Makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah.
There you go. Anyway, yeah, I like this a lot, and Mickey took some of the feedback that I had said and incorporated, and I think it looks really good. I honestly don't have any other pieces for her. I think it's fantastic. It's a great example of how desaturated colors can be used without overwhelming of what I was talking about before. Like, consider let's all look at this armor, which is ostensibly reads as green, right? We all agree this is green armor. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Now let's for a moment sit and think if this was the same color as the green of like the Sphinx you just saw that I did. How unbelievably awful this fig would look. Okay. Because it would just be so saturated and so bright as to be overwhelming. But because she did this faded, heavy gray, desaturated green, it works perfect with the lighter purple flesh tone. And that combination of the play between those two lets the red also jump, of like the guts and stuff, also jump out and be the dominant color as it works its way around the model. So, I mean, as usual, Mickey proves that she very much understands not just what colors, but how intense those colors should be, right, to really achieve your best effects.
For sure.
All right.
Oh, before we go, I want to just skip to that last image really quick. It's
sure.
The 8th image or so, wherever it stops us. I think we get even a little bit closer if we keep going. Okay. Pretty sure. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yep, that's it. Just to admire that for a moment, the verdigris on there and the variety of colors that she has there. Again, without making it look like Skittles. I know that's not a scientific term, but it's an art. I mean, it's beautiful work.
Oh, totally agreed. A bunch of light touches and stippling. It's good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Back to the top. All right. So I need some music that I play every time. Just like I need the scrolling music.
You want me to hum
like intermission music?
Yeah, exactly. Bum, 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 scrolling. All right, here we go. Dieter.
Well, first I'd like to say welcome back, Dieter. It's been a long time since you've, or maybe not laid paint or brush to paint, but a long time since you've shared it with us. So
indeed,
that's a welcome sight. Very much indeed. You haven't lost anything though at first glance. You know, skills are still there. Got a very sort of pallid flesh going on this fella, and everything is clean and tight and tidy. The gold is vibrant. And the distribution of color all falls within the balance aspects that we kind of think about, right? So we got browns going on the whips. That's a predominant thing that you see, but he's got some tendrils trailing from his, I'm going to call gut plate. And then those manacles that are trailing on his other side. So the color balance there, color balance in the red, color balance in the silver. That's all wonderful. It's all proper. I think that my only tiny bit of critique, honestly, would be in one place only, and that is on his poker, his fireplace poker. I think that is. I think there's some spots on there where your silver needs to be a fair bit brighter. or extend a little bit further, at least on the upper side of this, from where the light would come through. And what I mean by that is, if we look across to the gold and the way the light plays off of the gold, there's some larger plate areas where it's brightest, and then it goes into the folds and comes back out again. And it's a wider band of brightness in a lot of places on the gold, and that's the kind of thing that I think needs to carry over onto that blade as well. Just on the upper side of the blade, like the third one that's closest to the ground, that can stay as dark as it is, I think. But certainly the ones that extrude the furthest, that's a place where a wider band of your brightest silver could appear there. As far as any other critiques and that kind of thing, even the red, I don't. I know that some people might say we want another layer of highlight on that stuff, but I don't think I do, actually. I think I like a deeper crimson as that stands. So I'm pretty satisfied with the way that came together and the balance of the whole composition. Well played.
Kieran, I was having a technical difficulty for a moment. I'm not sure if you mentioned this. Did you mention the way he painted the flesh right next to the prod?
No,
I
didn't, but I
okay.
see what you mean. Like how he transitioned color to.
Yeah,
to
sorry,
the,
I had trouble for a moment. I know it was on my end. It was a headphone problem, but yeah, I just wanted to point out the way that he bloodied and bruised that area where there's the metal fused with flesh. That's a nice little attention to detail thing that can really distinguish a miniature. I think it's really good. It adds to an already great model.
Yeah, because that's a prod that's just sort of stuffed into the stump of his arm where his hand used to be, right?
Exactly. Yeah. It's really cool.
Yeah,
I agree.
That looks good.
Yeah, it is a good touch. Honestly, I'd love to see a little more red tones kind of carried throughout the skin. Not that, not that much, because that's extremely bruised flesh, but maybe a little bit. I think I could dig that. But overall, I'm good with it. We've got some good shading here in general.
Yeah. So welcome back, old friend.
Indeed. That's right. What have you done for me lately? That's the question. Good submission here. Now we need to see more. All right. Let's keep moving. Okay. There you go. There you go. All right.
On the horizon.
Hey, good stuff. All right. So we've got a bunch of stuff here. Look at that. Kieran might have he has a submission. Well, you've got to take those, obviously.
Yeah, I'll tell you about that. Don't forget about this Star Drake a little bit lower, though.
Absolutely. And then let's see if you want to take the drummer here, Jeff, and I'll take the big Star Drake. I'll claim that one because I guess that's just how it worked out, guys. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. It's just complete luck. Yes, I'm excited about this Star Drake. I really am.
Okay, well, lead in with that then.
All right. So I like this guy. Let me go ahead and zip around here so we can. There we go. Okay. I really like a lot of things going on in the Star Drake. Very unusual coloration. I don't think I've ever seen somebody use all these sort of bright. I want to call it like almost pink, like tangerine. He's got like a mango kind of Star Drake here, right? It's very tropical fruit.
Chiquita banana, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I really love it. Like, I know it sounds like I'm being funny, but I'm really not intending it to be in any way insulting. So please don't take it like that. I really, really love these bright colors on the Drake. I think they're fantastic. This guy really stands out. And the shading work on the flesh of the Drake itself, the green that's in there. I love the shadow tones that are used for this green. Let me slip back here. We can see we've got some sort of deep blues used in our shadows of the green, which is a wonderful, wonderful contrast to the yellow, sort of pink and oranges and all this sort of stuff of the wing striations going out to white. Wonderful, wonderful striations in these wings. Let's take a moment to just really appreciate all these little vertical lines he's created here to show this movement in between the two. And same out here too with the wings. The metal, which I think we'll have to go back to this shot. There we go. I love how he's balanced with this sort of X pattern, right, to show the light. I think that's a very interesting aesthetic choice. I don't know that the light would actually reflect exactly like that, but I'm okay with it. I get what you're going for. So I have no problem. I love the working of sort of NMM techniques into true metallic metals. So that's good stuff. The only piece of feedback which I had for him, and he actually already mentioned that, yep, it stood out to him too, now that he was pointed out, was this blue tussle or whatever this is. This doesn't work. And I know it's funny in a figure of this size.
I thought the same thing.
Yeah, to focus so heavily on one tiny thing. But everything in here has such wonderful transitions and is so in balance, right? Like all these wonderful fruit colors are just so wonderfully balanced. The green's up here, and it's also down here on the legs. This is a perfect little triangle right here when we talk about our color triangle. We've got our blue steel nicely diffused. Everything here is in wonderful balance. And then, pachow! Super bright blue of this tassel thing. And it's the only tassel, it's the only color that exists in. This should be probably either the same green as him, as the Drake, or the same red as this, so kind of the mouth, or a very, very desaturated blue like the armor. All of those things would be more acceptable, I would suggest, than what was done here. So, and like I said, I think he already knows this and probably changed it, but this is more for everybody else at this point. So yeah, I really don't have a lot of great other thoughts. I think it's a really good looking mini. I think if I was going to give you one more piece of something you could take, it's that your gold has some really great contrast on it. Like, look at how dark some of these shadows here in the gold are. And the blue steel has some really nice color transition on it. I'm not sure the silver has the same level of transitions. It's got some shadows, but when I look at things like this right here, his saddle and stuff like his armor plates, I think maybe we could have even some more heavy contrast shadows on the steel, and I would be okay with it. Just a thought, but same up here with the hammer. The hammer and his armor are kind of flat to me compared to the wonderful transitions that are happening on the rest of this guy. What about you, gentlemen? Any other thoughts to add?
Well, that tassel suggestion is I thought that it could have ended up nearly white, like he's got some trailing bits that come back off the belt of this fella, of the rider.
Oh, sure.
Like I think when you take that wing shot, you can see it on the top part of that frame, where those bits of toilet paper are trailing away.
Yeah, over here. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So like that was my thought to alleviate that big bad blue problem.
Yep, that could have worked too, because then it would read more like the steel, right? Which is that steel is a very white blue sort of steel, is how it's reading to the eye.
Which I assume is why his motivation to do that blue in the first place was, to have some blue elsewhere on the model, because he had such a element of blue within the metal.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I suspect you are correct.
Yeah, I don't really have anything else to add beyond what you two gentlemen have already said, except to echo the thought that this is really nice and neat, and it's so evocative of like a 1990s paint scheme, which obviously excites me for reasons that are well documented.
Well, let's not insult the guy. Come on, it's much better than that.
What do you mean?
I think you know exactly what I mean, but let's move on.
This guy. Nah, 90s was pretty amazing. It's not
hair metal Star Trek.
Nah, just like they were not afraid to work their way around the color wheel, let's say, in the 90s. So it's refreshing to see. And I think it's just a really sharp looking model. I like it. It's classic.
I agree. It's a great looking model, and we're very happy you submitted it. Of that, I think we're all in agreement.
For sure.
Even though we might have some disagreement on the 90s-ish of your model, I would say it's not. You have many desaturated colors, and apparently that's not a technique they had figured out yet in the 90s.
That's true. You didn't highlight everything with skull white, so that's true. It's 90s in spirit, I guess.
There you go. All right, I accept. All right, so great job, Bill. Glad to have that submission along. All right, let's talk about Jacob's War Chanter, the drummer. I'm glad to see people adding drums to the mini, by the way. It's great.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. I was so focused on the armor because he's got two submissions actually, and this is the resubmit after he got some advice from Merrick Wolf, and I was so interested in that and thinking about like the little critiques and encouragements I'd give him that I didn't even notice the drums. How cool is that?
With symbols.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like this is, I think, the second time I've seen somebody do it, and I love it. More of this. It's great.
It's funny. I like it. All right. So Merrick Wolf replied after Jacob submitted his first pictures, and he said, "Hey, you did such great work on the sword and the armor plates we can see on the legs here. Why not do that same thing on the red armor plates that you have on the back of the model?" And so Jacob took Merrick's advice and did some really excellent work. Why don't we flip it around back and take a quick look at it?
Let's take a look.
So in the original post, you guys can check this out. We'll skip over it once we move on past this model because we don't want to scroll forever. But it was a much flatter red. And it kind of did a little bit of an injustice to the texture and the curves of the panels here. And what Jacob did when he went back is just added some shading, added some highlighting, and it's just significantly improved. That's a great example of what you can do with a good piece of feedback if you want to revisit a model, or if you want to do it on a model in the future when you return to painting similar types of models. Just taking a little bit of advice, spending a little bit of extra time, and really getting some rewards out of it. Jacob's clearly a good technical painter, and spending the extra half hour or however long it took him to do it really paid some dividends here. So really like the way that you did that, Jacob. And I like the model as a whole. That conversion we already talked about is quite good. The obsidian blade, really cool.
Yeah, you know, I'll give a comment. I don't know if he mentioned it's supposed to be obsidian. It doesn't read like obsidian to me, and I'm okay with it. It reads like incredibly polished steel to me, right? Like almost chrome. And I love the effect. I think it looks great. But it's an interesting point. Like if you do something that's so high contrast, right? What you're committing yourself to is that the rest of your fig has to have contrast, right? You can't do one element of the figure. Now, if this is supposed to be hyper reflective, it should be higher contrast than other elements. Like you wouldn't paint the skin in the same way, right? Because that would just look weird because its skin isn't bright metal reflective, but you need to have some kind of contrast on the skin. And that leads to my only point, which is I'd love to see a little more highlight and contrast in the skin to kind of match with how good this is, right? Just now, again, not up to this level, just to say it creates some kind of, it creates a sort of dissonance visually with the miniature if you have a couple elements of ultra contrast and other elements are more flat. So
that's a great way of thinking about it, Vince. It actually leads in perfectly to the one critique I had, which had to do with the flash. There are two quick things. One, I'd like to see a little bit more of that contrast on, for example, the fingers that we see on the model's right hand, so our left side of the screen here. So the fingers between, there should be a lot more darkness in the middle of those fingers because it goes really deep there, and yet it looks kind of flat. Secondly, can we zoom in to the chest of this model quickly? So you've got a great opportunity here with all of the different veins on the arms of these really ripped orcs. A cool idea is to try to pick those out a little bit and to show a little bit of that vein, depending on the color of the blood that you're painting. There's a big debate about what color orc blood actually is. It's gone back for decades. You can make that decision for yourself, but picking it out and differentiating it a little bit can add some really nice detail to the model. Because here it's just kind of begging for a little bit more attention on those veins. So that's one thing to think about moving forward. But overall, looking really good.
Yeah,
I agree.
Through on the scars and cuts as well, and add some more variation on that skin tone.
Yep.
It is not a PmP review if we're not talking about ripped, shirtless dudes. That's for sure.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Different than a regular Monday night, that's for sure.
Yeah, overall, very, very good work. I really like what you did here, and I think it's a super cool. And I agree. Conversion's great. I'd love to see a little more contrast in the skin, and I agree that the veins are a great chance to pick that out. You're absolutely right. That's a great call out, Jeff. Well done, buddy.
Thanks, friend.
And well done to you, sir, for the submission. We love it. All right. Oh, where's my music? All right, here we go. There you go. And we're back. All right, let's talk about some
Benny Hill
gremlins.
music.
Yes,
Something like that, yeah.
let's talk about some skeeters.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you the motivation for these things is the skeeters that come with the Malifaux kit are freaking monsters. Like, they are twice the height of a regular gremlin with just their wings alone.
They are real big.
To fit onto a 30 mil base, which is what you're looking at here. They would not fit on a 50 mil base.
Don't they also come with like 82 million pieces? Like all their legs are an individual little piece, right?
Yep. Yeah, they sure do. So these are, I actually learned the source of them after I painted them, but they are little models for a game called Monster Apocalypse. Apparently, they're supposed to represent giant moths.
All right.
I've heard of that game. Yeah.
Yeah. So my point to doing these guys was I thought they were cute. They had some good character with them, with their big bulbous buggy eyes that come out there, but otherwise kind of look like bees. So the challenges on this one were to make the carapace look like a kind of a warm carapace without looking entirely bumblebee. And then I had some comings and goings and experiments with the wings. I tried to make them look like they were sort of clear, but ended up failing at that. So yeah, very much like many painters in the realm of sometimes the correct color is done, I just kind of pulled the plug on those few attempts and did it this way. In some places, I think it ended up looking a little bit chalky and could have been a bit more smooth, but I at least wanted to show differentiation in the membranes and preserve that rather than wash it all out. And the eyeballs, on the underside, I just simply painted them with a very nearly black color that had a little bit of my greenish carapace in there so that it wasn't reflective all the way around. And then a couple of dots to white and super, super high gloss. That was all that was.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, I like them. They're adorable.
Yeah, it's weird to call them adorable because they're kind of gross, but I totally agree. I think it is that way that you painted the eyes, especially, that makes them kind of endearing.
Yeah,
that's the feature of the model. Really.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the whole feature.
Slathered it with gloss varnish, I see.
Sure did, except for the underside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if
there's go all the way,
Yeah, I think if there's the only things I would give you, Kieran, are maybe with the wood, I would have liked to see maybe a final wash over the wood to kind of smooth out some of the elements of the, like, where it's kind of rough. Yeah. That is to say, like, because you want wood to look a little rough because wood is, rough and stuff like that. So just a little, but it feels a little too rough where I can see like paint strokes in here still and stuff like that, right? And then maybe like I could have gone for maybe a darker green here at the bottom of the carapace or something, or a lighter green maybe at the edge, whatever. Just more walking contrast right across to get like the insect choppy. Because like I see what you're going for. You're going for like that sort of almost scratchy nature of a carapace, right? Where it transitions over this weird color and almost like an EKG pattern, right? Which I like. You've done very well. I would have liked to see maybe one more color in that transition.
Yeah, I think I did a marginally better job on one over the other, but yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong about that.
Yeah, my thought was it's actually really similar to what you just said, Vince, but on the model to the left, just one thin line that goes just on the top of the crest, like a curved line on the bottom of each of those little ribs. Just I don't know the exact scale, but, half of the top of the carapace. Or not the carapace, I guess it's like
the thorax.
The thorax, yeah. Thank you.
Oh,
yeah.
Are we giving insect anatomy lessons tonight too?
Mm-hmm, absolutely.
Good.
All right. Well, very cool. I love this conversion. And yeah, the skeeters. I have a buddy who plays gremlins, and yes, they're big and are super annoying to put together. These are great conversions. Mm-hmm. All right.
Made a good alternate.
Indeed. I'm sure he's going to be very jealous of you now because he didn't have these and he did put together those, 32 spindly tiny arms.
So if anybody out there wants some gremlin skeeters, I got 2 of them unused. You can have them.
The offer's open. What's the name of the game again? And just in case somebody wants to look it up, what is it? Monster Apocalypse?
That's what these are from, yeah.
Okay, cool. I love good alternate minis for sure. All right. Okay. So we've got Jacob with, I think he submitted it again. So we'll go ahead and I think it's still the same guy.
So this is the older.
That was the previous submission, actually.
Okay.
Exactly. Flip it around. Yeah, if you were to, people can go back and flip it around. They could see the older model and the way he's improved. But we already talked about it.
Well, just have a quick look at it so people can see what changed.
Oh yeah, sure. That way. Okay. Yeah, good call.
From a couple
Let's
minutes
take a
ago.
quick look.
May as well get a
Look
look.
how much flatter it is compared to the original, or the redone one.
The redone. Yep. There you go.
Well done.
Good call. Okay. So why don't I take our Stormcast fellow here, the first one of these, and then let's see, we've got another submission from Lee. Jeff, you want to grab Lee's Lord on Dracoth here, and then Kieran, why don't you take the big Shaggy the Shaggoth? Oh wait, those are both from Lee. I'm sorry.
That's both from Lee.
Yeah. All right. Well then,
I could take both of those, and
Jeff, you want to double up on those?
Yeah, I'll double up. I painted a fair share of Shaggoths, which is 1. So.
Sure. Well, hey, there you go. That one.
That's the appropriate number.
Yeah, 1 is usually the most Shaggoths any human being has painted in their life for most cases. And then, Kieran, why don't you take our beautiful Canoness Viridian?
Yes.
How's that sound?
I will.
Right. Okay, so Derek, Beasts and Brews, who's been doing some great response videos to some topics of the week. So there you go. Get involved in all the elements of the hobby. Let's get to our front shot here. There we go. That's what I was aiming at. All right, so we have our Lord Celestine on foot here with his little hammer cloak. And okay, so it's good. I like your color scheme. We've got some nice basing going on. That is to say, there's a lot of different, clearly grits and stuff going on. We've got some rocks and got different size grit. We've got some skulls. All of this is good. All of this is right choices. And we've clearly got some wash techniques going on. I can see, where we've used some Nuln on the steel. So I think, Derek, here are my 2 chief pieces of advice for you. When I'm looking at this paint, the thing that jumps out to me is we're not following the advice of Lord Duncan, and that is we are not thinning our paints here. I can tell thick paint, especially thick metallic paint, from a long way away. And the reason is because this level of you're obscuring detail. Like, it's thick enough I can actually see the detail that's been obscured on this model. And so what I want to encourage you to do is work on, especially if you're using like probably GW metallics here, I would assume. So, they're going to not be great in their coverage over stuff like that. So here's a couple ways you can think about it. If you're going to use like Retributor Gold or something, which is their, the base, still thin that out a little. Get a little bit of water in there. Make sure we're putting it on. Put brown down first underneath if you're going to use that kind of a gold, because then you won't notice when the tone shows through. It'll actually make your gold look richer. You can use a dark brown to make darker gold. You can use a red brown to make ruddy gold. It will all sort of enhance the color of the gold, and it will let you paint in thinner metallics. I noticed the silver doesn't look quite as thick. My guess is that's because their silver metallic baseline covers a little better than gold, as is traditionally the case. So I would just say, in general, let's look for a little more thinning of the paint there to get the detail on. And then, I would think about picking out some more details. I feel like you've got some missed opportunities here where, like, this green on here, these are letterings on his tabard. We could have picked those out again with just some wash. We could just drop some Nuln oil in there and call it a day. That'd be fine. We don't need to go a huge distance. Up here on his shoulder, behind the hammer and behind these lightning bolts, this could be green. Like, if you look at the Stormcast in the book, these are usually colored behind here, and this shoulder greave is usually colored. Just things like that to bring this color into balance around the model. And I think those will be nice steps for you. It'll help break up the model. Like, as it stands right now, we kind of did just like this silver on the back of it, which is fine. But I would have loved to see color up here instead, because as it stands, the model metallics tend to feel mostly flat when a model is mostly metal. This is always the challenge of like Necron players who just have metal skeletons. So you want to make sure that you've got, wherever you can, spread your color out to balance against this metal. Metal looks shinier, brighter, pops more, looks better when it's got matte color to work against, contrast against. So those are my thoughts. All in all, good stuff. I think you've got a good good submission here, and I like your color choices. That's I think you can go to some really great places with this for sure. All right, gentlemen, any other thoughts to add?
I wanted to add one other thought, because I was doing some gold on another model just the other day, and I revisited something that somebody told me ages ago about doing gold and making it look antiqued, is that you can pull it off with a purple wash as well.
It's an excellent point
to that stuff.
Yep.
Instead of the brown, or we see a lot of people use brown or even black soft washes, but purple can do it.
It's a good point.
Good.
Yep.
And that would do something to add a little bit more color into the model too.
And
purple and green
contrast
play
well
off
with
against
green.
each other.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely. All right. Look forward to more, sir.
All
right, there we go. All
So
right.
first, we're going to look at this Dracoth rider that Lee's done up for us. Well, for himself, that we're going to take a look at, actually.
Look at that hot pink on there.
Yeah.
That's something to pick up on right away. Jeff has gone frozen, I think, boys and girls who are watching out there. So let me slip in here and say a few words. Well, the model overall is a very imposing one. Right from the ground up, he's taken an already imposing model and added to that by building up the base and giving it some more height and presence. There's a few extra textures on that base are appreciated by most people here, I think.
Yeah, it's funny, like the little rocks that are stuck into the mud are so important because he kept the rock under the Dracoth foot. And if he didn't have these other gray rocks, it would look completely out of place, right? So it's funny, little touches like that.
Yeah. When I look at this model as an overall thing, I kind of get a feeling of a contrast of between warm and cold. And what I mean by that is through the foliage and the browns that are down below, and even as you work up, you get into a little bit of a cold color palette when you go on under the skin of the Dracoth itself. It stays warm when you get into the gold, of course, and the maw of the Dracoth, which he's painted it to be breathing some liquid hot magma. And then we get back into the cold colors, and the pink to me reads as a cold because he's gone very, very sort of soft and pastel with it instead of going on to the to the hotter red style. And then, of course, the white trailing cloak and silver at the top of the hammer. So he sort of has that staggered as warm, cold as it goes through. I think that if I was to add something extra to that, we would have maybe another spot of warm on the top there. And I don't know how to do that unless you get into a much, much warmer color on that flag that's going on.
Yeah, I agree. There's a bit of like, it's the colors are a little too localized, right? Like the pink is all very localized in one section and the blue is all very localized on the lower part. And I don't know. I agree with you. I feel like there's a little bit of an imbalance in the model. I think one way the pink could be balanced is perhaps if we had some pink flowers, like we could do it with foliage down at the bottom, right on the base.
Yes, exactly.
I think that could really push the pink down. Now, bringing the cold up is trickier, right? Because I think maybe the way you could do that is to either have some freehand of this kind, almost in a deep gray color scheme or something on the underside of the cloak here, which is kind of big and open and flat. That could be a way to do it. We could have these tassels be in like he's already kind of washed some blue in there that's similar. I think if he just pushed that a little more and maybe made like this banner could be that same, you know what I'm saying? Like take this blue gray it out a little more. If this tassel was also that same thing, I think that would help balance that out and push that up.
Well, or how about this? around the armor plating, like on the front greaves of the Dracoth, and then on the shoulder and the hind quarter, around the hammer and the Sigmar squiggles and all that. If he went very nearly white like he's done on the cloak with that, how do you feel that would balance?
Yeah, that could help, having that super bright white to help balance it out. It's just white tends to be so, neutral to the overall piece, right? I'm not sure it would bring everything back into balance, that it wouldn't just read as neutral. Hard to say. I mean, overall, I love the color play. Like, I love these two choices of colors. I think they're awesome against each other. I feel like they're just slightly out of balance because of how localized they are, right?
Yeah, like that back, the shot of the back where you see the whole resplendent cloak as well. It's actually really, really well done. The brushwork and control on that, I really have to give them compliments to.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's done very smoothly.
Especially with pink, which, as anybody who's ever tried to smoothly blend pink should know, not an easy thing.
It maybe begs to have a little bit of symbolism on there. Like, I mean, it's not a have to, but it's kind of one of those big surface areas that you could possibly get a little bit more creative with.
It is definitely a rich with freehand opportunity for sure.
Yeah, it's an opportunity. It's not a necessity, though. I don't want to spell it out that way. Yeah, as far as the whole composition and the brushwork by Lee is it's fantastic. It's really well executed. Otherwise, so it's only color and temperature balance that I think are things to think about with this. If I was to sum up.
I agree. All right, let's take a look at his other piece. Oh, there we go.
Over here.
Mr. Shaggy the Shaggoth. We still don't have Jeff, right? Is Jeff still frozen or is Jeff back?
No signs.
All right. Well, hopefully he'll
no signs of that guy.
So no signs of life. All right. Okay. We can tackle the Shaggoths together then.
I'm sure we can. Well, so again, he's gone with a very different basing style on this one. Clumps of snow. I think we saw evidence of these heavy clumps of snow when he did his Christmas pudding. Do you remember that one? The Christmas pudding.
Do I remember that? Come on now. What kind of a question is that?
I'm asking the people in general.
Ah, yes. They better remember that.
In general.
Fantastic. Bring out the figgy pudding. That's what I say.
Yeah. And so this is done in the similar color of palette in the lower half at the very least, right? Using those happy Christmas colors of a bold red and a very rich green.
Absolutely.
Like you would expect. So this is probably a carryover of that. I don't know.
Had the paints on hand, ready to go.
Must have still been in the Christmas spirit for this one. But that was such an entertaining model, and this one is as well. It's a model that certainly got lots of character into it. The differences that we would talk about in here, of course, is the flesh tone, and I think that he made mention in his little comment here that this was a repaint. So maybe that's why I kind of detect, Lee, a little bit of paint thickness on this one that's not usual for you. So I think I think I recall reading that. Maybe I can go back to that for a second.
Yeah, I agree. You can see it around the face. It feels like some of the details really obscured around the face and stuff. Like we're not picking out the eyes. We don't have any shadows really under there. And I feel like the skin tone is the one place where I'm kind of let down on this, to be completely honest.
Well, it's an important part of it. So there's one upside to that, and he's kind of gone into a little bit of a transition on the belly, right?
Yep.
You look at that front shot. He's gone in transition to a little bit of greenish before he's going into scales.
Which I like that very much.
Yeah, that's a good effort to do that. I would have liked to have him carry that around the whole.
Yeah, kind of maybe
to be truthful.
All of it. Yeah,
to come around his back and his flanks as well. But anyway, that's the one thing to add on to that, I suppose. His other shots here, he's got a Chaos War Shrine. As we flip ahead,
I'm trying to find which one's the best shot for us. Oh, we can just cycle through. So my initial thoughts on the I'll kind of zip through here. The War Shrine's again playing in this nice mix of blues and pinks. I think again here where I'm kind of not feeling it on the War Shrine is the other than the fact that I hate this model to the core of my being, but that's not his fault.
It's no corn cannon though.
it's you're right. You're exactly right. We mean that in different ways, but I agree. The sort of troll, ogre, whatever these things are, these, you know, mutants on the bottom. Being like so hyper purple and being the only existence of this ultra purple on the model, I feel is really rough. I think these probably should have just been probably your normal skin tone, you know, just like the guy on top. They would look relatively neutral and fade in. If you wanted to do them a little different, push them into like a pinky purple skin tone that goes up to highlighted flesh, so that way they're kind of both of these figures here mixed together, which would also be fine, and maybe communicate kind of the idea of what you're going for. My
instinct on that was to go into the blue, the soft blue, like you did on the flames.
Yep, sure. That could work too.
But it has to have a little bit of a color in there. Otherwise, you got to have some subtle difference at the very least to make it look like a different material.
Right. Yep. Yeah, I love the blue flames. The gold on here is very good. It's got some wonderful highlights. Like, we don't have a great zoomed in shot, but if we can get the face, he's got some good highlights in there. Silver looks good. We got some good washes. I'd love to see a little more contrast on the bone, but things like the book, like, let's take a look at that book. Like, look at that wonderful work he did on the book. Really, it's just amazing. Like, such wonderful little detail, the like sort of illuminated manuscript style. All that's really good. I just feel like it's really the mutants at the bottom that let this one down.
But that actually reflects the point that I was making about material difference. Yeah. So the book shouldn't look exactly the same color as the horns and the skulls.
Right.
So there just needs to be some other layer of highlight. It might only be that fixes that problem, and lets the eye identify that they're two different materials, one being harder and softer.
Yep, I agree. All right. Well, good stuff. We'll look forward to more, of course, as always. Always excited when we get some good submissions from Lee.
And Chaos comes to town.
Indeed. All right, let's talk about the canon.
Tell you what, let's do this.
Okay.
Let's go to Ryan's stuff in the middle here.
Okay.
And talk about that, and then we got two back-to-back canon that we can compare.
Fair enough.
How about that?
Okay, I'm down with that. So Ryan, of course, is doing his big Chaos converted army for the budget of Sigmar 2, and these are his pink horrors. I love how, despite the fact he's gone for the yellow color scheme, he has managed to keep a little bit of pink in here, but still also call to the yellow of his broader force, which is, you know, all in the yellow color. A lot of fun here on these guys with all their weird poses and different arms and positions. Again, they're jumping off all these different rocks and stuff like that. We got the bases look a lot cleaner, so he clearly listened from last month. Good job. Happy to see that, Casual. So that's good stuff. Overall, and most of them, the transition between the pink and the yellow is somewhat smoothish. I think it could maybe be a little smoother between the two in some of these places. Like, in some places you've got some nice smooth transitions, and some you got a little bit harder lines than I think you'd probably want to. And if you do want to go for harder lines because you want to show like a random warping of the flesh, one good way you could do that is through dots. Like, you could have it go pink and then just start becoming pink dots that go out into the yellow. Think of like, you see this a lot with demons, but you know that, like, a sort of spot pattern that gets more and more spread out and thinner, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it kind of happens on, I imagine that kind of happening on sea creatures.
Yeah.
That kind of thing that have a little bit of that going on.
Yes, great example. Yes, octopuses and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I like the imagination in these things, and I like the boldness. I mean, we've seen it on his streamers before, how he's done this kind of ochre yellow that comes into the fleshy pink tone on these things, and I think that offsets really nicely. My couple things that I think I want Ryan to maybe add on to, so everything's gone well up to this point. The add-ons are just as you suggested, that transition, and the couple spots where you got flame. Bring that into darker tips. Imagine how it goes into red, or even kind of burns off into a burnt umber kind of color on the tips of the flame, because I prefer that kind of look.
Yep.
Because otherwise, on the bursts that are coming from these guys' hands, it's not so important. But when you get to a bigger surface area of flame, like it's on the standard top, on that photo of it, that's where that becomes a fair bit more important.
Right, you've got so much of it. You really need to make that visual distinction, right? Otherwise, it can just look like a big sort of samey mass, and that's not what you want. You want fire to have a very alive sort of, almost like dancing different set of tonal variations. I'm going to make up, by the way, gentlemen. I've decided that for not this month, but for next month, I'm going to make up PmP review bingo. And, it could also be a drinking game if people like. And you bet your bottom dollar that one of the squares is going to say tonal variation. Vince says tonal variation.
Yeah.
All right. Welcome back, Jeff.
Jeff says
Hey,
gloss
thanks,
varnish.
guys.
What's
Yes.
my thing? What's my thing? Wood? Wood?
Exactly. Yours is talking about wood. Yes, wood grain.
There's also black borders on bases.
Black borders on bases, taking your pictures in front of a book. Yep.
No flash. Yeah.
I'll fill a bingo board easily. No doubt about that.
Yeah.
Hey, I hope you guys gave Lee some good compliments. I'm sorry I got cut off there. I especially liked his pink cloak, and I imagine the video cut before I got to that. I was wondering why Vince wasn't changing the picture for about 30 seconds.
That's because you weren't talking. But yes, we did compliment the wonderful blends on the pink cloak.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Great work, Lee. I've got a quick thing about this. Ryan's banner top here. We need eyes on these. These white surfaces here. Little eyeballs. The all-seeing eye of Tzeentch.
Mm-hmm. At the very least, make them gems, right? Like bare mins, they could also be gems, and I would be excited about that. But
never pass up the opportunity to put lots of creepy eyes on something.
Especially Tzeentch models, they do lend themselves to it, no doubt.
Handy tip, kids. Put eyes on. Put creepy eyes on things.
Handy hot tip. Yes, indeed. All right. Okay. So let's talk about some canonists.
Yeah, we got a couple in a row here to talk about canonists, Jeff. So
cool. I got some thoughts for both these guys.
All right. Oh, I'm excited. Since one of them is mine, I'm very excited.
Sure.
Yeah, this is a big deal model, hey, to the people out there. Iconic representation of an old John Blanche piece of art.
Absolutely. I love this art.
Talk more about in a second.
Yep, John Blanche, one of the greatest artists of all time. Hey, don't mess with my friend on Facebook. Thank you very much.
Oh, that's interesting.
Anyway, I'll just continue.
So the challenge here, obviously from Victor's perspective, and maybe we'll see it on yours as well, is black armor, right? I struggled with this a couple months ago of doing black transition without it looking too chalky or without it going too. Without it end up looking gray instead of black, and we talked about that a couple months ago about how to control that a little bit. Unfortunately, I think here it does look gray instead of black. What do you guys see it the same way?
I think he went a little more gray than he should have. Yes, and I think honestly, it's twofold. I think one is the level of highlight, but that's fine. Like the original art does have some extreme highlights, but they need to be contrasted by ultra dark pure black on the lower parts of the armor, and that's what will make it read as black, right? If you look at the art, he's got white highlights and stuff on the cover of the book. We'll see it in a minute, because I actually have the original cover in my submission. But the dark is black, right? Just like black, carbon black. So, but yeah, I think that's true. Now, I mean, one of the things that Victor did that I actually quite like is he didn't make the skulls on the chest super bright white, right? I think I've seen a couple of these get painted where people make the skulls like super bright white skulls, and then they just contrast. They jump out way too much, right?
Yeah, so
he made a really good choice there. He's also got some great clean hazard stripes on the gun. Like those look really good.
His red to orange I like as well on his chin. That's handled really well.
You guys actually already talked about my compliment and my critique. Compliment being those really sweet looking hazard stripes. I think those were excellently done.
Yep.
My critique was going to be that, yes, exactly. The gray in the loincloth is the same as the black armor. And those are, so one of the surfaces is supposed to be a sleek leather, right? And one is supposed to be like a woven cloth. And so there should be a little bit of differentiation there between the two, or else it kind of it messes with the illusion of the different types of textures.
Right.
Yeah, much like we talked about with a couple of Lee's submissions, is that you have to go to some kind of different level of highlight and or shade with those two different surfaces and approach it mildly different to make that differentiation of hard versus soft material.
Right.
And sometimes that's the breadth of highlights or the way that it's brushed on. The preciseness of the edging makes a surface look harder. If you have a sharper edge to something rather than a softer edge, that gives that illusion.
Mm.
Yep, I agree. It's I think you really nailed it, Jeff, with talking about the texture differences. Yes, the different elements. Yep. But good stuff. I mean, overall, obviously, it looks great. I mean, Victor, you know, in no way am I saying that this doesn't look really good, because I think it does.
That's excellent.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Well, you said you have some things to say about mine. I'm as always ever grateful for anything on a competition piece, and this is for Adepticon, so you know this is try hard time right here.
Yeah, I mean, I could scratch my head for some critiques. My things were going to be mostly compliments, actually. Just the approach to the model. I mean, we talked about this a while ago when it was in the developmental stages, and I think it's been well executed. That the model is jumping out of the painting. I think it's really good. Just creative.
Real quick here, we'll start with this.
Yeah, there you go. You guys can see it there.
There you go. So here's the
original
art. Okay, this is John Blanche's original artwork, sans that would have been used for the cover. I would just like to point out when he originally painted this is like a massive painting, right? Like when people do these canvas paints, like these are giant things that are several feet by several feet. So it was a real fun challenge to try to paint this in 2-inch by 3-inch size. That was fun.
Yeah, let me 10 seconds on Blanche. I don't dislike Blanche as a painter. In fact, I really enjoy this stuff. So the box art and the codex covers and stuff like that. I've always liked that, all the full color stuff. My issue was like the Zinch, or not Zinch, the Demons army book, where there's a lot of sketchy stuff that is standing in for some of the really nice, executed, harder artwork that takes a lot more time. That was part of my issue, that Games Workshop loves his concept so much that they were just kind of putting sketches in as like the stand-in for what is usually like really well painted art. And so that rubbed me the wrong way. But I think Blanche is a visionary, and I think, Games Workshop owes so much of their creative design to him. And so I'm not trying to besmirch his honor in any way. But yeah, that's why I grumble about Blanche occasionally. Anyhow,
that's okay.
That aside, really cool. I mean, really cool concept here of just the model being removed from the two-dimensional painting. I think that's going to turn some heads at Adepticon and earn you some points for creativity for sure. The smoke on the bolt pistol, also really excellent. You guys touched on this earlier about the painting of the skulls.
Mm-hmm.
So here you have a great degree of contrast, but you didn't pop it up too bright. Which I think your biggest problem there would have been, if you had done that, the white in the hair. I think that using the dingy the colors that you've used here on the bone was really the right way to go with it, for sure. Yeah, like I said, I don't have much in the way of critiques. I usually try to give you one or two little things that you might touch up in advance of the competition, but let me think for another moment. I mean, I've looked at this before when you submitted it, but Kieran, why don't you give your 2 cents, and I'll think on it a little bit more.
Well, I have one thing on the things to think about of a change here.
Okay.
And that is going towards white on a greater length of your blade, of your sword blade. For the sake of balance issue, because her hair is so white. And of course you want to look at the center of the model, but we talk a little bit about balance, etc., etc.
Sure.
So without going to white on the bone that are scattered around her feet, I think going harder white on that blade does something we were just talking about, and that is it will make it look harder, and it will also delineate it more as a surface texture than the skulls that are down below. Because at first glance to this, it's in the same color neighborhood as all that bone stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, the goal was obviously here was to replicate the colors of and choices of his exactly.
Yeah,
right.
well, I get that. Yeah,
and the sword, like that was my best read I could get on the sword. The color choices that he used for this sword are so interesting, right? Because it is this sort of almost bonish color. Like he's using very unusual colors in the hard blacks and browns and whites on the sword, compared to this, like, her hair and her gloves are just this shock white, right?
Well, the top edge of that blood channel, though, is white all the full length of it on his artwork. So maybe you could extend on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and look, I'm looking at them side by side because I've got it up on a big screen where I've got both images, the artwork and your model. And I wonder if the same thing could be done with the scrolls, the purity seals. Those are more bone colored, more bleach bone colored, tan. Whereas in the artwork, it looks to me that it's a little bit more white. Can we flip back to the art for 1 second and just confirm that? Because that's what it looks like to me, but it could be my monitor as well and how that's calibrated.
Well, you're not wrong. They are.
Here, these guys.
So see, those and the sword and the hair all kind of pull that same white color out to my eye. And the gauntlets as well.
Sure. Yep.
So that's a thought.
Okay, that's a good thought. Yeah, I agree. These aren't popping quite as much as they are in the art. Certainly, that's absolutely true. Yep.
Yeah.
But let's not go away from this without really complimenting you on, first of all, the idea and the concept of trying to replicate this art. The addition of the depth of the display that you're putting this on, and then the craftiness actually of silhouetting her against the background, the flat background piece. I think that's a really good addition. I like that.
And I think this is the best flat background you've done yet. You've been really working up to this for several months. And the amount of detail in that art, in that two-dimensional art in the background, and you're doing it in miniature. Blanche had the advantage of doing it on a large scale. The photos look small, but the art, you say, is larger. So the painting itself. So that's quite good. And you sell the dimension, the three-dimensional look. The background is set back far enough. The people up closer are brighter. It's good work.
I'm
very I hope we've left you with a couple thoughts.
There you go. No, it's good. Yeah. I'm going to go back and look at those. It's all good. Those are very good thoughts, and I deeply appreciate them. I'm very happy with her. But yes, and joking aside, it really did get shared with John, and he sent me like a friend request, which I thought was totally awesome. I mean, he's friends with a lot of people on Facebook, and it's just Facebook, but it was still like, oh, that's cool. That was very nice. So.
Yeah, like the childhood you was like, oh my God.
Yeah, absolutely. Awesome. Sure, absolutely. Like, yes, no doubt.
Yep.
Okay. So let's see here. What have we got? Well, if nobody would mind, I'd love to take this big Lord of Change here. And then
you're excited about those?
I am indeed. So then I think probably Jeff, you'd want these squigs, right?
Yes.
I figured as much. So, Kieran, do you mind taking old style Saint Celestine?
Do I mind?
All right. It's never a problem when it comes to Victor's great work. Okay, so let's take a look at 10 Dead Gods. The first Lord of Change we had submitted. I'm excited. This guy's sitting in my to-be painted stack. All right. So let's look in here at this guy. As Victor would say, let's give a look. Now, I love we're using, he's so big, we can't actually fit the book the normal way, so we kind of had to be creative, and that's fine. First off, on color choices, I very much like the color choices here. We have some nice gray desaturated purple, and then same with the blue, and that's helping to balance out having all these different colors on here, because we also got the green that actually has even some yellow green in it. So I think all that's very good and fine. I have no issue with any of that. The model itself is so big and so detailed. And you've done a good job of picking out all these distinct elements of our Lord of Change here, and really giving some nice choices. Let's take a moment to look at the wonderful like green metal scales he did in here to kind of tie in with the rest of it. I thought that was very nice. Just little touches like that. Lots of green metal on here to kind of bring it all in. Those are very good color choices. He's got the blue metallic armor, which he's got this wonderful contrast on where it gets nice and dark down here at the edge, but then has this ultra high light at the top. Very, very nice choices to have both the colors themselves reflected in the metals in various ways, which I thought was a good choice. Even the purple, like all of these colors are reflected in similar metal colors, but the metal colors have much more contrast. Now, when it comes to the model itself of this size, there are two main pieces I would give you here. The first is on the wings. I feel like the wings are still a little flat for how detailed these wings are. I would have loved to see a little more variation around the wings, especially like up here's maybe okay, but I'd still maybe these little like tippy tip, like stray feathers here that are kind of, peeking out could have a little more variation on it, like taking these closer to white or something. Where I'd really love to see it is down here on these on these feather tips. Just, going in and hitting these edges of these wings, I think would be very beneficial to have these pop and stand out a little more. I'd love to see a row of darker shadow here and a row of higher highlights here. So on the upper edge and the lower recess. Just so we get more of the layering nature of these wings, the way the feathers lay over top of each other, I think would have been my main thing I would have liked to see here. My only other feedback to you is, and I don't know if you said, I have to go back and look at the comments and see if he said it, but what's going on with the base here? What's up with that? Wait, we're going to get a base here? Because that's not a base as it stands right now. I need to see something on a model like this. Don't paint me a giant, beautiful centerpiece model and then have him standing on brown, I guess. I don't know. So maybe you're not done yet. Maybe he said that in the comments and I missed it, but I definitely want to see an impressive base here. So that's all I'll say. Any other thoughts, gentlemen, on our big Tzeentch demon?
I get a feeling he's gone Nurgly with this. So even though you were hoping to get Tzeentch action going on this month, even this one returns to Nurgle a little bit in its color tones.
Bite your tongue.
It's true. You can't deny it. Can't deny it.
I will deny it all day. Tzeentch is a many-colored, sparkly rainbow of fun. He can he can be whatever colors he wants. That's what I'll say.
Yeah, I have nothing to add besides what you've already touched upon, Vince.
All right. Let's move on then and take a look at beautiful Saint Celestine.
Now, this harkens me back because I did a Battle Sisters army probably 15 years ago, and I actually did it in a similar bone color to what Victor's chosen to do here, although not nearly as well, because, well, A, I was crappier then, and B, I'm still not as good as Victor now. So I complimented him on doing that bone color army, and here is another. What I want to talk about here on this one is, again, color temperature. So it feels like a warm thing on the inside, where you have all the bone colored armor. That's a very warm. It's not a hard white. It's not a cold white, because he's got some brown and tan in there in the depths. That carries on through the gold trim that he's got in a lot of spaces, and then moves out to cold, where he goes into silver blades and blue cloaks and fabric. Of course, color execution is the usual Victor case, top notch. When we get to the backside, I think there's a couple of spaces where it's not totally smooth on the cloaking as we generally expect from Victor, but I'm not going to take him to task on that because, again, the guy's a well-controlled painter and quite prolific there. The one thing that I think gets washed out, unfortunately, a little bit is wings on these creepy cherubs that come out there. He's probably made an effort not to be too sharp and distinctive with that, but unfortunately looks washed out, especially on the backside photo against the white backdrop. Well, it matches very closely to the hair color of the two ladies on either side flanking Celestine, but the hair on Celestine in the middle is actually more of where you appreciate the texture of it a little bit more. And I think that if it went darker in the separation of the feathers within those wings, we would see a little bit more sharpness to that. But that's my minor comment of criticism on these things. It's a good set of models and makes me mildly envious.
Yep, they're beautiful, and I agree with everything you said. It's I think here, one thing I'll say about the white of the wings is I wonder if he shot this against like a black background, how much better these would look. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
It's just a little thought. Like, one, their flight sticks would disappear, right? They wouldn't stand out so much. Just a small note, but as well, like the white of the wings and that would contrast and stuff like that. So, just a couple of little thoughts. Like the background you shoot against can often really impact people's perception of the figures. But, yep, agree with you on all your points in the colors.
Really
Jeff,
pretty.
any other thoughts? Yeah, great stuff.
Yeah, nothing really to add except just that somehow I think through the color placement he's made the white work, even though it's there's quite a lot of bone on the model. So having those two working together can be kind of challenging. In that, when I see white and bone, I tend to think that one or the other would be better. But here I think it works quite well, and I think that has a lot to do with placement of the color on the model. That they're never adjacent immediately; they're separated by flesh or blue cloth or what have you. I think that's really. That's right. It's just Victor knows what he's doing in terms of composition, and it shows here.
Yep. All right. Squiggies.
Squiggly beast. Not just squigs, we got lots of Moonclan.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Vince, I'm going to ask you to just slowly cycle through here because we got quite a few pictures. We want to take a quick look. I want to give just some general thoughts on the army as a whole because we got so many.
Sure.
And by the way, my girlfriend loves gnarly cave squigs. It's her favorite Games Workshop model. She's even got a little voice that she does when we talk about them. So.
Oh, that sounds cute.
We all love Moonclan.
You just got a weird insight into your private life that I'm not sure I'm comfortable with, but all right, continue.
No, don't you worry about a thing. It's adorable. All right, so moral of the story, though, looking at this army as a whole, and we're going to see it as we move across all these images, he went for, went for a subdued look. Whereas Moonclan Grots typically have like bright reds, yellows, and so on, he's going for more pastel colors, purple, blue, green, and a drab tan. He also painted this army in a remarkably short amount of time, less than a month, really more like 2 weeks, which is quite amazing. So obviously he's not going for showpieces or competition level stuff here. He's trying to paint an army and like a man on a mission, and just really impressive that you were able to accomplish as much as you did here. My one critique for you that kind of carries throughout the entire army is I would have liked to see a little bit more texture on the basing. This Mangler Squig actually looks pretty good. When we get to some of the individual models, it's a little bit flatter. And so that's one thing I'd recommend to you. I know you're going for something like a darker kind of moonlit paint scheme. I know you talked about that, but just a little bit more contrast on the gravelly soil would be pretty key. But overall, this is just a really cool looking force. Let's just keep flipping through. I mean, we've got like I think 12 more photos. We can move through them quickly. But
sorry, I just love the Mangler. I was really just staring at him because I love that fig so much.
Yep. And now here, great attention to detail with the mushrooms. That's a great look.
Yep.
We're gonna get to a banner at one point in the near future that we've seen before. It's cool.
I'm sure we've seen a Skarsnik before as well.
We have, yeah. We spent some time on that. So I think we're just kind of celebrating the army as a whole that he's completed here.
Yep.
Yeah, and this sort of light brown versus soft blue is a really good color balance.
Talk about old
soft blue comes up on the moon sigils and all that.
I just bought a box of these guys for D&D miniatures. So, and Vince, we'll talk. We're gonna have a conversation about D&D and miniatures. I've got an idea that I want to talk to you about because I know your thoughts on them.
Hey man, it's perfectly fine. We can talk for hours. All right,
let's do that. But yeah, these models are awesome.
Absolutely. I really do love his color choices. I've mentioned saturation a lot in this one so far, but it really is a good use of desaturated colors. His blues aren't these vibrant blues. They're very whited, grayed blues, right? His purples aren't hyper purple. Like if you think back to the mutants that run to that war shrine, they're very gray infused so it has this wonderful, like the life has kind of been knocked out of it because it's been underground and it's kind of worn and dusty and stuff like that, which I think is a good look for Moonclan. I think this is a really, really unique, cool take on Moonclan Grots that I don't think I've ever seen anybody use this particular color palette before. And I've got to say, I quite like it. Oh yeah, that big banner.
The one thing I'd like to have him do if he goes back to it is to find a spot on some of the rank and file troops to get at least a little tiny spot of that soft blue somewhere.
Oh yeah,
I mean, obviously that'll carry over onto shields if he ever has guys that does shields. But I'm looking at these bow models and wondering where he could spot that in.
Talking about the old school bowmen, or yeah. Because they don't. Maybe a pouch, like a money pouch or something, would be placed.
Put little freehand moons on stuff.
Oh yeah, if you did it like right above the brow on the hoods.
Yep.
Yeah, there'd be a space there. If you did a little tiny one. Yeah, just somewhere else, because I'm looking at this one army shot where it's mostly the bowmen and they don't have any appearance of that little soft blue on there.
Yep.
And I think it looks empty, mildly empty without it.
Yeah, because like all the shield goblins obviously have it on their shields here in this one, right?
Right, the spearmen, yeah.
There's a thought for you.
There you go.
Back to it if you do.
Great stuff, man, and yeah, super accomplishment. Like speed painting's its own thing, and heck, that's way to get the full force on the table fast. All right,
for sure.
Let's keep going.
Now I'm gonna do 2 more rounds with you guys, and then I have to tap out. But we're getting close to.
Yeah, we're making our good way through. We're almost in the middle of the month. In fact, I think we are basically at the middle of the month. All right, so let's see. Why don't I take this Dieter's Stormcast here? Kieran, do you want to take the half track? And Jeff, if you want to take Mr. Horus from D. Cartier. Sound good?
Should we do intermission at that point?
I think we can get another round in on top of that at least.
Yeah, let's do 2 rounds. Is that good for you, Kieran?
Sure.
That works. Okay. Right. So let's start with our Stormcast here. Interesting use because we've got the candy coat sort of gem paint as the shoulder guards and whatnot. What I really want to I want to give a big compliment and a challenge for the next time. My big compliment here, first of all, I don't mind the candy coats. I think they're fine. It's a very unusual choice, but I don't have an issue with it. Obviously, the shoulder pads aren't made of gem or glass, but at the same time, it's an interesting choice, and I'm more or less fine with anything people do with the color scheme on Stormcast. I think it's all it's all fair. It's all game. My thing I want to call to everybody's attention is the wonderful marble work on the base. Like, Dieter, this marble work is just great. I had mentioned he could have like some very thin black stripes, almost black-brown, through taking some Agrax in a very fine pointed brush and just running it along, also in a very thin way in the same directionality, because marble tends to have a couple thin black streaks in it as well, or black-brown streaks. But that's minimal. And that's a total optional thing. I think this marble looks great. Like the brown staining and the way you got it to fade and stuff like that, and the different sort of chunks throughout it are wonderful. And it carries over into this, fun red stripe. This is really, really good marbling. My one element for you to work on is the steel. Your steel is like painted steel, washed heavily, because this is black. It was like this wash pooled, and then relayered on top and a highlight on the top. What I want to see is more control over the wash for you, Dieter. Like these chest pieces should ideally be, first of all, we shouldn't go this dark. Like there shouldn't be blackness in the recess here. It's not that. Maybe like at this very corner it would go black, but this should be softer toned. and then carry that Nuln down. Like put it on your brush, get most of it off, start here and pull to here and pull to here and pull to here, right? That way we get some nice shading here on the lower part of the chest, and this is our highlight point. Stormcast have a really nice sort of body structure for working on how to shade the various parts of armor, because it's very well-defined plates. And I think that that's the one thing I'd like to see here. So that's my thought. What about you, gentlemen?
Just to echo your point on the silver there, Vince, you should be using so little wash and not letting it pool, so much so that you should be able to see little circles around the rivets. So if your wash is pooling past a circle around those rivets in the center and below the neck, then you've got too much wash on there. And you could always do two thinner applications of wash too. That's another option for you.
All right. Any Kieran, any thoughts?
One texture point here is he's used that candy coat thing on the shoulder pads, but he's not done that on the tabard and the drapings around the waist.
Right.
So that's again one of those subtle delineations about differentiating a hard and soft surface.
Yep.
I mean, we're using a different material here in this candy coat style paint, of course, but that just touches back on some things that we spoke of earlier.
Agreed. No, absolutely. It's a great call out. Yes, I'm glad he didn't use it down here on the leather, right? It would have felt weird to have leather that same weird shininess, but on the shoulder pads, I don't mind. Okay. Let's talk about some, we don't get enough people doing historicals. We talk about this a lot. I love it. Let's see more of that. All right. So the Waffen SS half track.
Yes, this is done by a fine fellow named Kieran, who is not me.
Yes, different Kieran.
Yeah, it's possible. There's others of us. Yeah, so he tells us this is a model from the bolt action range. So this is in the same scale that we're used to, of the 28 mil style. Very lovely floral pattern sheets that you've taken this photo on, Kieran. Looks very nice. but more seriously. So the challenge to himself here, of course, was to do camo pattern. And camo pattern can be a bit of a chore because it can be overdone, underdone, not uniform or not uniform enough. And striking a balance in between all that thing is the challenge of doing this. Many of us who are involved in this hobby right now probably did some form of tanks or planes in the past and have a little bit of past experience in this, myself included. So I think taking on that challenge and doing this kind of dotted pattern was worthwhile experiment. Here's the things that I want to add on to this, though. It does feel a little undone for a couple of reasons. And that is that all this armor plating still needs to have some kind of edge highlighting appropriate to the color that is painted. Because we're dealing 28 mil scale, you have to force that contrast. It's why we talk about doing edge highlighting on all the other stuff in the fantasy realm. It still has to happen, I think, here in this historical realm too. The other thing I would have said about the spotting pattern is it also could have some bit of depth and color delineation to it as well. So what I mean by this is, for example, if we look at the pattern that's mainly brown, let's say, and then it's got some yellow dots in between it. If you did a dotting of a halfway in between color first, and then the bold dot of the yellow on top, it would sort of have like a bit of a corona or an aura around those little spotty dots. I think that would look pretty sharp if you were able to do that. I know what I'm asking is a whole lot of extra work. That's going back and doing that whole layer on every dot all over again. But I think that would really sell it as being more complete. And then of course, whenever you talk about military models, the true guys that take it to the next level is that they make this thing look battle worn. And we can talk for ages about different techniques and ways to do that. Chipping of metal around the fenders, building up a little bit of grit and dirt amongst the tracks and the wheels. There's all kinds of ways that you can do that sort of stuff. And I don't know that we can maybe talk about it at length a different time about doing weathering. But there's all kinds of products that can do it. There's the powdered pigments that can be applied to this kind of thing. You can use your traditional washes like most of us use to go in between the armor plates and that sort of stuff, or even rough up some surfaces if you actually put on some texture. There also is another common product called Typhus Corrosion that Games Workshop does that you can lay on top of there, and it has a small bit of grit within the paint so that then you can have something to bite onto if you're going to do a little bit of dry brushing on there to actually work over some roughness. So there's all kinds of ways to do it, but I think that is what takes military models to that extra level, is really truly that weathering aspect of things. So Vince, you can flip through a couple of photos. You got some different angles of this, but to finish off, Kieran actually said that he wanted to throw up a snapshot of one that he did 3 years ago as his final shot here to compare some advancement in painting for him. So he's gotten more elaborate with the patterning on the more recent ones. So those are all the snapshots we saw earlier. But on this one, he actually was a lot looser with sort of the fuzzing out of the camo pattern on the edge work, which made it look like a more battle-worn thing overall at the first glance. So although the paint work is sharper on the prior efforts, the more recent efforts, on this one, there's some part of it to me that feels like a more realistic thing because of the roughness of it, and makes it look battle-worn.
Yeah, I almost would love to see the same stippling method he's using around the edge end up back here.
Yeah,
right?
To fuzz those edges.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. One other thing is the green never crosses the brown. Right? Like with the camo patterns, I'd love to see, you understand what I'm saying? Like we have the yellow and then we have green and brown as our camo sort of occlusions into this. I'd love to see those cross, right? Green under brown, brown under green. You know what I mean? As opposed to just always being one over the yellow. So just a thought.
Yeah.
What I would say is I wonder if he's using some of Dr. Faust's advice here, because Dr. Faust used almost the same set of colors and painted a thing when he was talking about it. And if you are, because Dr. Faust uses the same dot technique in between here.
Yeah.
So if that's where you drew this from, Kieran, I would go back and watch it again and watch what he talks about with the camo patterns and laying them together. As well, I would watch and talk about some of his videos on weathering and doing the various things that Kieran was talking about as far as rust points and stuff like that. He has great videos on all that. So it just occurred to me because the technique and the coloration are very Dr. Faustian. So could be just great minds think alike, but there you go.
Could be.
All right. Okay, so next up, Horus from Mr. D. Cartier.
Yeah, so we've got one of our most beautiful models submitted this month, I think, here. I'm really blown away by the quality of the painting. I mean, there's lots to dwell on. I think the weathering of the stone on the base is quite amazing. All of the different colors that you've mixed in here without making it look too busy on this beautiful scenic base. The depth of the flesh tone, the little bit of object source lighting, the glowing around the on the cheek there, the glow from the eye of the wolf pelt. It's kind of supernaturally glowing. I really like. I like the way that you've done the really sharp skull white highlighting throughout. It's the kind of the theme that you've gone for here, the paint style. I think it works quite well on this nice looking model. I'm quite blown away. I don't know what else to say. Really, if we should probably flip and keep looking at all the different angles, because he supplies us with a lot of them. Just the attention to detail on this. Like, look at the beautiful glazing that he did on all of the stairs there. We've got really all the colors of the rainbow working there, but they're working in harmony. The skulls that he painted on the back that we can see at this angle, and maybe even the next one coming up too as we rotate. He painted the skulls almost like Bleep Boop paints his skulls, where it's kind of like a darker skull color. So it's less of the yellow, more of the beige and white.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's pretty cool looking. Excellent contrast on the flowing cape. Good freehand. If I had to give one critique, we could see it probably if we flip around to the front. That's probably the best place to give it. So he's got two red colors at work on this model. So on the one hand, he's got this maroon kind of color that's all those little tabs. Yeah, all those little straps of leather. Then he's got like a cherry red color on the cape. And he's kind of got three, because he's also got an orangey color in the eyes. Yeah, Vince, you're pointing those out there that are scattered about.
You're hitting on the thing I was going to comment on. Go ahead.
Yeah, my thought is, well, I personally probably would have picked one, but given that you picked two, I wonder if he might, if we were to zoom back, if there's that photo, yeah, we could zoom back. It just strikes me that if this bright red were in a couple of places, like toward the bottom left-hand corner of what we're looking at here, I was thinking like bolter shells, if he added just a couple of those little bits, because I know they sell those plastic bolter shells, and just to add that cherry red in a couple of places just scattered about, just to, because right there with that one big, swooping cape that's that bright cherry red, given that it's not reproduced in other areas of the model, just strikes me as a little bit strange. But Vince, you said that was a similar thought that you had. What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, so for me, there's so many great things I want to point out here real quick. First off, the wonderful scarring on the armor. Let's give a moment to realize how much he's done interesting scratches in life and brought vibrancy into what would be otherwise be flat plates of the armor. Let's talk about the wonderful cold non-metallic metal gold, where he's worked so much black in to fit Horus. Like, I've seen a lot of people use that style of NMM with Horus. I think it's great. So all that looks really good. He's got purplish tones here in the mace. Horus's mace, again, absolutely wonderful. You pointed out the OSL, the glow around the head, the blue tones where it's colder up by the front as well to work in and really contrast that. And then the stone, I really want to hit on the stone. He's got yellows, he's got reds, he's got oranges, he's got blues worked into the stone. Yes. Look at how lifelike that stone looks, how real, how organic because of that. And obviously the green marble. The Tyrant of Teal very much approves of this wonderful, green eagle here. Now, yeah, so the thing you pointed out, this is the color that doesn't fit. It's this one. Let me say that. It's the crimson. Okay. If this crimson were just the same color as this cloak, I think you'd be fine. I think you can have the orange eyes, because those are traditionally the thing, right? Like Horus has this sort of coloration, the orange eyes of chaos or whatever around him, and that's fine. That's very much in style for him. But I don't know why we went into crimson on these little I don't know what you call them, tabard pieces or whatever, and straps, and a really vibrant orange red, as opposed to this being more purple, right? To pink, actually, as this being going to orange, highlighted to white, highlighted to orange, right? That being the difference here. And I don't know why we made that choice, because I feel like it would actually tie the whole thing much better together if this stayed in the same vibrant red and the eyes started darker, skipped most of the red and went straight into orange and yellow, right? But then I feel like we would have a general alignment of spectrum. Does that make sense?
Definitely.
That does.
So this is obviously not a plea to you to repaint this, given that you spent so much time already on it. We're just thinking through the color theory of it for future projects for you.
Yeah, and obviously this is gorgeous. Let me just be very freaking clear about that. Gorgeous. Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, the stonework is the home run hit for me. Like, as you said, we notice all kinds of subtlety of color that goes into all that. And even when you spin around to the back of the base, you see some orange and all that kind of thing. So
let me jump around here real quick.
And he's even reflected some of that color, works its way into, if you pause on that snapshot for a second, works its way into the fur of the wolf pelt too.
Yep. Little bits of brown.
You can see orange and you can see blue in there.
Yep.
And all those kinds of things that are reflective of the source lighting that may be around this guy. Right.
Agreed.
Yep. Well, guys, I'd said we should do one more round before taking our innovation, but I'm going to vote for pausing here
Intermission?
if you don't mind. I spent a little while gabbing about Decardier's model there. Got a little carried away.
Well, I would like to do this next round because it is actually rather quick. Is it like there's not a great deal? Is that okay?
Okay, all right. Yeah, let's
All
go
right.
through it. Okay.
I'll take the muffins. Kieran, why don't you take the Kin Eater from 9th Age, and Jeff, you can take the Wolves, because I think these are 3 simpler submissions. Then I'll remember we pick up on Merrick's sword handle next time.
All right,
so
sounds good. Yeah.
Okay, so I know Muffin, we saw this last time. And the reason I knew this would be quick is because most of the feedback I gave last time on this guy we reviewed last month is going to hold true for these guys. I just want to point out he's done some great work here on carrying the blues through to the other units with her. I'd love to see a little more of it even on these guys here. Just a little touches of blue here and there, but good use of the, very bright. We talk about this a lot, having the threads be called out, very clear. I like the white skin tone. I think that looks very nice. The gold has some good color variance, some good tonal variation to it. I'd love to see it pushed even a little more, a little deeper shadows in places like this down here, on the sides of the ridge here, under the helmet. But on the whole, he's got some good bases, very organic, lots of different textures and grasses. The gold and silver really do pop. Like, the highlights are high enough. I'd love to see a little lower low lights, a little more shading. But overall, very cool stuff from him. So we'll kind of just look through the individual models. And I feel like the skin even has like some pretty good work to it. It's mainly white, but there's enough yellowish or brownish tones in there that I'm okay with it. This girl being the real knockout for me. I like the way she came out. And notice she does have some of the deeper shadows in the gold. I feel like it's the other models that we're missing as much variation. But for her, she's wonderful, wonderful variants all over the place.
Also, like the crackling, he got a good depth of crackling in the base on a couple of those too.
Oh yeah,
the ones that have the cracked earth displayed.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Very deep, right?
Yep.
That looks really good.
It's great stuff. Overall, I really like how this crew, or whatever you call them in War Machine Hordes, whatever they're called, this group, I don't know, are coming together. They're looking really cool.
War group or something like that.
Is that what they're called? I don't know.
A crowd? Are they called a crowd, maybe?
No, they have a name.
No, probably not.
It's a party. Not a game I've played. I don't know, but I like what you're doing. All right. Let's talk about that Kin Eater.
Yeah, we've got two here with Brian M that are right next to each other.
Oh, does he have two?
Yeah, it's this and the Wolves are also
they're both.
this.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
okay.
so
why don't you take both those, and Kieran, you can take Perdita real quick. There you go. That's fine. Okay.
Sounds great. Yeah. So actually, thinking about the Kin Eater next to the Wolves is really instructive, because here I think you've done a great job of adding some additional colors to your model. So you've got a nice deep orangey color to the flesh, and you highlight that all the way up to the white, and you're playing that off against the white background. So we can see pinks and oranges kind of washed into the recesses there. And I think that looks really, really good, especially against the white background of the basing. And so, just a really nice, creepy, frosted looking flesh tone that you've chosen here. I want to compare that to the Wolves, if we could hop over, because I think this works quite well. And now we come to the Wolves and we see very kind of simple, gray. So we have just the gray, the white, a little bit in the tongue. That's the only color we really get in these models. And then you've got the white basing there. So let's think about these models in relation to the Gorger that you did a moment ago, that we looked at a moment ago. Here, we could add some other color somewhere, be it something on the base, be it a little bit of a blue or some kind of color added to the gray pelts, some variation to the fur. You mentioned in your introduction, Brian, that you were using an airbrush for the first time, and you're doing some dry brushing here on top of that for the fur, and it looks quite good. But I'm craving one more color, something to add a little bit more life to these, especially given that you're using a snow base, because usually we get a little bit more color on the soil or the flowers or what have you, but here you went with snow. I think we just need one other color. Figuring out some way to do that, washing it in or layering it up into the fur could be one solution to that problem, but we need a little bit more color here, I think. But overall, cool looking models.
Yeah, I agree. A little bit of touch of maybe some black, maybe a little brown, right? Just something. A little, maybe like the eyes could glow a color, just a little bit. Yeah. Even maybe some blood on the snow. I could handle that too.
Sure.
Okay. And then let's take a look at Perdita, the alternate Perdita.
Yeah, so what she means by this is this isn't the true model that shows up in the game.
I like this one better though.
Oh yeah, absolutely. She certainly has lots of character to her. This way, looking sassy as she is. So going through this model, I mean, what we have is really a pretty limited color palette that she's chosen to work with. There's a lot of opportunities of brown here. There's a few opportunities of red, and then she's got white and then various basing material. So the separation of different styles of how the brown is applied. So on the chaps, that's a very rich, deep leather color that she's got going on in there. The hat goes into a little bit of a brighter color, and then the wood that she's standing on is a very pale and actually well worn. She's weathered it really nicely, that part of it. And then of course she's chosen to do a little bit of a different color brown on the water barrel that's just behind her. So the distribution and separation of those all those materials, and I keep coming back to talking about this thematic thing about material delineation of hard and soft surfaces, is done fairly well here, I would say. The skin tone itself too looks very lifelike compared to that. She's got some rosiness into that skin tone, and I know there's only a small couple of places you can see it in the two snapshots that she's got here, because she's looking over her shoulder, but you can still tell that even under the shadow of the brim of the hat. You can still tell that there's some rosiness to that face, and she's worked in some red color into that, which of course is going to play off with the red bandolier that she's, or whatever that's called, that goes around her waist. And although it's more violet going down her pant leg, there's still some redness that appears in that too. So
I almost think it's the same thing here as we just actually talked about, the combination of the purple crimson and the red. I think I'd almost love it better if that band running down her leg were in the same red.
I was just going to say that. Yeah.
Yep. Sorry, didn't mean to jump ahead of you there.
Yeah.
The other thing that I think that I want to be a little bit more the same is the weathering and the roughness that she's done on the platform that she's standing on the wood. Should carry over onto what she's got going on to that barrel as well. At least around the posts that make the edges. That would make more sense to me. If you want to keep it darker up around the top, because she's actually got some live water in there, right? Like she's done some water effects to let you know.
Yes, I believe that's the case. Yep.
That it's containing wetness. So wet wood shows darker than dry wood. Clearly, dry wood is going to appear to be chalky and pale, whereas the wet wood's going to appear darker, but not necessarily on the outside of this, right? On the inside, certainly, but not the outside.
Well, although one must assume that water trough is not watertight at the same time, right? So you'd have leaks and stains, and I'd love to see some organic greens and blacks where mold or organic stuff is grown on the outside lower parts, probably where it's leaked down.
Yeah, but not if it was done by a good woodworker who sealed it properly.
Fair point.
So those are my couple of additional critiques, I suppose. Otherwise, it's rich with some life. Oh, actually, one other thing I wanted to make mention of, when we look at this shot and you focus in on the sleeve itself, there's something about the way that the light plays off of that I feel like the way that the light strikes it, that there should be more white on the back of the elbow. It should be lighter on the back of the elbow.
Yes. Right in the back of the this area. Vince can't see this, but yeah, that exactly where Vince is indicating there.
I knew what you meant.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's just one thing that seems as a tiny fix. We can by no means be displeased with this piece of work, though. It's all pretty fantastic. Couple of tiny critiques that you may or may not take away from it. But
yep.
Yeah, it's a great submission.
Good stuff.
I think this is her first one to us too, isn't it? So
I believe so. Yeah. So
another big welcome to those new contributors that are spending the time with us.
I agree. All right, so I think we'll pause right there. We're glad to have you along, and we look for more. We welcome everybody who's new to the PmP. We had a lot of new people this month, and I hope to see some amazing submissions. So we'll pick up after a short intermission. We'll play some intermission music. No, we won't. We'll be right back in just a second. All right. There you go. We'll be back in a second with a wardrobe change. All right, we're back. Intermission over. Everybody's changed clothes, showered up. We took a nap. We're ready to go.
Got a mug of hot drink.
Exactly.
Well.
We're ready to keep reviewing. So here we go. Let's just jump right back into it. Jeff and Kieran are both still with me. Gentlemen, are you ready?
True enough.
Yes.
Let's do it. All righty. Oh, hey, there I zoomed it back up to the top. That's a neat thing I just did. Okay. So can you see my screen okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. So we left off with our lovely alternative Perdita, but somehow Merrick's sword pommel hilt thing jumped below. It was above before, but so we'll just take a moment. It's not totally a miniature, but we'll just take a moment and talk about this together. Clearly, we've got this little thing here, and he got it, and it wasn't, it's obviously painted not as very well or whatever, just from the factory or whatever. Look at how much better that looks after he did it. The man has mastered fur painting. Let me say that.
Nice.
Yeah, and just by blacking out the nose and making that bolder and brightening up the eyes, it puts a lot more
softening
life into it.
Softening some of the recesses, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah. Night and day.
It really is. Yeah, that's cool. It's a fun little example of how you can, paint other things. Like it's pretty fantastic, honestly. He got that. He was just like, nah, I'm not happy. I've got this very particular set of Taken-like skills that I've developed, so I'm going to use them. I love it. All right. So then let's jump into our miniatures proper here. Why don't I start us out with, I'm going to say Yarny, but I don't, because my guess is the B is silent.
Yeah, it feels right.
Okay. With this Chaos Knight here. And then, Jeff, you've been doing some Blood Bowl if you want to take Dez's Blood Bowl team. And of course, we've got the big Mega Boss. Kieran, you up for a Mega Boss?
I'm so up for a Mega Boss.
All right. So let's start out with Bjarni. Okay, so this is his first time, or Yarny, or however you say it. I apologize if I'm screwing your name up. I most certainly am. I screw up everybody's names. All right, here we go. So this looks like the Archaon, of the old Finecast. Archaon could be the metal one, hard to say, but looks like Archaon. Obviously converted over a little. So good use of the, there we go. That's a nice front-on shot. Good use of the new, cracked, shattered earth bases. I enjoy that. Little snow. Got some good colors down on the bottom there. In the little horns or whatever sticking out. Yeah, I mean, overall, I like a lot of the choices you made here. What I'll say is you got some interesting balance on the green. You really tried to spread it around. You got the eyes, you got the third eye, the horse's mane and eyes, making that creature very otherworldly, which is, of course, fine for Dorger. You've got his cloak and whatnot. So I'm okay with all that. I think what I would say is a few things. One, the horse itself, the highlighting is a bit stark, and that's because we're working in gray tones here, and gray tones are famously difficult to blend because gray gets lighter by the addition of white, and white is very opaque, and so hence it's very streaky in how you blend it together. So I think something like a final glaze of a dark gray or black, something lacking most white, would probably smooth that out pretty well. My only other thought that I'm really not supporting is this action here, and that is the golden hooves on the horse. I know this is a weird otherworldly creature, and I'm okay with that, but I just I'm not sure what's being captured there. Suddenly having that weird metallic sheen on hooves, something you expect to be organic and dirty, it just doesn't read right, and it's always going to come off strange to the eye. I think it's, I get it. I get the motivation behind it. It doesn't look right. It will never, I don't think I've ever seen it look right. I've seen a couple other people try similar things. I tried similar things. It just doesn't work. So that would be my feeling there. Beyond that, I think it's really good mini. Like, you've got some good colors around. They're used very interestingly. It's a neat take on it. I love the white of the armor, especially contrasting against everything else. Yeah, there you go. I would say smooth out your gray transitions a little, and maybe not gold hooves.
I've got one quick thing before we move on too. So the way that you painted the mane on the horse, and also the little hair on the legs, and also the tail of the horse. So you're doing a gradient from dark green to scorpion green. Of course, that's the right choice, busting it up to scorpion green. But one thing I would do to make that gradient a little bit less rainbowy is if you were to allow the highlight color, so like the scorpion green or whatever the midtone is, to be kind of like jagged, meaning some of the strands are a certain length of that color, and then the next strand is less, and then the one after that is longer again. I'm not exactly explaining this the way I want to, but like, you want to stagger it a little bit.
May I take a crack at it, Jeff? And
Go
I
ahead.
know exactly what you mean. So let's take a look at this little section right here on his leg.
Mm-hmm.
Take this very light scorpion green, and let's say here we're going to drag it up to here on this tiny strand. And on this one, I'm going to drag it way up here. And this one, I'm going to leave it where it is. This one, I'm going to take it like maybe up to there. So it's not like at this point on it, it ends here. On this point on it, it ends here. There's an intermixing of lights to darks.
That's exactly it. Yep. So that it's staggered.
Yep. Good trick with fire. Good trick with any kind of like very lengthy flame-like transition.
Yep. But otherwise, a really nice model and some really interesting color choices here.
Yeah. Very, very unique. Very cool. I love white, the all-white armor Chaos Knight. Go ahead, Kieran.
Yeah. Cool.
I was just going to say that this is always a striking color scheme to do these pale green and white together. Back to the days of being a young kid and looking at Eldar models that were painted the same way. There was that attraction. But aside from that, I also want to compliment him on the shoulder fur. That's really well done. It's convincing texture on that, and he moves through a lot of different color transition throughout it. So that looks very natural.
Yeah. Good gradient on the horns too. Let us not pass by somebody who ran from white down to a fairly dark Agrax on the horns. Always got to call that out. We're famous for pointing out bone transition. All right. Oh, fun with Google Plus.
So next up, we're going to have Dez's Blood Bowl team.
Yes.
When we get there. And Dez said in his intro that he was in some kind of car accident, but he's okay now. And Dez, when you're feeling back up to 100% health, let's get some Blood Bowl in, because this team looks really sweet. He painted it as a commission for a friend. This is just a primer for him because he's going to do Dwarves and Scaven for his own team coming up. But this is just a quick paint job for a buddy of his. And I think they look really awesome for just a quick commission job where you're not trying to spend 40, 50 hours on the team. You're trying to get it done quicker. So what we have here is a nice striking red scheme complemented with white markings on the shoulder pads and on the head, on the helmets. He's also got some gold here, as you can see, and then some neutral tans for the football and for the straps and things like that. Like the way that you painted up the red, Des. I like the highlighting up to orange. I think that came out really well. Could be a little darker in a few of the recesses to add a little bit more depth to it. But overall, it looks nice. I think if I were to give you one critique, and again, I know you're doing this just as a quick job for your buddy, but if this were your own team, you were going to spend a lot more time on it, I'd consider introducing another color into the mix here to break up some of this red. If we scroll forward a couple more images, we're going to get to see some individual models or pairings of models. Yeah, here, so the way that you broke up the red a little bit on the boots is good with the white. I think you could do a little bit more of that. We have knee pads. We have, almost laces on the shoes that just are all red here. We have that perimeter on the bottom. If you were to look at an NFL player's sneakers, for example, today, you'll see a lot more colors mixed in there to kind of break up the monotony of the single color. Here again, I'm going to repeat that you're going for a commission job, and it's just something you're trying to do a little quicker. But Another thing you might do is thinning out the white and doing more layers there to make it look a little less chunky, because sometimes when you try to paint white in one or two coatings, it's a little difficult and it doesn't quite have that nice smooth gradient you might want. The number markings are another standout feature here. Look pretty good. They're done a little bit less precisely, but we might expect that from a Blood Bowl team that's making their own uniforms and their own numbers. Those guys have been concussed more than once, so that actually kind of works on this. Kind of like the Scaven have a certain way of doing their fonts. This human team has kind of its own little font to it as well. So overall, a great looking team, nice quick job, and your friend should be paying you handsomely to take this burden away from him so that he can get on the pitch without having to pick up a paintbrush.
Yeah, and I feel like the base obviously could use some more inspiring little bits on there. If it's the idea that it's on some kind of astral granite, I guess there's probably not much room for spotting around and putting visual interest on there. But I don't know, it's probably something the imagination could come up with that would put something down there.
Yeah, I mean, what I'd say, if nothing else, if we're talking about like an astro granite or something, mix in some other colors, you know, like take some very thin glazes of reds, blues, browns, whatever, and kind of, you know, mix them around very lightly, and then re-dry brush your gray over top of it. Like that kind of thing's a great way to add some life, some tonal variation. There it is, into the stone, but still have it look like stone, right?
Right. Yep, agreed.
All right. Agree. Good stuff. Okay, Kieran.
So next up, we're going to look at a big orky mega boss done by a fellow Edmontonian. Kyle has been spotting around doing all kinds of fancy stuff lately. In fact, I think, if I'm not mistaken, he pitched this into a local painting competition that just ran about a week and a half ago. But I don't know what the result of his showing-in was at, so maybe I'll ask him about that later. But this guy is full of interesting add-ons and strap-ons. This guy is not a simple model to begin with, but Kyle has gone and added all sorts of extras to it. As we scroll through some of the tighter photos, you can see that he's put a snake through the big skull trophy that's on his left shoulder. He has got some other horned demon head coming out of the opposite side to give that a little bit of balance. And he's also really dressed up that axe and done a great paint job on there. And I like the balance of this. I always felt that this model, the greatest problem for a painter was to balance out that gigantor skull that's on his left shoulder, because it left so much imbalance in the model itself. But he's done something here by putting that head in, which I think really, really helps that out a great deal. So I got big kudos for that. As far as the paint job and making that armor, that red armor, looking really rough and coming to a bright edging to make it look like it's, you know, that sort of superheated forged metal looks really great. If we can get a shot of the axe itself, he's done some really interesting patterning on that. I don't think he's trying to do it reflective of lava, but it does give you that at least coloration and feel that it's a forged of some kind of molten material. But he's done some striping in there within the face of the axe that I'm kind of attracted to. Actually, I like the patterning of that. And it's done, you know, just by doing up some soft buildup of color. I think much like he's done on the red armor, that could benefit from a little bit of a glowing out from it, and you would be able to convince me that it was sort of some glowing yellow embers that are zooming around on the surface of the blade. If it went a little bit more orange before it got as dark for the red. So that's one additional tip I might add. The rest of this, as far as the armor plating and making the under armor, so we look at the dark and more metallic stuff, that's done really well, and it looks worn and used and weathered like we should have on this guy. Looking at the face of the fellow, though, there's one thing that I think missed a little bit, and I know that you're trying to do a bit of a glow out of the eyes of this guy, but I'm afraid it just ended up looking like you just overpainted it. So there should be some softening of that glow coming out of his eyes that goes up onto the skin around it. You can get really bright, obviously, right in the center of the pupil, but as it sort of blows out, then it can't be as intense a color or as opaque a color, because it should still allow some of that translucence of the skin tone beneath to show through. So that would have to be softened up to give you the convincing glow out of that one.
Yeah, it's funny you called that out, because that was the one thing that stood out to me too. Like, glowing eyes are a thing, and part of the key, I think you're exactly right, is there's a couple of keys to glowing eyes. I actually just noted it down because I need to do a full hobby cheating on it. But you need a dark rim. Like, there has to be darkness around the eye as well, which sounds funny. It's a glowing eye. Why would you want darkness? Because it sets off the brightness when you've got a dark rim. So, like, specifically to address what I'm saying here, you need the brightest, hottest spot in the center of the eye, and it needs to fade to darkness, to a slight dark ring, and then it needs to be the brightest. But the brightest on the outside of the glow needs to be about the middle of the eye glow, and then it needs to fade down to normal skin tone in a glaze. Something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And you guys nailed that critique. That's one that I would have raised. Another one is I think you should really pick out the straps that are fastening that giant skull to the arm, just to make it a different color than the bone itself, because the straps get a little lost in there. So it could be another neutral color, but maybe like a gray or something would be fine. And I also want to say, to echo Kieran's thought about the red armor, I think it came out really, really well. And this is exactly the sort of depth to the armor that I was talking about a moment ago that I was encouraging Des to do. So here you've executed that masterfully, and came out quite well.
There you go. Yeah, I agree. I like the armor. I like the axe. I think it looks really good.
Yeah, and I'd be curious to see if Kyle comes back to this picture and comments later what the result of painting competition was for him.
Yes, inquiring minds want to know, Kyle. And I know he usually watches this, so we're waiting for you, buddy. We want to see the comment. Don't leave us hanging. All right. Very good. Let's move on. Okay. Scrolling, playing the music.
Should we record something that we can just like play each time we got to scroll?
Jeez, oh Pete. I'll tell you what. Okay, so
maybe the rawhide music.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So let's see. Why don't I'll take my own Zangor real quick. Let's see. Kieran, do you want to take D. Cartier's incredible Necron Lord? And then Jeff, if you want to handle the Space Marines.
Love to.
All right. So Zangor. Yeah, here they are. They happened. There's 20 of them. Look at all of them. So many. I don't know what to say about it. I did a video on them about how to speed paint to a higher quality. I wasn't concerned with making all 20 of these guys perfect. There are numerous flaws. Allow me to point out some for all of you. The transitions on the blue is not as sharp or as smooth as it should be. The purple needs to have more pronounced contrast on the cloth and the hair. The skin and the little fur that is on it is picked out, but not picked out enough. The muscle edges could use some higher contrast. The transition on some of the gold could be a little bit stronger. Like it always gets washed out in pictures because this gold is so reflective because this is the liquid gold. But that being said, I know what it looks like in real life. And let me tell you what, it could be stronger. Yeah, those are all things that I did not as good as they could be. Any other thoughts? What else did you do up?
No, I mean, you know what it's about. I mean, it was a project you were trying to do quickly and for fun, and that can be really liberating. You know, we know you're capable of painting to a really high standard, especially for these showpiece models that you're painting up for competitions. But you know, these skills can be ratcheted back, corners can be cut. Tyler Mengel from Mengel Miniatures has an awesome blog, and at one point he talked about how like when you practice painting quite a bit, you can start to cut corners and make it work. And I think, you know, it just depends on the amount of investment of time that you want to put into any given project. And you know, you set that level and you meet it. And these look perfectly suitable for the tabletop. They're going to impress most opponents and all opponents really. No one would be disappointed with this unit. I think it came out nice, you know.
Yeah, I'm happy enough with them. You're exactly right. I mean, this was I need to clear my palette, whatever you want to say. I need to paint something that isn't a competition model because this happened in between, right after the girl that we just looked at, right, the Canonist Viridian, and that was such a lengthy, involved piece. I needed something low stress, if that makes sense.
Yeah, there's something fun about painting like that every once in a while, so it's good.
Yes. All right. So there you go. Still try to do a little bit of fun stuff on the banner because always do fun stuff on banners. All right.
Well, this next one is going to be quite the masterful treat for us to look at, fellas.
I'm pretty excited about this one.
Holy shnikes.
Yeah.
This is
such a good model.
You can scroll around all you want to here. Make sure that we get.
Yeah, let's stick on this one because I love this particular photo.
Yeah, and this encompasses the whole thing. So, I mean, the glow in all those places that it's orangey red and oxidized is so very convincing. The first thing that you'll notice, of course, is the orb that's tucked in his right hand, or left hand, sorry. But even when you go down and see all the little orbs on those, what are they called? Necron scarabs, I think they're called.
Yep.
Even those ones have an intensity that you can't help but notice from afar, and I think that is really fantastic. He's of course balanced that out by having some orange oxide earth that these things are all emerging from, coming out of their tomb worlds, and that's really well handled as well. But it's still the same sort of orange and color grouping without being as intense as the glow that's coming from the other thing. And this is what we talked about earlier, right? How you have similar color groups but different textures. So you have to use the color a little bit differently to represent that texture. Otherwise, you're convinced it's the same thing, and why does it look weird? But in this case, it doesn't. Mm-hmm. Now, going through the rest of all the armor plating on his engines, as well as his, what are we going to call this, his surfboard?
Sure.
I'm sure there's a better Necron technical term, and those guys who love Necrons are rolling their damn eyes at me right now. But this is done with some very sharp highlighting. Soft transitions in between, though, so you're still traveling from a fair bit of color distance in each armor plate, and that's handled very brilliantly throughout that. The other thing that I want to add is, if you can find me a top over shot, is he has interspersed a little bit of oxidation into those pod engines as well to get a little bit of that orange business into there, as into even that part, so that it's not nearly as intense as the other places, but the rusting on some exposed metal and things like that just does bring a little bit of a color balance as you transition from top to bottom. The other thing that I thought was visually interesting on here is up on the shoulders of the Necron Lord and in the orbs that are on his, again, surfboard. He has a bit of lightning crackle going on in those things. And that's worth looking at because it's a fine detail work. It's sort of not a cross hatching, but it's not traditional, like forking out lightning, but he's done some kind of lightning patterning on it that really looks cool. And especially on these orbs, he has a hard, intense line that then softens out. It's a fair bit more subtle on the shoulder plates of the Necron Lord, but it exists there as well. And so, when it comes, now that we've lavished all the praise, the only thing that I could say that I have as a critique is at the front of these engine pods, there is some kind of sort of energy coils at the very front end of them that are in that cage. And I think that I would like those to be a mild bit more differentiated level of green-blue, or even a more intense blue, to delineate that it's engine coils instead of just more metal casing like the rest of it. I think that would have some value, and the places, and you wouldn't have to do much different than just brightening it up, because you have some bright sharp edges on that surfboard up top, And he also put on the bottom side, on the one side of the base, some sort of sigil disc that has some glowing patterning in it too, that can balance off against.
Right there.
Yeah, right at the very, very bottom is the one I'm meaning.
Yep.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to say, I'll tell you right now, not, spoiler alert, but this is my favorite model of the month. Okay.
Yeah.
I love everything about this. Let me tell you the thing that catches my eye the most. Like, there's a lot of great work going on here, all things you mentioned. I totally agree with. But the standout piece to me is on the composition of it, right? Like, this guy is so off center on the piece. So one of the things you talk about in art is giving the figure room to move, right? Like, if you've got a figure in motion, then you don't put him in motion in the center of the frame, which in our case is the base, right? Whether that be a display base or a normal base, because the problem is then there's nowhere for him to move. He has put him way off behind the base, right? And as a result, the figure has a natural motion to it because we got a bunch of open space, negative space right here, where it looks like this figure is in motion. It's going this way, right? So just the simple composition is what stands out to me. Not that there's not a ton of other things to also like, but that is the one element that I particularly happen to love. Yeah. Obviously the OSL is top notch. I mean, duh, you don't need me to say that. I think everybody looking at it has eyeballs, and that's would be the main way you would identify that. I guess, if I had to say sort of any feedback for you, okay. My only thoughts are a couple, and keep in mind, this is minor stuff. Okay. Some of the pod is too clean. You have some damage and scratches here, but they don't extend everywhere. Okay, like this pod here, I'd love to see more of that consistency carried through throughout. If it's going to be damaged, let's keep it damaged or not. And then up here on the Necron Lord, on the actual guy, the OSL is really strong, and let me point out that he's wonderfully done the shadows. Like, this side of him is very dark. You can't see the OSL at all. This side is very bright. You can, which is great. Like, yep, thumbs up. No issue there. That's how it should be. My issue is I would love it to have... Go to a shot here where you can see it. Oop, nope. I want to get to his face. I feel like his face, which is, still a focal point of the miniature, certainly, even despite the glowing orb. There we go. I feel like his face isn't quite as sharp and well-defined as it could be, given the light. I would love to see almost more deep shadow right here and right back here to really cast this, and maybe even some bright, like, orange eyes to match it, because I feel like that would pop it out. Like, I'd love it if we could shoot the contrast on the face up to 11 between the sharp orange edge glow, even though that might not be accurate. Like, this shouldn't be glowing as much, but perhaps if we had some orange eyes, we kind of fake the combination of it to create the art more than the realism, because I think setting this as your center point would create a straight line of balance on the model between his face and his glowing orb, and it keeps the eye moving around this particular guy. That's a very nitpicky. Some may call it nitpicky, some may call it nuanced critique. You can pick whatever you want. As I said, this is my favorite submission of the month. Oh, God bless it.
When you say French words, it sounds better. So when you say words like nuance and critique, it sounds better.
That's a good point. So anyway,
French words.
Awesome stuff, man.
I just had one quick thing to add. I mean, you guys have covered a lot of it already. A fantastic model. Vince and Kieran both were absolutely correct in saying that it's stunning. It's a wonderful exploration of how you can use hot and cold colors.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that the way that he's integrated the hot and cold in subtle ways. So, for example, at the bottom, when you got the scarab swarm, floating around. There's a lot of warmth down there, but then the metal is tinted with that turquoise color, and just in a nice subtle gradient in a way that pulls the whole model together. And then on the top, where it's predominantly the cool color on the engines, if you look closely at some parts that were weathered, and I agree with you, Vince, that weathering could be spread throughout the entire engine to kind of sell it a little bit more. But if you look at the weathering there, it's done in that same color family as the orange and browns in the bottom of the base. And then they come out also in the object source lighting that the Necron Lord has. Just a wonderful composition, a wonderful piece for its composition and for its execution.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good point you make about the color temperature, because we talked about that on a couple of compositions earlier in this too. So
Mm-hmm.
it's good that we come back to that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a masterclass in it right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I completely agree. All right. Let's talk about some Space Marines.
Tom Stevens hasn't painted up Space Marines, he said, in a decade, but he's returning to do it for these Betrayal at Health models, because you have to paint the models before you can play the board game. I totally agree, and that's why I never finish and never play a GW board game. I get halfway through painting them and put them back in the box. So that's the hell I live in. But here, Tom made it through the unit, and I imagine several others are coming soon. This is an excellent start. Now, he's painting these as board game pieces, and these are way above what they're needed to be if you're just playing board game. They've got a really nice, clean paint scheme here with the red and black. He's got some cool object source lighting on that plasma gun that we can see on the top of our screen. He's got some water slide transfers that he's using, and it looks as though he's going back over them with some medium or some sort of paint to disguise the edges of the transfer. So those are nicely sealed down there, and they don't come across as transfers because they look like transfers. They come across as transfers because I know that those transfers go in the box and that he's used those out of there, but otherwise we wouldn't be able to tell. I think that my favorite part about what you've done here is the way that you've painted up the red. He's been mixing in, we often talk about how you can go the pink route or the orange route with highlighting. I guess there is actually a third route that one could go, and Tom's done it here, where you mix in gray, which does bring you close to that pink. But if you do it enough, and with enough of a gray, it makes it look weathered and bleached out and kind of old and worn. And I think he's executed that nicely here. We can see it. Say we were to look at the plasma gunner there at the top of the screen. Look at that boot right in the front, where it's almost like a leather boot that's worn down, like the paint is rubbed off of the boot of that Marine. So I think that's all quite good. If I've got critiques for you, I've got two of them. I think one, the plasma gun object source lighting goes a little bit further than I might bring it, to the point where that white is just spread out a little bit more than I think it should be. And the second thing is, I'd love to see you highlight up the black a little bit more. It looks like you've gone from black to a medium gray. I think that mixing in a little bit more white in just spot colors or spot areas on the for example, we have the heavy bolter guy up on the top of the screen. Hitting each of those rivets, or whatever you call those little bumps, could do quite a bit for you if you were to put a dot highlight on those, and then maybe a couple thin lines on some of the other black areas where you've got those large black sections, just to sharpen it up a little bit more. I think that's the direction I'd go with it. Lastly, I said I'd only had two, but I've got one more that I'm thinking of now. I think the basing could use a little bit more. Here, you're clearly going for something like an arid climate, but I think just a little bit more interest added to the base, whether that's washing on a different color to break up that the deserty kind of sand, or adding a different kind of basing material, a secondary tuft with a darker color, for example, would do it. Those are my only little critiques for you, Tom. I think that this is a really nice looking unit, and I'm eager to see what you do with the rest of the kit, because I know there are many more models in that Horus Heresy box. I'd like to see what you come up with.
There's many more models that Jeff hopes to paint someday when he's retired. He's looking forward to it. It's when he'll finally catch up.
After Adepticon, I got Lost Patrol. It's halfway done, and I got Assassinorum Execution Force halfway done. So you'll see. You'll all see.
Isn't one of those only 5 models?
Shut up. about it.
Well, that's a game. That's a game we could play.
Just joking, Karen. Yeah, no, Lost Patrol is not many models. I'm a slow painter.
Very good. No, we're just hassling Jeff. But Kieran, anything else to add? I agree with everything you said, Jeff. Very, very good thoughts. Good advice.
No, nothing especially to add there, other than I reflect what Jeff said about. I really do kind of enjoy this crimson red balance that he's come up with here.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because he's
feels 10,000 years old.
Yeah, sure. He's sort of desaturating the color, right? As he by adding the gray and brown will generally sort of desaturate a color out. So it's an interesting choice. All right. Oh, and we're back to the scrolling.
Scrolly, oli.
Exactly. Who loves scrolling?
Yeah, I like
this is what we call
scrolling.
This is what we call advanced foreshadowing, people at home.
Yes. So it looks like we've got let's see. We got 2D Sick with his big old hell cannon. Well, I'm torn on this.
Couple things from Lee.
Couple things from Lee. One of them I love, but one of them is Glottkin. So
I'm gonna make you
Guess
do
who
them both.
loves that? Oh yeah, make him take his medicine.
Okay,
I like it.
Let me talk about Hell Cannon, and then you guys can double team Lee's business.
Hey, there you go. All right. Let's do that. I like where your head's at, Kieran. Here you go. Let's do Hell Cannon from 2D Sick.
Okay. Well, this is quite the modeling project that he's come up with here. I'm pretty entertained by it. I mean, it's going along the lines of the Nurgle stuff that you hate so much, Vince.
Yep.
But you honestly gotta appreciate the work that he's put into here. Starting with remodeling the whole entire cannon right from the ground up. Well, maybe not from the ground up. I guess the chassis is the same. The wheels are still part of the kit. But the whole length of it is entirely different, and it's wondrous that he's adding on.
I think he's using another kit here, isn't he? Isn't this another manufacturer's sort of Hell Cannon version?
Oh, is it really?
I think
The
so.
wheels all look the same. Oh well, I stand corrected. Maybe I should do my.
You know what?
research here.
You know what, guys? I'm wondering. Well, that's totally possible. I'm not sure. It could also be the ogre.
Rotten.
The ogre cannon, but like with a lot of green stuff work. Another possibility.
Well, here's what he said in his comments. He calls it a Rotten Factory Hell Screamer.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's got to
so
be
it's-
another line.
Yeah.
Is that actually a manufacturer?
Must be.
I thought that was his nickname for it.
No, could be, but no, I think it's actually another company. I think.
Okay. Well, then I'm going to stop short of giving you all the modeling praises 2D Sick, and we're just going to talk about the painting instead.
Fair enough.
Just the same, I'm kind of fascinated by the model and its ugly dirtiness, especially the maw of it as well, where it's got like a set of chipped and broken teeth around the muzzle of it, which I think is a really, really intriguing choice. You know, it's just like rotted out old smoking man teeth.
Absolutely.
Almost. And then the bottom side of it has like your typical kind of almost sarlacc pit sort of set of a maw with a slithy tongue and all this bleeding goo dropping out, a few bulbous pustules here and there spotted around, and then his rusting metal that's strapping it all together. Even the horns themselves that are protruding from the front are really convincing, and he's done a good job of painting those to reflect the rot that's in there. I suppose if I have only one critique for you, then it might be about the over rusting of this. I think that actually has gone a little bit too orange. And it brings into a trouble of color balance in some ways, because it's just a little too heavy orange, I think. To balance that out, I think I'd brown it up a little bit more and dull that down. Obviously, you know, your spectrum of ink washes can do that kind of thing and still make it look old. You could even, to balance with this, what pairs up with a purple and mauve a little bit better is even doing it a green oxide sort of thing. So I've done some rusty metals in the past where you've put a little bit of a green ink tinting onto that kind of stuff, and that balances it down on and then you still have some orange rusting showing through, but it looks more, sort of rotty and old. So that is my suggestion. You got some green going on in these things on the back of the base, and it's almost going into green when you get to the highlights of your pustules as well. So I think that would pair up maybe a little bit better if you were doing it again. What else do I want to say about this? The crewmen themselves, also suitably pustuli, and those guys are done just fine. They fit in. This guy at the back with his flesh shovel of viscera feeding the machine is a pretty cool thing. And to balance out the colors of all that bloody spillover, he's got a couple of pustules up on the cannon shaft that spot in a couple bits of red to give it color balance as well. And maybe I'll add on to here just one other tiny critique, which is similar to what Vince and Jeff have already said on some other bases, is even though you're doing gray shale, and we've talked about stone in the past as well, you can spot in with some drops of brown and green washes and a little bit of color that's sort of softly blended into that groundwork to give that a little bit more convincing look. And those are my thoughts on this fella.
That advice, that last piece of advice, is something that I'm going to start applying with my next army. I just about finished my Adepticon army. We're going to see a unit that I have later this month. And the one thing that I wish I had done differently is changing up the bases a little bit more, adding some color. Could always go back and redo it, but I kind of want to get them to a certain point and then be done. But so that's advice that I'm going to take as well. I'm not just dishing it out to critique other people. I'm thinking a lot about it and about how I can apply it to my own work.
Yeah, I mean, the key take-home point here is this. I challenge you to find something in nature that is just gray and white, that has no color in it. I challenge you. You will not find it. You will fail. Like, even in Antarctica, where, if where dead bodies don't decompose because there's no bacteria, you're still going to find, actual organic colors of some kind, even if it's just a little bit of blue here and there from the reflections of the sky or the light or something, right? Like, there's always, nature itself just makes colors. It's not very monochrome. All right.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. But good stuff. Yeah. Gross stuff. Which means it's good. If I'm disgusted, that's the bar for anything Nurgle. If I'm honestly disgusted, then you've done well.
You nailed it.
And let me tell you what, 2D sick, you did well. So there you go. All right, well,
Jeff, segue into this next bit.
Yeah, so did Lee Ashcroft.
Speaking of being disgusted, all right.
Oh, he's beautiful. Look at that cute little guy.
Oh boy. All right, take us to this. You're leading the way on this one.
I'm leading the charge here. Yeah, so Lee said he put a lot of time into this and he's not touching it anymore. So Lee, take the feedback we're going to give you moving forward with other models and do with it what you will. But I think that this is quite nice, and it clearly demonstrates a lot of effort and work here, and I think it paid off. It's disgusting, Vince, I'm sure, so success there on the count that we just described. Yeah, I mean, just look at the way that he moves across the greens and the purples there. Really, really evoking a disgusting looking tentacle where it transfers from green to deep purple to pinkish and then a grayish purple at the tip. Really cool. But at the same time, it doesn't look too overdone in terms of colors on the big old fat brother glot that's the big monster. I also like the way you did the bones there. There's the two different types of bones you could do. You can do the dark to light or the light to dark. Here you went light to dark. And I think it's well executed. You really sell the corroded, rotten bone effect. That's quite good. One of the challenges here, though, if we think about critiques, is this model is kind of difficult because you have the big beastie at the bottom and you have the colors that you're using there. But then when you get to the top, you have some flesh to deal with and a different color of flesh tone. And so from this angle, for example, we're seeing the arms kind of flailing in different directions of these two brothers that are riding on top. And the eye does get a little bit lost in all that flesh. It looks like one kind of math there. Yeah, from this angle, it's a little easier to see. Here, I wonder if there's a way to tie that flesh color in to the beast riding on the bottom. I don't exactly know what it is. I'm just kind of thinking out loud with it, but it strikes me that that flesh, it's used quite a bit, but it's only on the top of the model, and it's not being used on the bottom because you don't have that same sort of material. One way to do it possibly is to mix it in and to move from green to that pinkish color throughout the model. It's just one idea. I don't know exactly how I'd execute that, but
I kind of thought of that as in the belly of the beast, perhaps, or around the maw, around his mouth, is where you can get a little bit of that.
Oh, kind of like a stone troll type thing, right? Where it goes gray at the belly.
Yeah, they kind of have like a soft paler underbelly.
That's an interesting idea.
Yeah, I think working a little flesh color into the Glottkin himself, whatever you want to say, the biggest brother Glott himself, could be a really good way to go about it, because the thing was alive at some point, right? Or was a normal person at some point. Like, that's a big mutated guy. That's what that is. So, like, you could even use it to draw the eye to certain places, right? Like, that is to say, you could use it for on the face or on the center of the belly to sort of center the eye there at the visual interest spots on Glottkin, right? So,
yeah, one other thought to add to the two good ideas that you guys had there is if you hadn't done the yellow pustules, that would be another place that you might be able to do fleshy color and then wash it down with those purples and reds that you've got that mixed into the flesh there. That's another way to spread it out a little bit more. Can we flip it around to that freehand banner on the back of the loincloth, Vince? Just because I want to spend a little time on that before we move on to the Treeman. Again, Lee, if I didn't say it explicitly, I'm very impressed with the...
I don't think that's freehand. I think that's actually what the banner has on it.
Oh, cool. It's sculpted in. Still nice and neat paint job on it to sell that effect. The temptation when doing Nurgle is to make it a little messy, but as I've said many times in the show, making it look both dirty and neat at the same time is an art, and I think it's really important when you're painting Nurgle especially. So you've executed that quite well here. Overall, I think this is really nice.
I agree. Despite, of course, my standard visceral reaction to all things Nurgle, I will say that this is it's well done. I mean, we've got some of the same challenges I've seen on many Glottkin here. That is to say, what to do with the brothers because they're different color. The fire, right? The fire and the spirit energy being basically the only instances of those colors on the thing. It's a common problem we see, that those sort of stand out and break up the eye movement. It's a tough problem to handle. This model has some very unique challenges. That's one of them. I've seen a lot of people run afoul of that, So it's the kind of thing where you have to have a very creative solution because the model itself is kind of letting you down in that regard.
The balance on that one that I've seen a couple of guys do is to take that sensor that's hanging from his horn on the one side and do that as sort of there's some glowing ember within that sensor.
Right. Scatter fire on the ground. That's another one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, that's possible.
But yeah, overall, very cool stuff. The teeth are like all over it, are really nice and picked out too. Very clean, good transitions on them. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now let's go from that horrible, disgusting monstrosity to a beautiful, wonderful Treeman who unfortunately has a face that literally revolts me more than anything Nurgle. Funny story, I've never modeled a Treeman with the actual Durthu face, because the one thing I hate more than anything Nurgle is that beehive texture. So
do you have a holes problem where you don't like holes? You think it's repulsive?
Yes.
Yeah, my girlfriend's got that too.
There you go. Well,
it's a real thing, There are literally dozens of you.
Well, there you go. Yes, I do have that problem. It's absolutely the thing. Yeah, no, he's not wrong. He's right.
You could look it up online. It's a real thing.
Yep. Well, that's what I've got. Now I learned something about myself today. So yes, I do. Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. Well, neat. Now that we've learned about my psychoses, let's talk about this model. So first of all, Lee, love it. We've gone for the sort of Japanese, blossom, pink flowers here, which is great. Carried it through the sword and the claws. Love it. Got no issue with that. at all. I think that looks fantastic. You've got some wonderful transitions on all of those flowers all throughout. The mushrooms have a wonderful sort of similar texture. They look like a deeper version of that with a little bit of orange mixed in. I like that. I love the green of the bark and how you've segmented the various sort of plates within the Treeman. That is to say, like, his outer bark is a bit different than his inner bark, but it all has a lovely green tone to it. He's just playing around with all sorts of saturation levels on the green, which I think is fantastic. Here are my two critiques for you. The first thing I'll say is the skulls are flat. He has all these skulls on him. The Durthu build of this stuff. You got to pick those out and make those pop a little more. It feels like you kind of went bone color and then washed them and called it a day. And they look so flat compared to the rest of the model where you did all sorts of nice dry brushing and washing and stuff. And there's picked out highlighting and stuff. So these don't live up to this. Like, look at the tonal variation on these claws and these leaves and this bark, and look at these skulls. They look like you just never finished them, right? The other thing I'll say on the sword, since theoretically the sword is supposed to be a different material than the leaves, I would love to see this sword come to a sharper highlight. That is to say, I'd love some edge highlighting here of white or darn near white pink, going like zip all the way down on the inside of here, top of the blade, cut the middle, inside these rings, like whatever you want to call it. You're doing it on the claws here. That's what's funny about it. Like, when I look at the claws, you do have those edges. But when I look at the sword, it's not really there. It's not as pronounced. You didn't take it up just quite as high in those small areas to really make it pop. That's my only thought on that. All in all, though, good base, lots of nice materials. We see some good colors mixed into that stone. Look at that. See, look at all these wonderful green tones just mixed in here to the earth and the stone. Yeah.
Yep, that's what we'll be talking about.
Yep. So there you go. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've got two things for Lee before we move on, and unless Kieran has something else to add too. My two things are, one, love the way that you've added some colors to that rock. This is exactly what we were talking a moment ago. Vince, you were saying, find me something purely gray in nature. Here's an example of a painter who's mixing in greens and browns in a way that looks very natural, very, very realistic, and it's well done here. Secondly, if you find this visually appealing, if the color composition visually appealing, this whole model, it's probably for the same reason that you find Christmas decorations visually appealing. He's working with the opposites on the color wheel, the red and green areas, but he's taken them in a really interesting direction. So these two complementary colors are, bent more toward the purple and the pink range, but still it's working in the same way that regular pure green and pure red work. And I think that's a really interesting take on pairing these two colors that I haven't quite seen before, and it comes across really well here. I totally second what you're saying there, Vince, in terms of sharpening up that edge of the blade to show that sheen a little bit more and differentiate that material from some of the other areas. But just wanted to, before we move on, to just really pat Lee on the back for this color composition, because it's something I would never think to do, but it works really, really well together.
You're exactly right. It's absolutely worth mentioning, and it's a good point, because when you work in complementary colors, right, it's important that you complement the right versions of that color, And so here we've got the red has had a bunch of white added, and so now we have a high tint red, which is pink, right? And then we've taken the green and we've desaturated the heck out of it into this very almost white, just slightly yellow green, right? So in the same way, we've got the correct sort of balance is maintained. If he had went for, say, like a hunter green, like a rich Christmas green, right, but then still use the pink, it wouldn't land as much. You wouldn't feel the same strength of the combination.
For sure.
Well, I think that's exactly right. And I was going to say that is this pink is so much more meaningful because the greens, browns, and grays elsewhere are a desaturated color and not nearly as intense as the pink.
Right.
So that's what makes them more meaningful.
Yep. Totally agreed. Just fantastic color choices. I'm really glad you pointed that out, Jeff. It's just absolutely right. Okay, good stuff. As always, Lee, love what you're doing, man. Keep it up. Do 1,000 more models. All right.
If you can.
I'm sure he can. All right.
And then paint my board games for me, okay?
All right. So let's see. Why don't I take Dean's first ever submission here, with his Stormcast and his Kurnoth Hunters. And I mean, Jeff, do you mind taking the changeling that I did? I want to let somebody else take a crack at one of the things.
I'd love to.
All right, and then Kieran, some pink horrors for you. You're all right with that?
I am.
Okay. All righty. So, Dean, well, first off, welcome, buddy. We're glad to have you. So let's take a look at some stuff here. There we go. Okay, let's see if I can get a good photo. Many minis Dean has submitted here. All right. So we're just going to kind of scroll through and I'll talk about things in general. All right, Dean. So welcome. You're doing a lot of good stuff. Let me talk about all the things you're doing that I like. You got a lot of life on your bases. We got flowers. We got different types of grasses and tufts all mixed in. Looks very natural. I like that. As far as the models go, your color choices are fine. I don't really have any issue with anything you've done. Let's focus on all the Sylvaneth related things for a moment. You've gone for a very old bark, a lot of gray mixed in. It looks good. I like the very sort of Nilic oxide for your green, and you did mention that you wanted some more white on there. I agree. This needs some more pop. The Nilic oxide is flat. But you yourself identified in the comments, that you thought that was the case. So I do agree with your read on that. I would say you had mentioned dry brushing it on. I wouldn't do that if I was you. I would just carefully layer in some white in places. So let's take an easy example on these tree revenants. I would go for the tips of the swords. I would go for their hair, center of their face, maybe a little bit of the tops of the muscles, just stuff like that on the big Kurnoth Hunters. Edges of the bow, back top of the bow here, maybe ridges of their muscles, whatever, something like that. Like, be a little more targeted with it. There's no reason to suddenly chalk these guys out with white and make them look, like that with the more spiritual elements of the weapon. When you've got, because these are smooth organic parts, this is flesh. Like, the dry brushing works great with the wood because wood is supposed to look rough and old and dry. So I think that's a perfect place to apply a good dry brush. That's exactly what it's for. I think with the organic, rounded, soft surfaces, you're not going to get anywhere dry brushing except making your model look bad. So I would say layer in some white. I would also say at the same time, I'd love to see you layer in some shadows too. I like to use a little Waywatcher green glaze to shadow Nilic oxide. It's just a magical combination. I can't tell you why. I just know it works well. And it works as wonderful shadows on sort of spiritual, like ethereal Nilic oxide-y stuff. So again, in the opposite of wherever I just said, put some white, put some of that Waywatcher green glaze, and I think you really that green would really pop, because I think that's the only part of this that's letting you down. As to the Stormcast guy, I don't have a great photo of him. He's a little hard to judge from this distance, and the other one's from the back. So maybe we'll see some more Stormcast when when Sigmar graces us with hurling a lightning bolt of some more Stormcast down our way. So I look forward to more submissions.
Can we talk for a second about his cool move trace that he's created for these?
Whatever. Yeah, I think he bought them. I think there's a company that makes them, and I'm super jelly because I'm going to go home with a suitcase full of these from Adepticon in like 2.5 weeks. Let me just say that. I'm bringing an extra backpack solely to fill up with these MDF movement trays because I'm sick of having to transport my models individually to the table. Yeah, and the fact that he flocked them and everything, like, they look great.
Yeah, they really do.
I've actually never seen someone flock these, and it's night and day. I've seen people do like black or one single color, and I think this totally sells it, because previously I thought, like, I don't know, I don't quite like the way that looks, but yeah, with the texture on there, it's really nice.
I agree.
So
Yeah.
flag me down at Adepticon when you find that booth.
Oh, I will.
I want to take a look at them.
I will do so. All
But
right.
yeah, you guys were right to point out Dean's strong-looking models here, though. I think that this is an excellent first submission, and I'm eager to see more of his stuff. This is really good.
Agreed. You know, I think on like the bark and stuff, I didn't comment much on the bark work because it looks really good. So that was, please don't think that I was skipping it for any other reason. I love the gray bark. I think it looks really, really good. Really pops. And you really focused in on the faces, tops, the torsos. Good targeting. Love it.
And we noticed the ruins of Osgiliath sneaking in the background there.
Yeah. So
Quite good.
Love those ruins.
For you Lord of the Rings fans out there.
Such a good terrain set.
Oh, yeah. Amazing for Age of Sigmar, too.
The Changeling.
Right. Yep.
This guy's
So
way bigger than you think, by the way.
Yeah, it's quite large. You know that I'm a big fan of your Tzeentch color scheme that you've presented now dozens and dozens of models in this game, and I think it's really, really strong. My favorite part of this model is the flesh that you've done. I love the way that the recesses are shaded in that deep purple, and it goes all the way up to a light pink. And I notice especially that your highlight on, for example, the hands, where it goes all the way up to white. It's a really powerful contrast from the depths to the extremities of that portion of the model. I think it's well executed. Another thing I really like here, Vince, is the freehand you've done. I've watched over the past couple of years that we've been doing these shows. Your freehand's gotten better and better, and I think you've gotten better at what's the word I want? You've gotten better at bending. That's not exactly the word, but bending the the image to the surface, aligning, let's say, the image to the curved surface. Sure. I think that's a skill that you've improved. It's showing here. That takes a lot of skill and a lot of attention to detail and a lot of practice, and that's getting better and better. Hardly need to mention that the base is quite nice, especially that skull there at the bottom. I think that the way that you've worked in those blues to a skull and made it look quite frozen and chilling, really nice. I've complimented you in the past about using the red, the red pools of kind of blood or magical water. I think that looks really nice. For critiques, let's see. Well, I've got one critique that's a real critique and one critique that's more of like a question about how you were thinking about something. Sure. The first one is a couple of mold lines on the hands. I don't know. On one of the images, you can't quite see it here. I think maybe the first one. If you look at the top hand, there's a mold line on the finger there, the inside. Oh, I think it was the first image, wasn't it?
For shame.
I'm sure that that's the case. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, if you zoom out at the top hand, you'd see it. We don't have to, but yeah, just the interior from the thumb to the.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Yeah, just especially fine cast, they sneak up on. Is this fine cast or plastic?
Yeah, he's plastic.
Oh, plastic. Okay.
I just missed it.
That area is always difficult, and you always find them right after you finish painting. It's the worst.
Of course.
Just a little critique there. But so here's one thing that is not really a critique. It's more of I want to know your thought process behind it, because you've got the non-metallic metal for the gold on like the staff.
Yep.
And we've been thinking a lot about how to differentiate, cloth from, more like a metallic material. We were talking about Dirthy Sword, for example, a second ago. Yep. So here you've got a really similar color on the they're not quite tassels, the two strands of cloth coming down off the shoulders.
Yep.
And that looks very similar to me to the metal. Obviously, it's the same color you're using. What I'm wondering is maybe if it's supposed to be cloth, maybe doing a couple of little cross hatches to indicate stitching. It's something I've seen done before that might differentiate a little bit. But what was your thought there? Were you trying to differentiate that material, the surface, in a different way, or what were your thoughts?
Yeah, no, it's a good question, and one that I knew was going to get asked. Because it's what I would ask too. So there was two things I was doing here. One is I thought to myself, well, you know what? He's this creature, and I'm just going to make everything in this gold style because I want it to all look like he's just wearing gold, like a priest's vestments, right? Which if you've ever been to a Catholic church, they wear gold tassels that are shaped like that around them. So yes. I thought that would be neat to try to work that in. Now, that being said, you're right that I could still absolutely have the stitching being caught too, and that would be even better. at selling that illusion. And 2, I was just really wanting to practice more non-metallic metal gold style for a competition piece that I was going to do next.
Yep.
So I was like, I'm going to use every single edge of this mini I can to practice my blending over weird surfaces. So part of it was just a knowing wrongness to just get in some more practice on something.
That's funny, yeah. And as a composition, it works. You know, the placement of it actually is quite good. It's just thinking about the different surfaces and how you might define those differently.
Yeah, that it needs either cloth texture or less contrast or both.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Kieran, it sounded like you were going to say something there. Sorry, I cut you off.
I only got one tiny thing to add, and this is coming from an experienced guy who has painted many, many high elf gems in my lifetime.
Sure.
So you have one snapshot where it's from behind his left side, where we can see a couple gems. Here we go. Stop there.
Okay.
So gems on his belt. You have the point on the back of his belt. You have the point of light coming from directly on top and shining through the bottom as you would expect it. But the one that's on his arm greave over there needs to just shift a little bit, so that because the light's still coming from the same direction. That's a great tiny niggly thing. But
you're saying you think the point of light should be more like here,
more center on that, yeah, and then your shift of dispersing out the bottom needs to shift around that corner, around that bend a bit, I think.
I have to think about that. I think we're both wrong.
Maybe.
I think what I should have done is, if putting real thought into that, which I wasn't, like, to be completely honest, but is I should have the light sweep under more, and I should have the point of light be like more of a horizontal teardrop that swoops, right? And so I think you're right. It needs to shift, but I think it needs to be still anchored here and drag along, and the dark area needs to go farther on the top. Does that make sense? Like, stretch the light and dark for the horizontal gem.
Yeah, I think in that case, the point of where it comes in on the top is less important than the shift of the dispersion on the bottom.
Right. Yep. Good. It's a good catch, though. And yes, I have no doubt. Like, I know how many high elf gems you've painted. Your eye is sharp on them, no doubt that you caught that. That's very funny.
Yeah. All right. That's my only tiny little ad.
It's a good catch. This guy has so many little gems on him too, like a shocking number for this for just an infantry fig. He'd make the high elves proud. All right. Yes, he was very fun though. It's a cool fig. Definitely worth a pickup. Okay.
Got some other Zinzi things to look at right away.
Oh yes.
By Scott. So he's done a unit of pinkies, and what I first find really striking about these things off the get-go is his choice of basing material compared to the pink, and I think that balances out really nicely because he's carried that through onto all of his other oddities, you know, whether that be beaks or flames or horns, whatever this dude in the middle is waving around. Is that supposed to be their musician? That's supposed to be some kind of horn.
Which guy?
The guy, so just off.
Oh yeah. Yes, I believe that is supposed to be their musician. Yes, I think so.
Yep.
but being put on that sort of bright yellow arid base, reflective throughout, I think is a cool choice. And now, as far as the paint job on here, I think that we just have to encourage you, Scott, to do a couple more layers in these things. Like flipping back to Vince's, he went from a very deep purple to a very, very nearly white. And when you're doing a whole unit at a time, I'm not going to put it upon you to spend the 25 hours that Vince might have spent on his or more for each figure. But it probably doesn't take a whole great deal to do that extra level of delineation. Even one more layer of wash onto these things. Get yourself out a magenta ink if you can find that old stuff, or a purple wash of some kind, and layer it onto these things, and then come back at it with a bit of white mixed into your pink to pick up some of the next highlights. No, you've done it. I'm not saying you didn't do it, because I can see it spotted on the shoulders and on a few places in here, but it just needs to be delineated a mild bit more. And then I think the same sort of thing can be said for your other pieces, like the champion's horns, to go in there and just make a little bit more delineation about those striations in his horns. And then on the flame, on the top of the banner top, you can go to a darker point as it's licking away from the flames. So you can still start yellow in the bottom, but as it goes through orange, it should eventually end up red or even oxidize into as it really starts to wisp away into a sort of reddish brown or even black on the very tips, and that'll frame that flame a little bit better. May as well try it on this, whatever the musician thingamajob is going on there as well. So across the board, it's just a simple. If you're willing, take an extra effort, and I promise you, it's not going to be too long to do one more wash, and then refresh the highlight on that flesh tone. It'd be great. It'd make a big difference.
Agreed. Your old friend Carrienberg Crimson would do you well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'd be a good wash on there too.
Yeah, and I've got one little thing to add, before we move on. With your basic material, I think it'd be helpful if you were to put two tufts or two little bits of foliage on a few of these bases just to break it up. Because right now we kind of have a thing where you've got one model, one piece of foliage, one model, one piece of foliage, one model, one piece of foliage. So just having a couple of three, maybe some with none, some with one, just to make it so that the unit as a whole has, a variety of amount of texture.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
good stuff.
Because we like that.
We do. It's a thing.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's see. Next up. All right. We got three fun submissions here. Make sure. Yeah, I just scan it up to make sure we didn't have anything from anybody else. Okay. So let's see. Why don't I take Alexander's Plague Monks and Plague Claw Catapult? Kieran, if you want to take Josh's Imperial Fists, and
Yep.
Jeff, why don't you take the Red Wizard's Stormcast?
The
Sound good?
Thayan, sure.
All right. So let's start out with some Clan Pestilence. So I'm willing to make a Nurgle exception when it comes only to Skaven, as we know. So the Skaven trumps the Nurgle. Yeah, so good stuff here. All in all, like, let's talk about, this model, which is a great model to paint. I love the Plague Claw Catapult. It's a great model for sprue painting. Like, you can paint most of this model on the sprue, then cut it and assemble it, because you can just go nuts with washes and dry brushes and stuff on this thing. But it's just it's hard to get at once you've put it together. You've done a good job with the wood. I'd love to see a little more like green tones mixed into this wood, a little more gray on the edges, because this is a Pestilence war machine. So one has to imagine they aren't exactly taking the best care of it. So like working in some more washes, just going nuts with like some more Nuln Oil and some Athonian camo shade and stuff. It can be a great time on these. Same with the metal. Hit that stuff with some Typhus Corrosion with a little more Nuln Oil. Just kind of go crazy. Throw some greens around there. Why not? Because these kinds of war machines, especially the old Skaven war machines, are great for mixing in those amounts of tonal variation into your woods and your steels, which can otherwise be kind of flat. Now on the monks themselves and the Plague Priest, good use of Skaven-ish freehand on the scroll. I like that. Well done on the scroll of woe or whatever it is. Whoa. So I think my pushback on you here would be somewhat of the same thing, to be honest. I'd love to see a little more shading, a little more darkness in the Skaven's robes. One good thing that could be done here is some more mud seeping up from the bottom up into their robe. So that's a fun thing to do. You can actually get out that Typhus Corrosion, right? And so let's imagine this world. I'm going to start by doing a slight touch of Typhus Corrosion around the bottom of the dress. Then I'm going to take some Athonian camo, let that dry. Then I'm going to take some Athonian camo shade, or not Athonian camo shade, I'm sorry, some Agrax Earth Shade, and I'm going to go half again as high. So, and wash that straight down. So now I have Agrax Earth Shade going into real texture, physical mud. Then I'm going to take some Seraphim Sepia, half high as high again. So now I have, and I'm doing this sort of in an uneven pattern. I'm not painting a line. I'm just stabbing at the model, like almost a stippling pattern. That way it looks like mud that has soaked up repeatedly over and over and over again into these models. I think something like that can really bring them to life, make them look like they're, living in the muck and the mire that these dirty, filthy rats probably are. So there you go. Those are my thoughts. Overall, good stuff. I like them. And good picture, too. Nice. Right on the book. A+. Good job, sir. Very, very clear, clean picture.
My one thing I wanted to add is I wanted to finally thank somebody for blending in the texture of their cork boarding.
Oh, yeah.
And what I mean by that is so often we see people that want to use cork as a texture, but then it's all plateauing, and it's plateauing, and it's plateauing. But he's at least added some kind of spackle and texture to sort of soften that up a little bit. So thank you, Alexander, for doing that and making cork look a little bit more natural in the world.
I 100% agree. All right.
For sure.
Any other, Jeff, anything to add? Good?
Yeah, no, I think you guys nailed the main points. And on that last one, Kieran, when it comes to the cork, yeah, it's painful sometimes when you see just plain cork and it's so patently obvious what it is. It's so good that I wouldn't have noticed it.
Right. Yeah, he clearly laid down a mud texture on top or something, right? Which is really all you need to do. Like, you can dig some chunks out, you can do stuff like that, but just laying down another mud texture on top with some rocks and some breaking it up and making it look together, yeah, it's fine now.
And the way that the levels blend into one another in a couple areas just to make the illusion of there being one surface there, not two. So
yep.
Not two layers that are smacked on top of one another is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. It is good.
All right.
So where we go next?
The Imperial Fists.
Old time fists. Ooh.
Yes.
You guys are giving me some glorious stuff to talk about today. So thank you.
Yeah. Josh presented these a while ago too. Other ones from this army last month, I think.
Yeah, along the 30K world. So much like when we were looking at Tom's stuff earlier, how he did in the red and black color scheme. I'm sorry, I don't know the name of the chapter that one's associated with. But here, when he's done the Imperial Fists, the ones that most 40K fans will be sort of familiar with is really bright yellow stuff, and Josh has brought it and toned it all down here to a very ochre sort of a color of yellow. And his transition to color has always been spectacularly good. And the deep recesses and shadows are forced in there, and they delineate all these armor plates so very well, and it's sort of like a modular transition of armor plates from one to the next. He has also been absolutely masterful at battle damage. We've seen some other stuff from him in months past, and doing it on this group here, as well as on the face masks themselves, is something that I want people to take a special note of, because Josh is doing this very sharply, and he puts and paints on. He doesn't gouge out of the model. He paints on the battle damage. He puts the edge highlighting on the bottom where the light catches, and then shadows and midtones each strip of that battle damage on here. Like, when you think about the minutiae of all that, that's just top level stuff. And so I'm always happy to see Josh's execution of that. So very good. As we spin through a couple of snapshots here, the things that I know that he's trying to stay toned down a little bit, so he hasn't gone super spectacular on the bolt guns. There's a little bit of scraping going on in there, but I almost think that compared to the rest of the armor, those things would be a little bit beat up, maybe even a little bit more than the armor itself, as weapons get dropped or thrown aside to pull out your bayonet or whatever it might be. Just sort of imagining how warfare goes for these guys, but a bit more battle damage on those guns themselves is one thing that I felt when I really poured over this and looked very closely, is the one thing that doesn't reflect as much as on the armor plates themselves. So that's my tiny add, but I want to come back and finish on a really positive thing too, and that's the warmth of the skin tone that Josh has gotten on his 3 models that have exposed helmets here is really brilliantly done as well. like there's some reds and purples that are going into that flesh tone that you can really see the depth around the eyes, the mouth, the cheekbones, and all that is really well defined on these guys. And that is something that takes a lot of mastery and takes a little bit of adventure to get there. But once you start to understand the glazing on skin tone and that stuff, I think that we can all get there. And it's a good example laid out by Josh for sure. Basing, of course, we can complement that. There's lots of interest on these things, and everybody's kind of walking through a different part of the rubble, so that adds good character as well. What else do you guys want to add to that?
You covered so many good points, and I agree. Like Josh's battle damage is always just so freaking good. It's just like, it's almost heartbreaking how good it is. You know what I mean? Like he keeps it so real, and the tones he uses for his yellows, I love it. I mean, he's done several units of these Imperial Fists or whatever, and I've liked them all, and I continue to like them.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add except just to remind Josh about my comments last time his models came up. Similar sort of vein to what you were saying there, Kieran, and I love this paint style. It's one of my favorite types of paint styles to play against. It's nice and neat and sharp highlights. You know, I love those. So I'd echo what Kieran said and my earlier comments from a previous month, but keep up the great work, Josh, because this is really excellent stuff.
Yep, I'm eager to see more of his stuff every time it shows up. It's really good.
All right. Très bien, sir. All right.
Next up, we've got the Red Wizard. He's got some Stormcast Eternals for us.
Yes.
In the comments section, he was saying that he wants to focus a little bit more on the scroll work, and he's having some difficulties. Vince, I noticed that you replied to him there and gave him some feedback, and I think that's spot on to paint just a neutral color and then use some Nuln Oil in the recesses, just to let the wash wick out of your brush and into that the recess to contain it. I think that's straightforward, easy, simple, and will yield very good results for him. So I definitely second what you said already there, Vince. When it comes to other thoughts, the Red Wizard, you also mentioned that you kind of have a vision for what you want these models to be, but you said you're painting, the quality of your brush control isn't exactly where you want it to be yet. That's only going to come with time. It's important that you have a vision of what you want the models to be and something to aspire toward and something to keep working at. There's going to come a point in your painting career where those two things align, and it's going to be magical. So just get through this phase, and once you do, it's going to really pay some rewards. Better to aspire to do something great and not be there yet than to not have that goal at all. So I want to give you a little pep talk there for some inspiration. When it comes to what you've actually produced so far, I like the way that these models have come together. I think you've got a strong paint scheme. I think that your painting is going to continue to develop as you work at it. There are some strong points already, though. I think that the way you're painting the gold and the silver is quite good. It looks nice and clean. You're thinning the paints down appropriately, and they're not getting too chunky, which is sometimes a problem with the red that you've done here is also pretty good. You've got the dark recessed deep red, and then you've highlighted up with some orange. That's the right approach to take there. I do have a couple critiques for you. If we could flip through to a couple more images. When we get to, let's keep moving through, keep moving a little further. There's one we're going to get to, this guy here. Let's flip him around. I think the next one will bring up to the front. There we go. So here's my critique for you, Red Wizard. I think that you want to think a little bit more about color placement and breaking up the model when it comes to your predominant color here, which is red. Here, I think you want to pick out some gold details. Something that springs to my mind is the halo that we have up there that could be gold. Some of the trim of the armor could be gold. Even those little hammers that are flying off of his tassel-y cape, those could also be gold. If you were to do that, it would really break up the color placement on the model and add a little bit more interest and tie the model together a little bit better. So that's an example of something you'll also learn as you continue to paint, where to put the colors to make it work harmoniously. It's something that Vince, Kieran, and I are still working on, even after many years of painting. It's something that you continue to improve on. But that's something I think you should think about a little bit more. If ever you're in a situation where you're painting a model and the model is almost entirely one color, I think that you want to consider introducing another color more extensively. You certainly have enough colors here, but it's just about the placement and the way that they are put on the model. I think that's something to think about. I believe we have a few more pictures. I just want to do justice to the post and have a couple more thoughts as we move through. Yep, here we have some green and gold. These look solid as well. Let's keep scrolling through. I want to make sure that we get through.
I really want to.
I feel like
I really want to say that I find this pretty attractive. This gold and hunter green kind of a combo. I don't know that I recall seeing it elsewhere. Like I've seen brighter greens in some places, but I really quite like this combo. It makes it feel antiqued, you know, and somewhat enriched because of the green on there and how it plays off against gold.
Yeah, one other thing.
For that choice.
Yeah, one other thing he can do in the future is work some greens into the recesses. That'll, make it look even more antique if you want to go that direction with it, and tie it together a little bit more. That's another idea that you could think about. We have a couple more images.
There we go.
Yeah, we got more of a group shot there.
Yep. One thing that jumped out at me was the hammer on the front of the shields being the same green, or sort of maybe a metallic version of the green. I feel like maybe those should just be, steel or painted out in a different color. I don't know. It strikes me as strange being the same color as the shield around it.
Because you lose the icon in there.
Yeah, exactly. Like an emblazoned icon should generally be contrasting to what's around it, right? It's meant to stand out. That's why it's there on the shield.
Yep.
So,
all right.
Yeah.
All right. Big old submission. Okay.
We got this Vince Venturella guy again.
Yes.
Painting some things.
It was indeed. This is a true speed paint, as this is the fastest I've painted anything in a while. So I'll take this real quick. And then let's see. We got another one from Lee. Who took Lee last time?
You and Jeff talked about him.
Yeah, we tag teamed that one.
All right. So Kieran, do you want Lee's Stormcast this time? And then Jeff, if you want to take the old school pit fighter crew.
Sounds great. So, guys, I'm going to do this one and then one more after for another set, and then I'm going to let you guys wrap up the last few we got.
Sounds good.
Sounds great.
All right, so I'll be quick. This is a speed paint. These three guys took me 45 minutes. These are the perfect models to speed paint because they're giant masses of lumps of nothing. This is, I don't know how else to describe them. I was looking at them and they were really bothering me for a while, and then I realized they would be great for a fun speed paint experiment. So this is painting completely with glazes, inks, and washes. And if you want to see a video on that, you can go look at my hobby cheating series. But shameless self-promotion aside, this was just, a fun experiment to use a bunch of different inks and washes and work on color transitions. It's really fun to paint like that and to see what you can do. And hey, now I've got 3 flamers. So that was fun.
Hey.
There you go. Yay. Are there things wrong with them? You betcha.
But again, it's the target,
Yes.
What do you want to accomplish? How much are you going to invest, and what's the return? And your return on investment for these is excellent, right?
Yeah, and I mean, they have good blends that are fun from a distance, and when you put them on the tabletop, they look good. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
That's the goal. All right, let's talk about Lee's Stormcast.
I feel like Lee got a deal on pink paint at the hobby
Indeed. They had a closeout sale because it was only me buying it, and they were like, "Well, that Vince guy hasn't come in for months." He finished out all his Slanesh models, and he hasn't come back.
Yeah. So looking at these guys closely, obviously the pink is very striking, and we've talked about that on the past Treeman and other bits. So I don't have anything else to add to that. I don't think that you guys already spoke about. So then we're going to talk about the bone color and gold throughout the rest of this fella. And I think that throughout the most part, his color delineation and segments of the gold is really well defined by the way that he's placed the washes throughout most of that, except for the place where I think it's most important, and that's right in the smack in the middle of his face. That's the one spot that doesn't seem to come through as sharply. I don't know if we have a tighter shot on that. I don't think we do, actually.
Yeah, I don't think so.
But if you just, on that front shot, if you just look at is that supposed to be a backpack or whatever that is on his back?
Yeah, it's just like the standard Stormcast backpack nonsense.
Yeah, whatever that thing is called. I mean, that's you can see a lot of depth of color in there and transition from light to dark. But it doesn't show up in the face. The face is washed out. I suppose that might be a play of the lighting, and if it's a photography trouble, maybe. But that's the one thing, and I don't think that he picked out the eyes in a different color, and I think I'd like that to happen. In this case, probably red would be the best balance with all this pink going on elsewhere. I wouldn't make him pink eyes though. That's a little too weird for me somehow. And then the other thing that I guess I want to compliment on again is ground texture, with extra color even on the dirty ground, the simple ground part of it. He's worked in some greens and browns in there to be a more convincing landscape. So it brings the model together pretty nice to do all that. So there we go. You know what just occurred to me?
What's that?
Look at this more closely. Is that face meant to be a bone color rather than gold?
Maybe. I mean, he's not using like the relic or skull head. I wonder if it's just not like the light catching it and flashing it out, because that can happen a lot with metal paint, right?
Yeah.
So
what makes me think about that is if we look at his, in the other snapshot that he's got, the back of the legs looks bone to me. Looks bone color.
Oh, that could be. Yeah, you might be right. Maybe it is like a marble, type of thing is what he's going for, and we just can't tell.
I see it on the feet now too.
Yeah, I think you're right. They're just very close, right? Because the way the light is hitting it. So yeah, I think you're right.
Well, then I gotta go a different direction with that, and maybe ask you to go more white.
Yeah, separate it from the gold. There's too much of the gold is so bright, it's got a lot of white, yellow, and the white is so yellow, they're getting into each other's stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a little bit of that. Yeah, now that I see it again, I think that is the case, guys.
I think you're right.
Yeah, he's trying to go bone with that, which means it needs to be more white for us to sharpen that. Well, good. Made us think. Make us think about it.
Bending our minds.
There you go. All right. Next up, we have, where are we at? There we go. I love it. Jim Wilson. James does a lot of my favorite stuff because he always paints sweet models. Remember way back, Jim did the big Mordheim fight scene board? That was
bar,
him. Yeah. In the bar. Loved it. So now we've returned to the wonderful world of Mordheim for a pit fighter crew.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie.
Doom Bowl, by the by.
On what?
I said my money's on the Doom Bowl, by the by.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it makes the rat ogre look small.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. When I was looking at all the submissions this month before we did the show, I had my fingers crossed that I'd get to review these cool looking models that Jim produced. Jim, it's no secret that I love old out of production models, but I also like some of the new AOS stuff. And what I really like here is the mixture, the mix that you've got between old and new models. And the thing that's pulling them all together is the paint scheme, the aesthetic choices that you're making here to tie them all together. The red, silver, and flesh are carried across all of these models. even the Doom Bull has the same kind of fleshy color as the humans. So kudos for making this warband really look cohesive and interesting. Let's look at some of the close-ups here, or zoom in on a couple. I really like the way that you've done the red here. I think that it's such a powerful color to have as a spot color because there's so much metal throughout this army, or rather this warband, that where you do have red and you do have flesh, it really pops. So kudos there for that. I think that came out really well. One thing I was wondering about as I was looking at these, though, is if the metal isn't a little too shiny for pit fighters, given that, you know, it's really nicely highlighted. I like the metal just as a, you know, from a painting caliber perspective. But I was wondering if maybe washing with some Agrax Earthshade or some kind of brown or a grittier wash might make it look a little bit more realistic, because these guys are scrounging around in the pits, fighting one another, getting all dirty. They're clearly fighting in an arid, dusty environment with the basing that you've chosen for like a, you know, like a gladiatorial pit. So I wonder if the metal could do with a little bit of weathering, a little bit more grunge. That's one idea I've got. Otherwise, can we move on to that sweet Doom Bull? Yeah, there we go. And this dwarf. Here we have a standoff.
The look on the dwarf's face versus the Doom Bull. Like, I know that's why you set up this picture. Yeah. But my God, I love it.
It looks cool.
I was going to say exactly the same thing.
Yeah. That is the look of a dwarf who knows he is about to die.
Yeah.
And he looks like he's regretted his choice, right?
Yes.
The whole idea of these troll slayers is, I need to atone for my shame against my clan, and I will go out and seek the most glorious death that I can, and I am prepared and I'm ready for death, no matter what it is. And then suddenly I'm like, oh.
Yeah, why did I burn my clothes? Yeah.
I didn't know it was going to look like this.
Yeah. So, well, let's see. So just to add a little constructive feedback here, one thing I'd consider doing, you could do this on the Doom Bull, I suppose, but I was thinking more in terms of the dwarf and the humans throughout the warband. When you're thinking about flesh moving forward, one thing I talk about a lot on this show is that I like to mix in a little bit of red and purple into my flesh to make it look a little bit more warm. Here you've got your flesh goes more from like a brown to more of a pallid flesh color, and I tend to like adding in those other colors. It's one thing to think about possibly moving forward. But otherwise, I don't have much for you. I mean, you've clearly chosen to do something of a drab paint scheme that really makes things like this orange hair on the dwarf and the red carried throughout the armor panels scattered across the warband pop. And so I don't want to tell you to brighten up these other colors just because I think that you're going for something that looks just like that. So I don't have much else to offer you in terms of constructive criticism, because I think that a lot of it rests in the scheme that you've chosen here, which I think works quite well. I guess one thing I could add, just to give one more little piece, is with the bones, I think you could do a little bit more. We talk about striations a lot on the bones, but at the very least, adding a little bit more of a contrast between the recesses and the tips. Here you have that bleach bone color that goes all the way almost to the base of the shaft of the bone on the Doom Bull. And I think that maybe pulling out that dark a little bit further would be something to think about. But do you guys have some thoughts?
I was going to say, you're looking at this Doom Bull here and the scarring that's on his armor and axe. Like, I mean, that's sculpted on this particular model, but that's the kind of thing that you could take a little bit of the Josh Tan technique and carry that over onto the armor of all your little pit fighter dudes. You know, more scarring on that armor and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so it could be still polished. You know, like these guys do take care of their armor, right? Like that's perfectly fine. They're pit fighters. They live and die by their armor, right? So they do try to fix it up. But there are some just scars and scrapes and scratches that can't be fully repaired, right? Something like that. Like I could see that being the sort of thought behind the narrative. So yeah, a little bit of like deep long-term damage that just couldn't be fixed kind of thing, right?
Sure.
All right. Yeah, I agree with everything. I think my biggest one is on what you said. I'd love to see a little more smoothness to the flesh tones and some more red tones and purple tones and stuff like that. Just kind of worked in there. But overall, I mean, great unit. I agree with everything you said about colors. Looks good. Okay.
Oh, cool.
Next round. Let's keep moving. All right. So next up, we have, let's see. Looks like we've got our Chaos's big Knight Azeros. I'll take that. Then let's just together. Let's take a look at 2d6 army photo to date, since it's more of just a hey, here's everything I've got. We'll give a quick commentary on that, since there's no individual submission there, as more of just a what he's all done because he didn't previously submit it. And then Jeff, why don't you take the orcs there? Because I know you got a special place in your heart for the greenskins.
That's right.
And then Kieran, if you want to take the wolfies,
The dogs.
the dogs.
Will do.
All right. So our Chaos with the Knight Azeros converted from the Prosecutor Prime. He says, "Okay, well." Love it. Love the plum color scheme. Looks good. So let's talk about some things that I see here. First off, I like that we've got a lot of variation in the gold. No arguments about tonal variation here. I can see lots of shadowing. You've got lots of good edge highlighting going on. You're going all the way to really silver, a little more silver than I'd like, but I'll certainly admit my own personal tastes. And, at a distance, it certainly looks like glow as opposed to just being silver paint. Like when I zoom way in, I can see the silver paint line, but when I come out here, it just looks like light reflecting. So I'm okay with it. I think probably I got two little points for you. The plum color is really good. You've got some good shading on it. But your edge highlighting needs to get cleaned up just a little, like on some of these joints and some of these places. Like in here, that's a little messy. Here, that kind of thing. Same with up on the wings. Like a few of these places I feel like they could either be gold or they could be more sharply defined, something like that. And then with the actual wings themselves, I feel like I need something else in here. They're just so stark and flat white. And I feel like it's a missed opportunity to have something like down in the ridges or some kind of transition or whatever. Like these little techno wings are a great chance to do some really fun transitions. And I feel like we didn't do that when we could have. So on the whole, I very much like the model and it looks good. Like you've got a little bit of purple wash in here, the same that's extending. My issue with that is it just looks like you missed on the wash, right? Like it looks literally like you just got overexcited with your wash and just spilled it over here. And we're like, yeah, I'll keep that. Because you can see where too much wash has settled down here at the bottom. So I get these very, very hard edge wash lines where too much ink or pigment has settled in one place. What we need here, if we're going to do this, first of all, I wouldn't use the same color as the metal itself because that just, it's not going to look right. I would use something like a blue would be like a bright sky blue would be an excellent contrast to this plum color.
Yeah.
And I would run some of that blue, like probably a Guilliman blue. I'd run that up into there, push it this way with your brush, push, very quick. Like I'd go push, lick the brush cleaner, wipe the brush or wash it, whatever you need to do, and then go bloop, and then start dragging it, drag it, thin it out, and then just do it again. You do 4 times per side, right? So push, clean, drag. Push is up, drag is down. It'll give you a nice smooth transition. Fast and easy void blending. So there you go. All right. Them's my thoughts. Gentlemen, anything to add?
No, your tip on the wings is the thing that I wanted to bring light to, so
yes.
Done.
All right. Let's talk about 2D Sick. Let's talk about the whole gross army.
Gross.
It's a good collection, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's got a good collection here. Lots of interesting different figs. Some good looking knights up front. Nice big group of warriors in the back there. I assume this is his, Demon Prince or whatever. So yeah, very cool.
Yeah, this is some of the nicer Avatars of War, Chaos. What are they called? Harbingers of the Apocalypse, I think, line.
I think that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think these are some of my favorites that I've seen painted. So really nice looking stuff.
Yeah, what's this little Roddy guy in the middle?
Spawn,
I assume
maybe?
it's just Chaos Spawn, but yeah,
It looks like he got a big Pac-Man mouth on him.
It does, yeah, absolutely. Like, I'm not sure what the actual model is. I don't know. It might be another. Cool. That's a cool model. I always love it with
the ratty wings on that Demon Prince is a really big feature as well. The tattered torn wings.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a really good feature.
I always like it when people can stump me with a model when I don't know where a model's from. That's always enjoyable.
There's too many out there in the world these days.
I try
that'll happen more and more.
Sure. I try to keep a close handle on a lot of models, but you can't, you're right. You can't watch them all. Like Pokemon, you can try it, but you'll never catch them all. All right. Let's look at the idiot-proof Daleks. Wonderful, wonderful greenskins. Here come the orcs.
Yeah, so Idiot Proof said in his comments leading up to this photo that he can't batch paint because he just can't let himself do it. And so it takes forever. And hey, man, I know exactly what you mean. I know literally exactly what you mean. You got to batch paint if you want to do it quickly, but I kicking and screaming sometimes for me to get me to do it. I love these models. I love these models, and I love the paint jobs on the models. Both. I think this is really excellent stuff. Love the line highlighting here. Love the use of color. The composition's excellent. We can see that if we took any one of these models and pointed to the blue hair, we might say, that looks a little strange. You probably want to add that to a couple other places. But here he's playing, I think, Kings of War probably, and he's thinking about the unit as one model, and therefore the way that he spread the blue out throughout the pieces on some of the shields, some of the hair tufts, and so on, it works because it's spread out across all of the models. That's a way to think about doing the whole unit as a piece rather than the individual model.
Well, it's especially true in Kings of War, right, where there is no individual model. It is just the unit. Right?
Yeah, every unit's its own little diorama, and so if the color choices work across that entire base, the stand, then that's what matters. Exactly. Love your bone here. I love the way that you painted up the fur, the mouths and the noses on these boars, the boars that you got. All of it. Really love all of it. I do have some advice for next level stuff though. One thing is, I think you could possibly do one more layer with the bone, not one more highlight because you've gone up to white, but I'm saying one more intermediary layer in there. I think that might just push it a little bit further, and I think it would pay a lot of dividends for you. Second thing is, I think introducing something more interesting on the fur of the boar. So breaking it up with some patterning might be a cool technique to use. It'd also do something to differentiate the boar from the gray base and lifting it up off there and making it look like something a little bit more furry rather than the basing material you got here. The third thing is the lips. I've said this many times on the show. I'm gonna say it again. I really, really, really like when painters do a watered down or diluted with some sort of medium wash glaze on the bottom lip, mixing in Carberg Crimson and Lamian Medium 50/50, doing a couple of thin layers. You could even do purple if you wanted to, just on that one bottom lip on each of these models. I think it's going to do something pretty magical. Just try it one time. If you don't like it, never do it again. But I started doing it a few years ago on the orcs I paint, and I've never turned back. I think it makes it look much more realistic and quite excellent. So I'd hand it over to you guys for your thoughts on these beautiful looking orcs.
I mean, you hit so many of the points that I wanted to touch on, the bores and the differentiation. The red on the lips, I mean, the important thing to remember all the time when you're painting models is that red is the color of blood and hence the color of life. You just subconsciously associate that to be true, whether you're aware of it or not. So having a slight touch of red in a model makes it look alive. When we paint dead things, we tend not to use red. We use grays. We use purples for rotten flesh. We use greens. We don't use reds because red looks alive, other than maybe, you know, splashes of blood, but we don't put it in a flesh tone, right? So, and that's why.
The blue is the spot where you can do on the bores. And I've done these very same models and put dags, painted dags onto these bores. Around the eyes and the head, or on the muzzle. Those are the places that I spotted that. So there's another spot opportunity for the blue to show up.
That is a great idea. I love that idea.
I want to steal that. I want to steal that in the future.
Yeah.
But
you know what I mean by the dags, like the little triangular shapes?
Yes.
Oh,
absolutely.
Baby, I know about chucks and dags. Don't you worry about that.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of that kind of war paint in general on the bores, you know, with that blue could be a good way to go, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Love it. Good thoughts, man.
Gentlemen, well, I'll let you guys carry it over the finish line. I think we got eight more or so to go, but I'll see you guys on the flip side.
Sounds good. All right.
All right.
Kieran and I will bravely saunter on here. Okay. So
brave and sauntering at the same time.
Indeed. All right.
Well, we're gonna look at some more furry things.
Dogs.
Next up, the dags.
Dags.
So he's done a bit of conversion here to put some big saber teeth on these things. And this was, what did he call them in here in his little bit? He had a name for them. I think frost sabers. He's calling them. So I'm guessing this is for the Frostgrave game.
I think it's aren't they aren't those the name of the like wolfies for the ogres?
Oh, is that what they're called now?
That the hunters carry around? I think so.
So out of touch.
No, it's fine. I don't play ogres, so I will openly admit I don't know their use off the top of my head.
Okay. So with these guys, I feel that those big gigantic teeth are a big feature on these fellas. But unfortunately, because of the texture of what you've chosen there as the teeth and the coloring that you've left them with, they look like bent corn cobs that are hanging out the top of his mouth. It's just too yellow. I feel like you got to go. You can go through the brown transition. I think you'd be better off if you wanted them to look like the old and used, kind of like what we were looking at on horns and stuff earlier. But they got to end up white on the eventual tips of them. Otherwise, it looks like they haven't chewed on anything for ages. So that's my suggestion there. Is I'm afraid it just ends up being too yellow with how they're left there. Because you want to delineate him from the other white that you've done on the fur and the flesh of this guy, I admit that you probably don't want to go through the same kind of bluish white transition on those things. So although you might get to white on the tips, go through the brown transition, and that'll still make them stand out and look like something very distinct. The other thing that I thought I would add is when we look at the fur and the transition overall, doing heavily white on the face and around the muzzle brings some attention to that face, and that's really good. So using that more sparingly on the rest of the wolf is actually quite okay. You got a little bit of tufting that goes down onto the legs, of course, to give yourself some balancing that goes through the model from top to bottom. And maybe I'd ask you to do a little bit of that on the trailing tail as well, to just finish off that balance of transition from the front to back. But that's just a tiny add that will probably take you no more than a couple of minutes to do it. But I think it'll balance that out a little bit better. And then my final add would be, again, because we've talked on it a bunch of times, is more color into that more natural stuff on the basing, right? Throw a little bit of green and brown on there, on the flat gray surface of your stonework. Work a little bit of greenish color or even darker to pepper out on the actual sand itself, and I think that'll sharpen up the display.
Yeah, for me, the biggest problem with these guys is those teeth, right? Like, I know he added them, and I know he wanted the sabers, and it is a cute idea. I love it. The problem is, you're clearly using horns off another creature, and the problem is you picked horns that have the horizontal ridging in them, and teeth just don't have horizontal ridging in them, right? Like this horizontal. Like, I can't say with a certainty that no creature in the world has the horizontal teeth like that. I don't know that. What I can say is, maybe. Sure. But what I can say is that when I see that, even like my brain says teeth in wolves or saber tooths. Like, I know what a saber tooth tiger or something looks like, right? So I'm bringing expectations to your model. And the fact is that when I see that texture on there, that weird horizontal striping, my brain just goes, what? No, that's not right. That's not how that looks. Right. So even though I get what you're going for, you needed to find some smooth horns from a model and snip those off. That would be that's ultimately my advice.
Well, let's flip over. He's got another model of this little halfling chick as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
As well.
Yes. Take a look at
it. So this is where I'm immediately going to transition from the basing on the dags and quickly look at the basing on this one. I'm going to start there because that's where my big compliment comes in. You have actually put in some extra texturing on this and added some coloring to that flat stone space. But aside from the little florals and tufts that you've put on there, but there's actually added color that's actually worked into the stonework itself. So that's positive right away for this one. Throughout the rest of it, composition is perfectly fine. I mean, you got with a leather jerkin and some sort of neutral tones for underclothing in a few other spaces. And then the other big feature, of course, is the cloak. Now, a couple things to improve upon. The face of this model is big and it's very round, and it doesn't have a sharpness to the casting that a lot of other faces would do, so you could add a lot of different color variation throughout it. You can, of course, still do it, but it takes some very, very pointed brush control and some soft glazing and things like that if you're going to get the transition in there. But the one simple thing you can do to sharpen this up a whole lot is frame the eye. So that's always going to be the focal point of many models that we do. It can't, in other words, I guess what I'm trying to say very simply is we can't go white onto flesh. There has to be a darker color that frames that white of your eye against the rest of the face. So to talk about painting eyes in a very simple way, the way that I think of things is I don't think of the eye as an orb, first of all. I think of it as a slot, because for the most time, unless your eyes are totally wide open, they don't even get bigger than the lips. So when you paint your eye, I paint something very close to black first. I usually do a very dark brown in there, and then I do my white, sort of a think of it as a line. Actually, if you're painting it, your brush will widen out a little bit as you press it into the model, and so it'll get that sort of almond shape regardless. But think of it as a line so that it doesn't get too big and blown out. And then with your black for the pupil, you can just do a little bit of a vertical notch, and do make sure that it actually splits up the white. So it should be big enough, that little vertical notch in black, so you don't have any white either over top or underneath it, because that's what makes the eye look like it's blown out of proportion. So it's my tip on eyes while we're at it, and this is a good example to show that off.
I agree with everything you just said. That's all very solid advice. I would also say, I feel like some of the paint, like the brown, might have been a little thicker than we want. So I'd be careful with how much we're thinning our paints there on that. Like that brown reads like it's got a bit of chunkiness to it that says to me the paint wasn't as thin as it could have been. All right. Good stuff.
Yeah. Keep on it though. Your instincts are good.
Absolutely. Making good color choices. A lot of good placement. Just got to refine that technique, sharpen up. Okay. Cool. Let's move on. All right. Scrolling. Here we go. Oh, and we're back. Oh, look at that. Jeff left right before. I can't believe Jeff left right before his submission.
We were going to rip him apart. I think you knew
What?
Okay, let's do it.
Okay, sounds
Let's
good.
get in
So, okay,
And then
we're
you
gonna take
can, and
Jeff
then you can
together.
tell me, yeah. And then you can tell me what you think of Dwarfy over there.
Sounds good. So why don't we handle this together? I'll take your dwarf, and then you can and then if you want to handle Chris Smith's submission over here, this wonderful. I'm going to call him an Eldar guy because I think that's what he is.
I think you're right.
And I can already see that guy has some gems. All right, let's talk about Jeff's Nurgle people that apparently couldn't hang out 5 more minutes to talk about Jeff. All right, so Jeff has a very particular style, and here we see it in full effect. Jeff loves him some potent, clean edge highlighting, which he's done to great effect here. Jeff loves the use of the scorpion, Escorpina green, whatever you want to say. And that is, again, also in very pronounced effect here. All in all, I mean, if we look and you see a lot of the things that we've been talking about, like Jeff has a lot of good tonal variation in his fur throughout. Like if you look at their cloaks and things like that, the swords and the weapons have some good green tones and brown tones worked in. Very bright. The edge highlighting is very clean. Like when we zoom in on there, we see that he's been very, very careful with it. He's went back in and cleaned up his lines where he might have gotten squirrely at some point. So that all looks good. I think here, so here you go, Jeff. Here's a couple issues that are striking me. And of course the bones have very good striations. Jeff always very much focuses on the bone striation, and he very much plays to that style, and I like it. So 2 things I would say. One, I hate this white handle here on this thing, and how stark and it is in contrast to everything else. I feel like this could have been probably just the same black or dark gray or something like that. It doesn't need to be standing out as much as it is. I feel like going with a darker neutral tone would have been fine. Also on the weapons, I feel like the steel for these Nurgle things that are all rotted and pitted, they just don't have the tonal variation I would expect to see. Like in these pits, they're shaded a little, but okay. Like I want to see some more darkness in there, Jeff. Like some real green black tones down in these recesses where they've sort of, the acidic gross diseases melted them away or whatever, and then some really sharp edges here. Like we have such overwhelmingly sharp edges on the black armor, which is fine. Jeff has the Tron style. I get it. And I like it. It's a very unique style and it looks cool. But then we have the metal, which is just kind of like there. Right, like it's some good shit, there's some shading, but it doesn't go deep enough to match up to what you're doing on the rest of the model.
Yep, I was going to say the same thing. If he's willing to go from absolute black to a sort of a neon blue in a very short space, but not willing to do the same kind of thing on his metallic stuff.
Right, exactly. Yep.
The thing that I was going to... What other thing was I going to add here? Yeah, again, looking at the armor plating and the transitions in there, again, it's a sharp thing and it's got its own attraction for sure. But I always feel when I'm looking at these that there should be some other kind of at least a soft band of some other transitional color that goes into there that is just a little bit wider than just the absolute edge. Where there's more action of striation, like if we look at the guy that's just a little bit left of center in the second row there, he's got the type of face mask where there's a few other cuts in that visor. Right. So it looks like it sort of glows out a little bit, whereas it doesn't happen so much on the shield plates and other places in most of the other spots. But that's more attractive to me, because he's had to spend a little bit more time all in the same area of doing his color transition in that space.
Yeah, and I'll say it's funny you mentioned that particular Chaos Warrior, because he's really the one that stood out to me as well. It's pretty funny, right? Because that sort of like different variation of the way that the striation is working really stands out, right?
Yeah, so that's the one. That's the one I like the best out of the crowd. For that reason.
Yep, I agree. Yeah, I almost feel like in some of the places where we could get a little bit of a fade, I like, and not all of them are going to be fade-able, right? Like some of it are on verticals where you wouldn't necessarily have that ability. So I get that. But I think where you could have a little bit of a fade or that kind of thing, I think it'd be worth doing a little bit of, because I think it would help it pop some.
So.
Yep. Because it wouldn't need to be everything to really make it go. So. All right, have we beat up Jeff enough?
I think so.
All right.
He gets it.
Okay. So now let's jump into. Oh, there we go. Let's talk. Let's look at Kieran. All right, so we've got a little painting up your silver tower guy, I assume here.
Mm-hmm.
Our Doom Seeker guy, whatever he is. I don't know. That sounds right.
This is the only like that, yeah.
Yes, this is the only hero out of the box that I didn't paint. I literally gave this guy away to somebody. I was just like, I don't want this. Somebody please take this. Because I don't paint dwarves, folks. That's how this works. So, all right. So let's talk about some things here. Good, like as we've talked about many times, having the important transition in the hair between like a nice rich brown and then up to a yellow. And you'll notice again how he took the yellow down, but not evenly all the way across. So, you know, back a little while back, we made that reference, right? Of like having the different levels of variation in the highlights / shadows. The brown has varying amounts going up, the highlight has varying amounts going down. So, you know, just what you're looking for. And that makes it look good. It makes it look a little more, I hesitate to say natural on a guy with a bright orange mohawk that's like 2 feet tall, but you get the idea. It makes it look more real, feel more real. The silver, you've really worked in some nice shadows and spot highlights on his little front pokey stick, whatever that is.
That's like, what it's called. Yeah.
Yes, the front pokey stick. You know, like, and so if people aren't catching exactly what I'm referencing, when you look right in here, really pay close attention to what he did here. He has a nice deep shadow here. He's worked a very bright silver here, and then another deep shadow, and then a bright silver where the light that's coming down from above is hitting this. And he's contrasting all of that with this nice sharp edge highlight, right? Which is really popping off and setting off the rest of that. So that's a good choice. I like that very much. Okay. So, but we got to beat you up some. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, again, these guys are game pieces, so come on now. Let's be honest. We don't invest a ton of time. But the flesh is what lets me down here. Okay, like, to be honest. I'm okay with the runes. The flesh just feels spotty. Like, it feels like your transitions aren't as smooth on the flesh as they could be. I suspect that's because that's exactly the case, and because you were painting a game piece and didn't feel like doing a long time with a lot of glazes on a game piece. But I think that's probably the biggest area of disappointment. Like, when I look here at this guy's arm with his weird little perfectly round bicep, like, this is such a stark line here and here, right? That kind of thing here.
Yeah, the place I can't stop looking at is that left foot.
Yes,
that's the place that I think it showed up the worst. But he's so chunky and he really is balls of muscle.
Right.
So it was a little bit tough, but you're not wrong. I fully take that critique for sure.
Now, as we've said every time we've reviewed a Silver Tower piece, you know, we get it, right? Like, you're painting it often to play a board game. This isn't, you know, you're not looking for a masterpiece when you get this stuff together. So certainly I understand. We're only commenting so that just to point out, not to say, oh, we think you let somebody down. And that's the same thing here. Okay.
The other thing that I want to add in here was a bit of a challenge, and I think I got wrong, was I tried to do some glowy rune business on the base, of course.
Yes. But
to balance that out, I tried to put some glow coming out of the axe shaft. Like, there's some blue in there. The center. It's sort of like I don't know how to describe this. If you look at it, it's sort of like a little bit of a cage in the in the haft of that axe.
Yep.
And so I tried to make that blue in there, but of course, working around that little cage that's created by it was a tricky thing. And I kind of wish that I would have done that better, but just wasn't willing to spend the extra hour or two it might have taken to do it.
Yeah, it does. It's a weird weapon, and I agree. I see what you were going for, but I do agree. It just doesn't quite work there. Okay.
No, but it was experiment. With the thing that I'm happy about here was the experiment on metals, and I think I did a better job on that than my last go around.
Yeah, which is looking great. Like again, that forward-facing pokey thing is like you nailed it. You really nailed it right there. I love it. Everyone take note. This is what I'm talking about when I talk about, doing that kind of shading and making that steel pop. That's good stuff. Okay.
Well, let's go talk about other people's stuff. That's enough for me.
Yeah, sounds good. All right. Always a challenge when we have to talk about ourselves. I get it. Okay. Oh, hey, it's Chris Smith and this wonderful Eldar. I think this is the new guy, the new character, right?
Well, I'm not that up to snuff on what's new in the 40K
Yeah, I think
land.
he's part of the. I think he was part of the Eldar triumvirate with like Yaniad and the other one. But anyways, go ahead. Not relevant. Please continue.
Okay. Well, he's a pretty striking model. I guess I would say that right off the get-go. There's many good opportunities to explore the paintbrushes on a guy like this. So let's talk about color balance and color choice first off, and I think that's pretty good. He's gone into the teal neighborhood, which I'm sure pleases you very much, Vince, and stayed into the purples too, which you are not unfamiliar with.
You know it.
And then gone a whole lot more pale when he comes around to the backside of it on the cloak. So that kind of color balancing and choices is an attractive thing. One thing I found curious though is he's stayed into the purples when he's done all that, which I assume is fur, going down his back in the upper part.
I believe so. Yes, supposed to be like a slightly fur cloak. Yes, like a fur half cloak.
Right.
He's got like Maximus's thing on from Gladiator, right?
Yeah, but he stayed into purple on that as well. So by doing a little bit of glazing and whatnot on that, and that seems mildly odd to me. Just out of a texture thing, I think that's an opportunity to be entirely different, and I think you could have stayed just pretty white in there, and maybe a little bit of a grayish blue, but there's some purple in there that seems a little bit vibrant. That's up on the top. When you look down the length of the backside, you get as it trails away, there's a lot less of that, and it seems like a more natural kind of neutral colors that fall in line there on that. The second thing to talk about is a very cool little effort on the blade itself by pulling out a couple of highlight points on there with some slashes of light, although they're going a little bit in the wrong direction unless the gleam of light is like actually just right above his head, shining out that way. I feel if it's coming from above, then it'd actually be angled a little bit of a different way. But that's nitpicky stuff. I mean, for all intents and purposes, it's a cool effect. You've done a little bit of soft transition and pulled the light into those couple of interest points on there. So that's a positive thing. The other thing we're going to talk about is gemstones, because there's approximately 413 gemstones on this guy.
It's insane. I didn't realize it until I really looked at this model, but holy Moses.
Okay, so if this wasn't enough gemstones to get really good at them, you're close probably, but we should talk about the true style of the gemstone, and we looked at it on Vince's model earlier and a couple others. You're gonna have to try to do some sharper arcs of color of where the light disperses out the bottom of the gemstone, and that might mean that you have to start with a darker base of red towards the top to make that happen. So I think that's where this one sort of lost its potency of all the gemstones on this one, Chris, is if you had started with a very, very dark red, and I mean maybe even darker, like if you're doing G-dub colors here, I think they call it corn red, which is nearly brown, but you could afford to darken that up a little bit further and start there. And then as you work towards the bottom, do some sharp arcs with some, starting into red and then going into orange, and eventually you can put in a little bit of yellow on there too for the bottom arc, before you dot your gleam of light where it comes into the top. As I said earlier, I've done bajillions of gemstones, so I think that I've gotten that down. But that's the way to go with it. I think starting darker is the secret to making that sharper. And the other thing that I come across here is he's got these swirly bits that work his way into his armor, and
swirly bits.
Swirly bits. And I think that those unfortunately just spilled over a little bit, because when you're doing your white, you're not doing it thin enough, and this shows up on the back of the cloak as well, that it shows up a little bit grainy in some spots. So you just have to be willing to, unfortunately, we've talked about white a bunch of times, and the sad reality is you just have to be willing to do many layers of it. And when you're doing fine filigree like that, it sucks, because you got to thin your paint so much that it's so easy it spills over and gets out of control. Yeah, unless you're pre-painting it and then painting around it, that's the only other way. And unfortunately, neither of those is anything more than just a pain of being really delicate with your brushwork and trying to be as accurate as possibly can.
Yep.
Yeah.
I will say, if you're looking for a good white that doesn't chalk up like very easily at all and has a nice smoothness to it, War Colors, a line of craft paints out of Crete. There's a gentleman who makes them, and they're awesome. He makes a fantastic white with a liquid pigment as opposed to an actual pigment, a normal dry pigment, which means that they tend to stay very much more liquid and dry very much more smooth. So it's one of my favorite whites in the world. So there you go. And I've tried a lot of different white paint to try to avoid that chalkiness. So there you go. Hot tip. And he's a super nice guy. All right. Move it on. Okay. So let's see where we're at here. Oh, we're on February 28th. What have we got left? Looks like 1, 2.
I got a half dozen left.
3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. Okay, cool. So why don't I take Jerix's little wagon here, and you take Bleep Bloop submission. Always good to see a Bleep Bloop submission.
Always is. Yep.
All right. So Jerix, he hasn't been painting much this month. A few things from Skull Pass. Okay, so we've done this is the minor cart, I believe, right? That comes in the Skull Pass box set. Is that right?
Yeah, it's a highly sought after donkey. I'll tell you that.
It is indeed. We got a bunch of different things here, so we're gonna kind of go through it, just all the little Skull Pass items. But yeah, a lot of little fun stuff. Obviously, this is he's just painting up some fun accoutrement. So none of this you're gonna probably lavish time on. I think the thing that jumps out at me here is the sort of I really like the striation and coloration on the horsehair. I think that looks nice. Very classic sort of Bretonian colors with the red and blue. I think the steel could have a little more variation over here. Like your steel looks a little flat. Same here. Like this steel that's sitting out, good use of good use of tufts and grass and stuff. But then is this metal really sitting here nearly metallic colored? This should, if this metal was just sitting here for however long, this would be covered in earth tones and browns, and it would barely look metal anymore. Again, little cannon, nice little moon pass, or a little moon, what do you call these? I don't know. These are good objectives.
That's supposed to be some kind of hut, I think.
Yeah, it's a good little objective marker. But yes, looks good there. I would say same thing, just with the skulls. Skulls all look a little too white, a little too bright, especially for theoretically being at a goblin thing, where come on, I've got to imagine they're not cleaning those things out. It's not getting bleached in the desert sands there. But yeah, very cool, man. Overall, I dig it. I like all that little stuff. There's a lot of fun little things. I hope you're using the he said he didn't get his dark steel color yet, so Nolan oil was his choice. Okay, well, if you're gonna do Nolan to darken your steel, yeah, you gotta darken that a little more. A couple different coats, controlled coats. There you go. That's my advice. But I'll look forward to seeing more stuff from you, Jerax, with the darker steel color. I imagine that'll solve the problem. All right.
Yep.
Let's look at Bleep.
Yeah, his skeletons here. You know what? I want to open up this by saying we said earlier how purples and things to project life, and then you use hints of blues and greens to represent death.
Yep.
We've seen blue bloop stuff in the past, and I want to add that he uses reds throughout his bone to bring life to skeletons.
Yeah,
which
absolutely.
Is such a unique approach to things, and it's pretty attractive. And we first saw that ages ago when he was doing, this regular bone color in all kinds of different places, and it's certainly exhibited here too. And how he does almost the warmth and the reds that go throughout that. It's some reddish browns for the most part, but it's still in that spectrum. And he does it on his fabric as well. On the banner, it's a little bit more noticeable, I suppose, than on the shields. The shields still feel a little bit colder because it's a harder surface, and so you can see the difference between the paneling on the banner versus the paneling on the shields for that reason, right? So we talked about that a little bit earlier too, that when you have different textures that are sharing almost the same identical color, like it reads as white on both, but yet a mildly different type of white on each of those two surfaces. So that I'm always attracted to that in the way that he does his painting. He transitions from dark to light very, very smoothly over a small space, and I'm actually quite jealous of how he does this with his black, because I've tried that a few times and not been very good. So I'd like to certainly get better at that. When we look at the backside of these guys, you get a better look at the axe face, or the axe blades of that guy in the middle. And I think that is a tremendous piece of work as well, how he does that together.
Yeah, he said he was rather happy with how the axe came out with the non-metallic metal, and I agree. I think it looks good. I think the one thing I'd like to see is, and it's maybe, it's hard to see on this front image. It's a little more clear on the back, but I'd say a little even bit more white. I'd love to see a tiny little bit more sharper gleam here, here, and here to really spark that contrast. He's got these broad flats of dark, which is good. That really makes it gleam. Like the broader the areas of dark and the shorter the transition of light, the more it looks like you have a highly reflective surface. It's almost counterintuitive, right? Like, yeah. It will look more reflective and bright if there's a tiny band of bright light amidst darkness. Like if you think of a really reflective, like polished black car, like a black limousine, you just see those stripes of light, right, where it's reflecting the sun or something. Yeah.
Exactly right.
So I think I'd love to see just a point of light here, here, and here that are just a little bit sharper.
The other thing I want to point out that I know that you've expressed this in the past, but when we look at the shafts of the banner pole that he's done in wood, he kind of groups highlights and then moves back out to shadow. And I know that you have said you're a bit of a fan of that, and I want to say I'm not.
Yes, I am a fan of it. There's nothing he's representing realistically there. Like, that is to say, it's a purely artistic choice, right? It's not a realistic choice. There's no reason for that to be like that, right? There's no light that would create that situation. But I don't care. I love it because it gives a lot of variation and pop to something that could otherwise be flat, right?
Yeah, I agree. So certainly nothing wrong with the execution of it. I mean, that's all very smooth, just like his bone color as well, and it keeps the warmth there. It sort of accentuates the warmth in some ways, because he goes so dark away from it. But it's the cross piece on the top of the banner that just seems far too exaggerated for my sensibilities, I suppose.
Well, I support it, but there you go. Yes, it's an artistic
Right.
choice, and hey, that's art, right? What are you gonna do?
Exactly.
Yeah, as I said, always a good month when we've got a bleep bloop submission.
True story.
I would accept one skeleton and be happy about it, buddy. I'm not gonna fight you. All right. Let's see. Next up, we've got another play claw. It's a popular month for the play claw catapult, I guess. So let's. How about I take his little. How about if you want to take the play claw this time, and I'll take Drunken Deer's Frostgrave stuff. How's that sound? All right. So we've got a construct, nice little wooden construct. One of the things we always talk about with wood is to have a lot of different variation with stripes and darks and lights. And here I see some red tones. I see some black tones. I see different shades of brown. I like it. I like it. That's what we're talking about right there. Good stuff. Got some wolfies or dogs. I guess these are dogs. These are actually dogs. Okay. So with the dogs, I think, here I'd like to see a little bit more variation in the dogs, kind of like, you did so good with the wood, but then their fur is all kind of flat. Dogs tend to have different color variations around their muzzle, around the back of their ears, on the underside of their torsos. You've got like a little bit of color change down here on their feet where their pads are, which is fine, but it's so sharp it almost looks like hooves. I would almost rather see that kind of fade. The trick with fur is that it's so complex. Like animals are not, they're never one color. We tend to like sort of think they look like that, but when you really look at them, there's just thousands of small variations in tone across each follicle. Now you're never going to be able to capture all of that, nor could you in that scale, or nor should you. But I think a little bit of variation in a more broad sense is the way to go there. Mr. Boar. This is good. Do you like what I like about Mr. Boar here? Oh, no picture. Okay, we'll go back to Mr. Boar.
Yeah, I found the same thing when I was scrolling through. There's a couple of snapshots that don't that didn't stay
I'll try to
uploaded
scroll
somehow.
Through. Good addition of texture to an otherwise flat space. So I like that. And here you've got the transition thing going on. It could be smoothed a little more, but yet this is good. Like we can see how we go from black up into a gray up into the actual fur. And nice little, you've added some nice little like stippling, like dots to represent fur. I dig that. It's good stuff. Let's see if we can get to there's some more pictures hiding back here that work. Nope. Okay, well, that's it. There we go. So that's what we're going to review.
Yeah, I'm afraid some of those didn't come through somehow. But one quick thing that I wanted to add when we're looking at the dogs is that I feel that he went a little bit too red in the mouth. I think that you have to kind of look a little more fleshy to that. It's the tongue and lips still, rather than anything that's super, super vibrant red. That was my one takeaway from there.
Yeah, it's a good catch. Absolutely.
Let's go look at some plaguey stuff.
Let's indeed. More
this
plague.
Stuff is extra plaguey. I want to warn you, Vince.
I'm ready.
It's extra plaguey because he's replaced not replaced, but he's modified your Scaven boys.
Yes, my beautiful Scaven. Mm-hmm. I do like Nurglings. They make me laugh. They're the only thing in Nurgle that I think is funny.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's got a few hangers on there, dangling from various places. The crew themselves have gotten different headgear on, so they can be a little bit more appropriate. This pile of vomit that goes on the top, I think, is a little too hot in the pink zone. I think you could throw some more colors in there just to be even more ugly about it. Get some green up into that business too. Get some yellow into there, and some ochre. There's a couple of bones sticking out and various other things. Because at that point it looks like bubbling flesh, which is not necessarily wrong, but I feel like there should be some more action in that. I'm going to reflect some of the same things that you said earlier about the other fellows played Claw Catapult, and that is that one of the most convincing things that you can do on these kinds of things is vary the different types of wood that you're dragging from. Because I would imagine that this would be constructed out of the most rotty things that are lying around the dens and the under hollows, and sometimes it's going to be yellowish, and it's going to be greenish, and dark browns, light browns, all kinds of other things that conglom to make this construct. So I reflect the same critiques that you did on the last one for that part. Went a little bit further on the weathering of the metal parts on here, which is fine, and that's all good. There still would be some little exposed bits of sharpness, so you could maybe come in with some very select edge highlight stuff. Obviously on the spikes on the front of this thing. Some of the wheels and cogs, because they're churning and they're moving and scraping against other metal, would still get down to raw metal instead of rusty bits on a lot of those places. So that's worth doing. And then I guess my final thought is to you've chewed up some of that cork on the base, and I think there's a little sort of a lower profile shot where we can see a little bit better, so that it doesn't look like that plateauing of cork again. But there's certainly some places like this side shot where that has still appeared. And to mix that up, if you take just little gouges out of that flat space that's under the middle part, that could be a way to do it, unless you want to get your texture that you put around the whole rim of the base and put some more texture in piles and various spaces on the top of that, because otherwise it takes away from the effect of all that crumbling that you've done. Because when you look at this front on, it looks really good. When you come around to the side and you see that plateauing, it again looks a little bit artificial. So there's my thoughts to add on.
Agreed. Yeah, it's almost like pavement, right? Yeah, it's too flat.
Yeah, it's like concrete slabs.
Yep.
In a way. Yep.
No, all good thoughts. I think you nailed everything I was going to say. I think one thing, I'd love to see something more with this rock. This rock, it can be such a fun part of it. So I'd love to see a little bit more on the rock. Maybe some pink juice going through the tubes to match the pink over here. I would accept that.
Yeah, and I'm okay with the fact that he obviously avoided doing the traditional warpstone green on that to do something different. And that's fine.
Yep. All right, so let's take a quick look here at the Red Wizard who had together, because
he did some more of this.
Yeah, he did some more of these guys. So let's look at how he says he got a new brush, and that's really helped. So that's good. Let's jump through here. I like the Relictor in the in a gold with the green. I agree. The gold, as you mentioned before, the gold with the green is a good contrast. I think it really is. Mm-hmm. One thing I'll say here is we've got a problem I've seen many times before, and that is the too many reds. Where we have red orange, we have red purple, we have sort of crimson and clover and everything in between. Reds look weird when you start using multiple derivations of red next to each other. So I have this very like whole red, a brown red. Here I have an orange red. Here I have a purple magenta red, right? And so on, and continue repeating around. Either bring these together to be the same thing or make them a different color, right? Like, that is to say, does this guy's face need to be a different color? Probably not. It could be just the same gold mask, or it could be white, a neutral tone, or bone, or something like that. The Relictor has this skull mask, right? But it could be the same gold as everything else. He's not really wearing a skull. There's a human being under there. So something like that. Like, if you're going to do this trailing thing from here, like, let's go the same purple color that we've used on the haft, or let's change it up completely, and let's make this more of like let's do this gold in the same way to contrast against the steel. That's fine. Do that. Or if we wanted to add another color, if we could knock out a bunch of these reds and all we had is this two halves being this magenta color, then we could have maybe like some very desaturated, almost white blue here, and maybe here in the hourglass, and let's say here on his chest underneath the in this circle beneath the comet symbol. Those kinds of things would be fine. And then you'd have a nice 3-point triangle in the center of the model of a very, very white, mostly white blue. that kind of thing. It looks like we've got a little bit better filling of the sort of mystical toilet paper. I would still say that I would like this toilet paper better if it was just, you know, a very warm white, like a bone white. I think this being green makes it look like Christmas wrapping paper, especially if you're going to use a reddish tone to call out the letters. This reddish tone against a warm white bone would look fantastic. Here, it looks like this guy's surrounded in wrapping paper.
Yep.
So,
and I was going to say that the wash that he did on the front side of this, compared to the back side of it, is a bit tidier. So we can see here that you got it in you, Red Wizard, to do that. But it might mean that you have to play with the intensity of your wash a little bit when you do the flip side of the back photo of this, and maybe flip that up if you can for a second so we can see what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it sort of spills over a little bit, and then it doesn't get refreshed by the green as much. So you might have to do a couple of passes of this and manage your density of that wash a little bit so that it just sits in that space. Leave it dry entirely, and then come back and tidy up the edging by just accurately painting around it with the green. In this case, or in Vince's case, getting it with the bone color, or some warm white. Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
So that's my tip to take away. I think you did it on the front side. I want you to do it on the back side. Just as tidy. That's all.
All right. And I think our final submission of the month is old school Clown Nagash.
Oh boy,
that is a way to end the month. So we've not only do we have an old school Clown Nagash, but he's surrounded by old school spirit hosts. Boy, oh boy.
So let's lay some background to the gravity of this model before we actually look at it. This is, in my opinion, until and I know you're gonna love this comparison, until the motorcycle corn cannon. This, in my opinion, was the worst model ever produced by Games Workshop.
I don't even think those were in the same. I would agree with the second part of your statement, just not the first, but okay.
So this killer clown,
yes, he is a killer clown.
Was the centerpiece of many undead armies, however, just because of his stature. And you think of how far they've gone. This is a testament to how far Games Workshop has come in 25 or 30 years since this model was first produced into the Nagash that they now made a couple years ago during the end times. Wonders have happened in technology of modeling since here.
Boy, you aren't kidding.
Yeah. Anyway, so now that I've said that piece, let's talk about this guy.
Yep. So what's to say? I mean, you've got all the right colors in all the right places, and honestly, for how goofy this sculpt is, you did a good job with him. I will say we've also got some various bright colors, like he leaned into the bright red and the bright purple and the bright green, which I suspect is actually meant to be playing to the sort of original time when this model was produced, right? When if you've ever went back and looked at the sort of throwback Thursday posts of the White Dwarf from the late 80s or the White Dwarfs from the early 90s, it looks like a rainbow vomited on a Skittles bag that then exploded through the lens of Lucky Charms onto models. So you're by that count, you're actually very restrained here, I would say. I think with here's my critique for you. I like the water effect on the base. The spirit hosts look good. I think I'd like to see a couple things pushed with some more white on this. That is to say, I'd love a little more highlight on the edges of the robe with some more whites, but if you're highlighting purple, so I would just easily accept flesh tone or gray or whatever you want to do that makes your highlighting easier with purple. But I'd love to see the bone get a little sharper, some higher white infused highlights on the bone, and then same with the spirit hosts, right? The old school spirit hosts. I'd love to see some more sort of white edges on that ethereal ghostiness. That's the biggest thing that jumps out to me, is just a little bit more contrast kind of spread through a little bit more push of a higher tint.
Yeah, I agree with all that. The other challenge that he's got is the staff and his clown hat are all just a composition of tiny little skull facets.
Because of course they are.
Right, of course they are. So it's not something that you can just sort of blanket do a soft wet brushing and highlight those all at once. That's the challenge of it, because you're not going to get it all on the top of the crowns of the head of each of those skulls. But it would be painstaking to go in there and do it all. And I guess a guy has to gauge if that's worth it. But to sharpen those and delineate them all, you kind of would have to do that instead of just getting your definition of all these just by washes alone. So that might be a challenge if you want to sharpen this guy up, because it's a big surface of the model. Like, certainly noticeable, the whole staff shaft and his clown hat. There's a lot of those things going on in there, so you could lavish some attention on if you're willing.
Yeah, I agree. I was trying to find real quick while we were talking when was this Nagash model made? This ridiculous clown model. When did he get released?
I feel like it was 1990-ish, 92 maybe.
I feel like that could be, you may be right, somewhere around there. I would just like to point out that at the same time that this guy was made, they were making like their entire sisters of battle line, which you go back and you look at the those old school Sisters of Battle that happened then. I mean, come on.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I'm just saying they could make good models.
But I guess so, yeah. But they didn't on this one. And I'm sorry, this comes across that way. No slight on your painting effort here and your choice of doing a model, because I mean, this guy still scores for the nostalgia that it brings forward and the history of wargaming that allows us to talk about it. So it certainly has, still even today, old Clown Nagash has something to contribute to the conversations that we have in the Warhammer and modeling world.
Yep. I would just like to say, in quickly Googling for when this guy was made, I stumbled upon an article of the 25 worst miniatures ever made, and Clown Nagash was rated #1 on that list. So,
so it's not the corn motorcycle.
That didn't even show up on the list, my friend.
Come on.
I don't know what to tell you.
That list is wrong.
All right. So there we go. That brings us to the end of the month. All right. I already said my favorite. It's definitely the Necron Lord. I loved that guy. What about you, sir? Did you have any favorites from the month? We had a lot of great submissions this month, to be very clear. Like, they're like, Bleep Bloop skeletons were absolutely fantastic. Those wonderful orcs from Idiot Proof Dalek were absolutely great. The Iron Fists, I absolutely loved those guys. Going back to the D. Cartier's Horus model was,
that was wonderful too.
Man, I really like that guy. Like this, we were spoiled. Bill Ivy's wonderful, like brightly colored Star Drake, right? Like this, we were. It was an embarrassment of riches this month on so many different levels.
Yeah, and you know what? All those ones that you mentioned, I was going to add to it. We had another fantastic offering from Mickey Genver and her Blight King.
Yes. I'm sorry, I block out Nurgle things from my mind.
Jacob Wallman did that fantastic redo of his Savage War Drummer.
Yep.
That's a big favorite of mine, and I don't want to give you credit for the efforts that you put into. You and Victor put into Canoness Viridian. And put forward some good stuff there. She
is a great model, and I love her. So if they, I couldn't see myself ever owning a 40K army, but if the rumors of the Plastic Sisters are true, I may have to break that pledge. So there you go.
Yeah, you may do that. But yeah, again, another wonderful February, the shortest month of the year, but certainly not the least exciting, especially in our world of the PmP.
I agree completely. So let's wrap up with some final things. I said at the top of this show, I'll say it again. If you want to join us on your hobby journey, the link is down below. All that is required is for you to want to take the next step on your own personal journey, no matter where you are, from beginner to master. We would love to have you along. Click that link, ask to join. and we'd love to have you along. If you make sure when you submit your submissions that they're tagged as end of month submit. If we happen to miss anything, please do shoot me a note or leave a comment. We can always go back to it the next month. Sometimes the new Google Plus gets funky, in case you didn't notice, with the constant scrolling in between reviews, which is so much fun. Hopefully that gets fixed. Fingers crossed real soon. I don't know why they put that feature in. That is not a feature. Let's see. What else am I forgetting that we cover at the end of every month, Kieran?
I would just like to say that we certainly encourage participation. I mean, we do this for those new coming to this. We, of course, do this at the end of every month and review all these things. But the most valuable thing that you can do as a member of this PmP community is make some comments and give some criticism and some helpful hints to those throughout the entire month as you see things pop up. Please do that.
Absolutely agreed. Yes, the best thing you can do is be an active participant, give that constructive criticism, talk about what you like, talk about where you think they could improve or what you notice on the model, and just share positivity, right? That's the best thing you can do, because you can help somebody grow and advance in their modeling, and you can make somebody's day with a nice compliment. And both of those things are completely worthy and exactly what we're trying to build here. So as much as fun as it is to do this, and I love doing this and reviewing all these models, everybody who's commenting every day, you're the ones who are really helping people grow. It's not us doing this. So
that's right.
All right, good stuff. So with that, I think we've reached the end, and I will say thank you very much, Kieran, and to Jeff. Appreciate you both, you gentlemen, as always, and to all of you out there. Thank you for all the wonderful submissions, and we're looking forward to an awesome March. I've already seen some of what's submitted, and I'm very excited about what's coming up. So I have a feeling we got another great month. It's the month of Adepticon, so gonna be an exciting, action-packed month for sure. So I will say thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Kieran. Thank you, Jeff, and we'll see you all next time.
Good night.